shit is. Me and my niggas be really cool, dog. Always keep it real, dog.
Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know, hey man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool, he didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been 100, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100.
Line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. John bought our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child's play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a comb, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the sheep.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the sheep. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get a little bit of these hands. He wasn't no Abbo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. Don't ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the sheep.
Stack that bitch up, Mike.
Yeah, truth can't be told, it gotta be realized.
What it look like, man? What it look like?
Let's see what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want
I
much,
can't
man.
tell.
I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest
I
point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, well, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, well, come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it's supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, well, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, well, come on, let me show you.
Say you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, don't tryna front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I need you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. Hey, and we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, well, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, well, come on, let me show you.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make their world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real. It's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions for my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime. We put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life. I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess, and nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog, and you just a little bait. You out of Africa, and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a Ghanaian, and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th, and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is when you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
To another episode of Wake Up Africa. Hello and welcome, beloveds, to another episode of Wake Up Africa. My name is Dr. Mumbi Saraki. How you doing? How's everything going? I really do pray that you are well in all your ways and that you're moving into living life truly in your own narrative, on your own terms, and in your own story, because soon, living on your own terms is going to become a luxury that only few can afford or few are actually living. I really want to send a special shout out to my Patreon family. Thank you so much for supporting us on that platform and enabling us to continue to bring the relevant news to our people. Thanks to everyone that has subscribed to this channel as well. Be sure to like, beloveds, because there's some kind of onslaught going on against, Black consciousness YouTubers, if I can say that. So make sure that you like their videos and share them so that, we continue to battle those algorithms that may not be working in our favor. I really wanted to bring this topic to your attention because, we've started a relocation service, free plug, definitely check out the links below where if you're seriously relocating to Africa and you need contacts, you need links, and you need that on the ground information, definitely consider joining. But one of the things I've received a lot of emails from, our African-American brothers and sisters, some saying, they're staying. They're not going anywhere. That is their land. And I think it's very important for us to open up the discussion that, not all African Americans came from Africa. That is one of the greatest fallacies that has happened. We were a global melanated planet, which means we were absolutely everywhere, on every land, in every country, in every continent, the countries they created. And, you know, there's been so much that's been done because it's a mental reality, it's a mental world. There's so much that's been done to corrupt and rewrite the story, especially when you see the pictures of who they say the native Indians were. But, you know, the Americas were actually it was like Africa. It was a melanated continent, beloveds. And the ones that were taken out looked like you and me. And there are some that were also brought from Africa, and they came and they looked for very specific people from the African continent. But the Americas, there's many of you, beloveds, who you are the native Indians. You are the Native Americans, and that is part of the inheritance that you have been, disenfranchised from. And I know I got a lot of people emotional when I said you shouldn't be waiting for reparations, because you shouldn't. You are custodians of the land. 40 acres and a mule just ain't gonna cut it. But it's time that we start to recognize, because you see, what they've tried to do is separate the melanated people so that we think that we existed in silos, or so that we think we're all different. But we are the original ones. All over the planet, we took on our different characteristics and personalities. The Aborigine in Australia are the original ones. They're related to I and I, beloveds. The Black people, I don't even want to call them Africans, because then, they tried to hold us into one nation, but we were a global community, beloveds. And that's why we as a melanated people need to start looking at this as it really is. It was an invasion, beloveds. And many of us aren't even ready to handle who the invasion was by, and the fact that the occupation continues, but now is the end of it. Which is why certain gods and goddesses are going to start appearing on the scene, or are already on the scene, but they're going to start making themselves known. Because the battle has been waging in earnest, beloveds. They came in peace, but they, turned into a warring, corrupt, devilish, evil people. But many African Americans, you are the Native Americans. You're not even African Americans, you're Native Americans. You're the ones that they brought blankets with, was it smallpox or whatever diseases, and wiped out entire communities because they said they came in peace, but they actually came in war. And they are still warring us right until this day. So there are those, beloveds, of you who really don't feel any connection to Mama Africa. And this is just, a confirmation, a reassurance that America belongs to you. But the reason that America is going to face the greatest, destruction is because of all the wickedness that has been done on that land. To dominate it, because from that land, they were able to dominate the world. And there are so many stories and narratives out there, beloveds. So many. And many have not been written by us. And the only story right now that I trust is the one that I go into meditation, and my spirit, my higher self, my spirit guides, my ancestors, and the spirits of the land revealed to me. Because we cannot rely on what we are being told by Babylon. And so if the land belongs to you, beloveds, if you are originally from that place, that gives you so much authority to do certain things and to turn certain things, around. Because if the land recognizes you as the native ones, then it will protect you during the destruction that is literally upon us. But these are let me take a short break, and then when I come back, I'll give you some of the tips you can do in order, and this can be for wherever you are. If you know that you are a rightful ruler on their land, there's certain things that you can do to speak to the land, and you have that authority, and that can actually shift many, many things. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
That's another thing we're going to touch on in the damn museum. Who in the hell were the real Aboriginal Americans? Y'all only think that it was the Mongoloid-looking natives that were the real Native Americans. And we have to understand the Aboriginal people here were also the Negroid people, which are us. It were black people looking just like, get off there. Black people looking just like us, who were the Aboriginal people in the Americas. Many of us were not brought on slave ships. Let's keep this thing a buck. Only 6% of black people enslaved in Africa came to North America. I'm gonna say it again. This has been documented facts. Only 6%, no, but most of us are from Africa. That's not true. Only 6% of the people enslaved in Africa were brought to North America. Most of them were brought to the Caribbean and South America, Central America, Brazil. Only 6% came to North America. This is documented. Let's talk truth. See, we're going to have to get this shit out here and just talk the truth. When many of the white explorers came here, they themselves said, hey, these are the same. They look, oh, you say he was Indian and black. What's an Indian? What's an Indian? Let's get into that. Who are the Native Americans? Let's get into it. Because that's another thing we're going to touch on in the damn museum. Who in the hell were the real Aboriginal Americans? Y'all only think that it was the Mongoloid-looking natives that were the real Native Americans. And we have to understand the Aboriginal people here were also the Negroid people, which are us. It were black people looking just like, get off there. Black people looking just like us, who were the Aboriginal people.
This is going. I really do pray that you are well in all your ways and that you're moving into living life truly on your own terms. Really want to thank every single person that supports us on Patreon and sends us love donations to PayPal. We appreciate, love you so much. We do share more shows on Patreon and more stuff. So definitely consider joining if this is your vibe. If you're really on your spiritual awakening and you're making major moves, then that's definitely the community to consider joining at such a time as this. I've been running this series called Ask Dr. Mumbi, where we pick the most popular questions that we're sent and we do a video on them. You can email me, Dr. Mumbi at drmumbishow.com. And basically, I've gotten all kinds of questions. But I got an email the other day that kind of had me thinking, like, you know what, let's get deep, beloveds. Let's see how deep this brainwashing, this divisive consciousness is among us. And I really just I actually didn't even know how to respond to this, because this gentleman, long story short, was asking me, why am I inviting and trying to assist our African-American brothers and sisters coming home? And I actually want to read some of the email, because I was just like, wow, is this how people feel? I'd love to hear from my African-American brothers and sisters how you've been received while when you've come to the continent, and also from my African brothers and sisters. Like, are you guys a bit squeamish about our brothers and sisters coming home from abroad? Where do people lie? Honest opinion. This is just say it as it is. Like this man did. And he says, I was supposed to write you this email 3 days ago, but I just didn't know how to phrase it, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going to spill it out. This guy is called John Igbo Koi. I have to put him on blast. I have to expose him. And he says, I have a question regarding the African-American community. I see you started an organization to help folks return back to the continent. So basically, we've started this relocation service called Karibu Nyumbani. It's on Patreon. So if you're looking for, links in the different countries that you're going to, if you're looking for tips, etc., you can join us there. Because we get so many emails every week asking, how do I buy land in this country? How do I move to that country? What kind of permit do I need? How do I get a resident permit? So we're just answering those questions on that platform and helping the people who are literally moving in the next couple of months to kind of find their footing back home. So we started that relocation, and we've been talking about it on the show.
First of all, peace and love, family. Hey, y'all. I'm waiting on OTK to pull up. So let's just keep it rolling. This is Dr. Mumby. So I don't know, like the first thing that she was speaking about was interesting. I also thought this was interesting too, as to why this whole thing is going on with this going back to Africa and all of that. So y'all know yesterday it was a few quote celebrities that ended up getting their citizenship to Ghana. So I think that was Umar Johnson, Yandy and Mendices hers, and I think it was someone else too, and along with the other 524 people who was allowed to go over there and get their citizenship. Like, I was like over it. I was like, so they really doing this? And I figured maybe this is something about maybe the more wealthier celebrities, or, you know, maybe this is more so about getting them into the fold. Damn. Oh, there you go.
Now we'll get on in there. I'm going
Result of that
I am a citizen of Ghana. I did not need white man paperwork. I got black man paperwork.
Yeah.
Am I looking like a true Ghanaian? Where my Ghanaian queens at? Where my Elmina queens? My Cape Coast queens? My Accra queens? My Volta region queens? Ladies, do y'all like the outfit? I gotta look the part. I'm a Ghanaian now. I am a proud citizen of the Republic of Ghana. I'm gonna have two queens. One of them gotta be from Ghana. I'm gonna have two queens. One of them gonna have to be from Ghana. I'm gonna have a West African wife because I'm a citizen of West Africa.
Now we'll get on in there. I'm going to what size.
I'm hanging out in the Bowie Town Center with my good sister Yvonne.
Hi guys.
All right, y'all. I just want to drop.
And they'll save that money, and they will.
That y'all good brother. Boy, you don't care about nobody, Umar. He done went over there and got him some citizenship. This is so sane. This is crazy. And that's what I was thinking too, ex St. Louis. I said, everybody that went over there need to keep their ass there. Don't come back. Don't come back when they start treating you crazy and start acting crazy. Do not do it. Okay? Because maybe some of us can breathe and y'all could go on over there and build up their infrastructure and build their nation up. Because we tired of a lot of y'all fake famous people. That's the real tea. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. Hey, y'all. Oh, dang. Akamac, you know I can't get this. Check this out. And dark skinned brother saying he's from Antarctica. Yeah, you know that's going to have to go into the back chat so I could, let me just put the link down here real quick. Because I wasn't trying to put the link in here just yet, because there is a few more things I do want to kind of go over, because I'm trying to find where I saw that Yandy and Mendices also went and got the citizenship. And I'm just like I was telling someone, you know, someone put it in the chat already, but I was saying that this is a complete scam. And like, we have to be careful when it comes down to stuff like this, because we know that West Africa in particular, you know, in most parts of Africa is pretty barren, and, you know, it's really hard to live. Now, we know there's some places there that's obviously it's okay to live, but for the most part, any so-called African American that goes over to Africa, they usually don't have the best experiences. And that's why I was showing y'all a lot of those videos yesterday when we were online, because I think that this whole, and I want to go back to what this gentleman has said, because it's this whole idea around pan-Africanism and being a pan-African and the transatlantic slave trade. You know, a lot of this is really being influenced behind this year return bull crap that's going to have our people putting their a bunch of money into some resources into a place, and then it may not end up turning out the way that they would want it to turn out as. So we just got to be careful. So I don't know if y'all was in here yesterday. Some of y'all was, but some of y'all wasn't, and I'm surprised they don't have like the newer updates of this Ghana thing. And that's what's very interesting to me, because that's big news when a bunch of people were able to go and get their citizenship and call themselves, quote, returning. I think it's preposterous. So let me find that young man, because when he was saying what he was saying with his girlfriend, y'all, like people didn't really like what he was saying. A citizen of Ghana. So he said that he was a citizen of the Republic of Ghana. So all of these 524 people, let me see if I got the article up real quick, because maybe I'll just read the article to you guys so y'all can understand why I am just like, this is insane to me that people actually went through with this. And I think I dropped the link in there already, Akmac. So give me 1 second. Return. No, that's not it. Okay, here it is. So let's read this. Come home. Ghana told African diaspora. Now some Black Americans take its citizenship. Accra, Ghana, flipping through a family album, Keisha Bowers paused on a photo of her as a baby on her father's lap as he held the 1978 album Africa Stand Alone by the Jamaican reggae band Culture. He joined the Ancestors when I was 10 years old. I was supposed to come to Ghana with him, she said. Bowers and her husband, Damon Smith, are among the 524 diaspora members, mostly Black Americans, who were granted Ghanaian citizenship in a ceremony in November. A day earlier, Bowers had marked 10 years since her father's death. Though he was a pan-Africanist who dreamed of visiting Ghana, he never made it there. Bowers and Smith moved to Ghana from Florida in 2023 after visiting the region several times between them since the 90s. They now run a tour business that caters to Black people who want to visit Ghana or elsewhere in West Africa, or like them, have come to consider a permanent move. The November group was the largest one granted citizenship since Ghana launched the Year of Return program aimed at attracting the Black diaspora in 2019. It marked 400 years since the first African slaves arrived in Virginia in 1619. Do y'all hear this? This 400 narrative, this 400 years bullshit been going on since I was 10. Seriously, this 400 year shit been going on since I was 10. I'm tired of America and its math problem. And when I ask, not a coincidence, a serious question, you know what I'm saying? People weren't trying to be honest about how the way that the slave trade story began and how it started. And y'all see it right here. It marked 400 years since the, quote, first Africans arrived in Virginia in 1619. Well, we all know, those of y'all who've been on my channel, Sharice the Realist, y'all can check out the White Slavery is Not a Myth video if you guys would like to get more of a backstory about why I know that the 1619 story is predicated upon white slavery. We know that white folks were being sentenced over here from Britain and other English countries or whatever, and being sentenced over here to the 13 colonies, some for life and some up to a certain period, like they like to put it in history, but ultimately they all were slaves. And that this 1619 story was predicated because they were white slaves way before Black people or quote Black people ever were slaves. So I just want y'all to keep that in mind, that this whole 1619 first Africans in Virginia is cap. All right. So just keep that in mind. These people really tripping. You put it in the back chat. Thank you, baby. All right, give me 1 second. Let me finish read. Damn, I thought I had the article on the stage, y'all. My fault. Damn, I was just reading, didn't have the article up there. My fault, y'all. Damn. Okay. So, y'all, so I'm going over this because I feel like this is a part of a bigger obvious scam or obvious, you know what I'm saying? Don't partake. And please understand that we know with this year of the return, we know that it's coming from a pan-Africanist set or mindset rather, when we know a lot of people here in America who believe that their roots belong in Africa or came from Africa, oftentimes take upon this ideology we often call pan-Africanism. And they begin to spew this idea that everyone and everything is African based off the out of Africa theories, the first and second migrations out of Africa. You know, all of these claims, the idea that all people come from Africa, all of this shit is predicated upon them trying to tell us who we are. Y'all, I don't hear nobody telling Chinese people they Africans. I don't hear nobody telling Indians with red dot Indians that they're Africans. I don't even hear people really telling Caribbeans that they Africans. Really, the only time the Caribbean history comes up is when obviously the slave trade comes up, and we know that our history is one and the same, which a lot of people don't like to acknowledge or recognize when it comes to the islands. So anyway, let me just keep reading this, and then we're gonna put this in the end. But I'm telling you, all of y'all who got this citizenship, I hope you motherfuckers stay on over there. Please don't come home. And I don't know. And if hopefully some of y'all was smart enough to get dual citizenship. All right, so let me finish up this article. It's not long, y'all. So let me just go back again, because I'm sorry I didn't have it on the screen for you guys already. I thought it was up there and I just started reading. So let me take it from the top. Come home. Ghana told African diaspora. Now some Black Americans take its citizenship. Ghana recently granted citizenship to 524 people from the Black diaspora, and most were Black Americans. So the majority of our people, 500, that's not, it's not that bad. They ain't got us going over there in the thousands. So that's good. So people need to really keep it in context that that's not your homeland. This is a scam, in my opinion. Okay. So Accra, Ghana, flipping through a family album, Keisha Bowers paused on a photo of her as a baby on her father's lap as he held the 1978 album Africa Stand Alone by the Jamaican reggae band Culture. He joined the SS's when I was 10 years old. I was supposed to come to Ghana with him, she said. Bowers and her husband, Damon Smith, are among the 524 diaspora members, mostly Black Americans, who were granted Ghanaian citizenship in a ceremony in November. A day earlier, Bowers had marked 10 years since her father's death, though he was a pan-Africanist who dreamed of visiting Ghana. He never made it there. Yeah, all you pan-Africanists do is dream. You obviously use your imagination and make yourselves believe you're from a land that you're not from. So let's start there. And obviously, with all the other social engineering opportunities that came about that allow people to even further push this false narrative. Okay, so we do got to understand that this is coming from, in my opinion, a pan-African base. All of this, right? So let's keep going. The November group was the largest one granted citizenship since Ghana launched the, quote, Year of Return program aimed at attracting the Black diaspora in 2019. It marked 400 years since the first African slaves arrived in Virginia in 1619. And I already explained why the 1619 story is capped. And if y'all don't believe me, go back and look at the White Slavery is Not a Myth video on my page, and y'all will understand why I am saying that the 1619 story was predicated upon white slavery, the slavery that was dominant in America, not us. We was owning them. Okay? I know that sounds cliche to some, or maybe unbelievable to others, but it's facts. It's facts, okay? And these are the facts that they tried to hide. So instead of, they twisted history completely upside down. So I think the history told in reverse thing is valid, okay? Ghana's Tourism Authority and the Office of Diaspora Affairs have extended the program into beyond the return, quote unquote, which fosters the relationship with diasporians. Hundreds have been granted citizenship, including people from Canada, the UK, and Jamaica. Bowers said moving to Ghana gave her family a certain feeling of ease they didn't have in the US. When we see Trayvon Martin, Sandra Bland, all these stories of people being murdered just in their home, living in their home, and being murdered at the hands of police brutality, hearing about it creates trauma, she said. She's also worried about her son, Sadiq, 14. Sadiq towers over loved ones in the way that lanky teenage boys often do. He is shy, but opens up around his younger sister, Selah, 11, and the family's dog, Apollo. In America, being a black male with locks who's very tall for his age, he is treated like a threat. Americans face few obstacles to live in Ghana. Americans face few obstacles to living in Ghana, with most people paying annual residency fee. But Bowers, in getting citizenship, signified more than simply living in Ghana. I didn't need citizenship to tell me that I'm African. Anywhere that I go in the world and someone looks at me, I'm melanated, she says. But my ancestors who wanted to return and come back home, those ancestors who never made it back, she said, that passport for me is for them. Between the 10 to 15 million people were forcibly taken from Africa to the Americas during the transatlantic slave trade, the majority from West and Central Africa. Ghana, then a British colony known as the Gold Coast, was a main point of departure. Child. They're going to keep on doing this to people. They're going to keep on using the narrative of the transatlantic slave trade to dupe people into their money, emotional well-beings, whatever they can do to get y'all on board with this crap. Between 10 to 15 million people were forcibly taken. Where? How, Sway? How? Please tell me. Because the only thing that I've noticed, what they've done with this whole slave trade situation, especially this transatlantic slave trade, more so in particular, is that, you know, they give us this idea of how many bodies it was, how many people it was. It was just all these people. But they've never, ever really gone into details, maybe not up until recent history, but they've never really gone into details about why the fuck do we have this issue where we have all of these numbers, but we have no eyewitness accounts of this. No one can really, truly give you a thorough explanation as to why we don't got no slave ships, not one. And it's and every 30 to 40 years, they got a new slave boat for us. So y'all gotta be careful, man. Seriously. And I know that this type of situation can be hard for some people because they may feel like this is their shit. They feel like that's where they're supposed to be. And that's just not true, man. These people are scamming y'all and using y'all to build their society, to build their shit up. Because I brought up a point last night. I said, wow. I said, for Africa to still look like that, and they took they swear they took us from there. Why Africa still look like that? Y'all must have took the smartest motherfuckers. Because this don't make any sense to me. That's why I know that there is no way that this type of thing could have occurred that way. And that's why I played Dr. Mumby first. They will sit up here and make up anything, family. And we just got to keep with the discernment. And we got to keep busting their ass with this because this is crazy to me. And I'm going to give you a second, Alabama. I'm going to let you jump in there. But I'm gonna finish up and then I'll let you jump in. So as memorials to the slave trade become tourist destinations across West Africa. Tourists. They're trying to get money. And I know it ain't free to get in those little, quote, these tourist destinations. Painful reminders of its brutality are easily accessible. From Ghana to Senegal to Benin, one can visit variations of the door of no return, haunting doorways that open to the Atlantic Ocean where slaves left Africa and their families for the last time. Child, this is sad right here. The joy that people feel in finding connections that were broken long ago is palpable, y'all. Videos of the recent citizenship ceremony shows men and women of all ages waving Ghanaian flags and cheering. Deja Gordon, 33, was one of them. I first visited Ghana in 2015. From then on, I knew that this is a place I wanted to be and a place where I wanted to show other diasporians, African Americans, that we have a place where we belong, she said. This is sad. She moved from Brooklyn to Ghana in 2019. So keep 2019 in mind. And like they said, they made an interesting point at the beginning of this article. So when they did this year of return thing in 2019, we all know that in 1619, this idea that the 20 and odd Negroes were dropped off in Virginia, and this is how slavery began. And I guess it was so significant because from 1619 to 2019, that's 400 years. Like I said, niggas been 400 years a slave forever. We've been 400 years a slave for so long that it doesn't make any sense. All right. So anyway, she moved from Brooklyn to Ghana in 2019 and opened a food truck, Deja Vu's Jerk Hut, selling Jamaican food. Between bagging and go orders and speaking to a Black American tourist couple, she explained how she built the business from scratch. Gordy was giddily while recalling the moment she got citizenship. It just feels good to have a connection to an African country as an African American, as a Black American, because back in America, we don't have anything to trace our roots to but Africa. To have that connection here, I feel like I've done something right. This is sad. We don't have anything to trace our roots back to. No, what traced your roots back to Africa was that fraudulent DNA test, boo. Y'all, they got it. This is sad. And I'm surprised that the Ghanaian government, I'm not even surprised, because when we saw all the videos, I was about to say I was surprised, but I'm really not surprised, because when we looked at all those videos from yesterday, y'all saw how many of these people wanted money from American people, from Black American people that they think is rich or think that they got money. This is a scam, and I'm not feeling it. Okay. But they go off and you want to make yourself believe that that's your home and that those people look at you as one of their own. You got the game messed up. Every last Black American, man, y'all better get it together. Like Bowers, Gordon has had a stream of people reaching out and asking about the citizenship process. The path is not clearly defined. Citizenship must come from a concession from Ghana's presidency, a process made legal under the 2000 Citizenship Act. It's granted to those residing in Ghana who have told the Office of Diaspora Affairs that they are interested in citizenship. Ghana's government, in part, describes the program as a benefit to the economy and focuses on investment opportunities for those wishing to relocate. Festus Owusan, with the local nonprofit Migration Advocacy Center, said that the government emphasized the economic angle. The real benefits of citizenship are intangible. What? I don't think recipients were crying because they have landed a gold mine or they found oil or some kind of business opportunity, but it's something so relieving, which you cannot put value or a price on, he said. President Nana Akufo-Addo administration, which launched the year of return, is on its way out. So he's about to leave this particular president. So he did it right before he was about to get the fuck. Ghana's main opposition party won the presidential election on December the 7th. But Owusan said Black Americans and other diaspora citizens are likely to continue receiving citizenship by presidential concession. Citizenship also can pass to the next generation. The children of Bowers and Smith received it automatically after their parents' ceremony. Bowers' father, like her husband and children, was a follower of the Rastafari faith. Part of the Rastafarian faith or tradition is to repatriate. We see repatriation as the ultimate experience that you can have on this earth, she said. She believes that her father is proud of her. I really feel like he's smiling where he is. He wanted to experience this for himself, so he's experiencing it through me. Y'all, listen, this is nasty work. Nasty. Nasty. Let me find how you doing, Ali Bamu? Peace and love.
Peace and blessings, my sister from another mister.
Yes.
Greetings, and I don't know out here in Podunk, USA, amongst the squatulators, how long I'm gonna be able to hang with you. So let me walk through some of the bullet points. And you use that part of that clip that OTK fired me up on yesterday, and I really didn't get a chance to speak to that young brother who just has so much shit stuffed in his head and cotton stuffed in his ears.
Well, okay,
So
shut the
can
hell
we
up,
walk?
YK. You just walked
Can,
in here. You don't even know what you're talking about. Be quiet.
can
So carry on.
can we just do a couple of bullet points on? Let's start with Dr. Mumby. I'm kind of familiar with her. I mean, I've listened to a couple of her videos before. But the interesting thing is how they keep roping us back in while in the same breath acknowledging that the vast majority of quote unquote African Americans, which means you have to stop calling us African, the vast majority of Americans known as Negroes are not from Africa. And then she turns right around in the same breath and says, I'm here to help you return home. So that means you're here to help kidnap me. Because you are taking me from my home to someplace else. And I'm supposed to, I guess, like be seduced because she's a beautiful sister, right? So I'm supposed to just think with the little head or the big head. You do know what I'm saying. You got a child. And you do know the power of the feminine mystique.
Sure.
So again, they are using us through Big Mama, and in her case, maybe Little Mama, to tell us what, actually, because, you know, this is a mental health issue, and I'm always going to defer to your expertise. You don't need to be papered up, baby. Go get it, though. But you don't need to be papered up when you have a lived experience, correct?
That's right.
Why do we keep reverting
And I
back to what others tell us as opposed to what we have lived? Why do you think that is?
Because it's easy to manipulate people. It's easier for people to believe a lie. And it's always been backwards to me, because even if it don't sound right or if it doesn't sound accurate, a lot of times you'll still go along with it. And I don't know if it's for the sake of just saving face, or if it's a whole nother thing, you know, like, I think a lot of times the truth is hard for people to accept. And I think in this
I
case,
think the word is accommodation, but you can come up with another one. No, I'm trying to.
It's the
I'm
way
really trying to discuss this analytically, not emotionally, not even in a racial category. I'm just trying to look at this objectively. For one, if you have found the land of milk and honey, and you are going to come here as a foreigner, which I don't care how long they have popped babies out here, that only means they're born here. That's what native means. Doesn't mean that you've been put on what they call a reservation. That's like going to a hotel, right? So a reservation, a patch of dirt, is no different than you having a room reserved for you, right? So these people are being reserved to displace the people who own the building, the land, whatever it is that you're sitting on, squatting on, walking on. And you keep telling them what, my dear, as a mental health issue? What do you keep telling these landlords and landladies? Since I've used that term, let's start with tenant.
Okay.
So they're telling landlords and landladies that you are the tenant, not that they are, because they are all foreigners, right?
That's right. Every
Then the
last
next thing is, why don't we analyze what is a citizen?
Yeah, let's analyze that.
Okay, yesterday's broadcast with OTK, where he pops back in here and now, he looked at the etymology based on Latin words that a citizen and a civilian was either a city or a small town. Did you see that part of it yesterday?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Hmm.
But that makes sense. Civilization, small city, small town. Mm-hmm.
So a citizen and a civilian is based on the etymology of the basic fundamental blocks of Latin language to be a city or a small town, which is owned by who? Ladies and lords of the land?
Supposed
How do
to.
you get a town, a township, a settlement, a city, a municipality? How do you get those things?
By establishing the your land.
What slave can establish a land claim? I'm trying to be rational here, Sharice. Not emotional, not triggered as a nigga. I'm talking about, let's have an intelligent discussion about what is at issue here. Land displacement?
Land theft.
Well, yeah, that would be what displaced you.
Well,
Okay?
I know, but just straight up stole it. Like I ain't got. I don't want no. No damn. Nothing
Cookie,
pretty over top of that.
Don't put sugar on shit.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't put lipstick on a pig.
You better not now.
Don't put perfume on Pepe Le Pew.
I'm telling you.
Don't put deodorant on Pigpen.
I'm telling you. Shout out
This
to the
is
chat,
this is
y'all.
some funky shit. And we keep letting people distract us with discussions on what's in a name, what's the latest label, as in brand name, what's the latest fashion, as in a trademark. Everything they have Americans known as Negroes are superficial shit. Who's wearing Gucci? Who's wearing Ferragamo? Who's wearing Sean John? Rocco wear? Who's dancing? What's the latest dance? And after you done sweated out your weave and funked up your underarms, male and female, and drunk and hangover, on Friday eagle flies and on Monday broke as hell. How many decades we've been doing that, dear?
Too long.
2 out of 3, upwards of 3 out of 4 Americans known as Negroes are renters. You don't see a problem in that?
It's a huge problem. It's a huge problem that we're. There's this. Have you ever heard of what's that? That Asian. I don't want to call him he is Asian, but he might be a Korean or something. His name is Andrew something.
Andrew Yang of the Yang Gang, who went to the Breakfast Club and showed you the article, front page of Forbes or Fortune magazine, that said by 2053, they intend the black family, the American known as the Negro, to have what is net worth? Zero. Goose egg?
Zero. Settle.
That was said before Charlemagne the God and DJ Envy, and I think it was Angela Yee before she ran off, right? And what was their response to that conversation, my dear?
They were just as smart. And I don't even, I want to show a little bit of that. Maybe somebody got a small clip of it.
Well, even if I think you went into YouTube and do Andrew Yang on Breakfast Club.
Okay.
Because if we only showed the first minute or two when he exposed the article is still there. Who amongst the Claude Anderson, Tariq Nasheed, FBA community has ever read the article? Who of that community? And as far as Pan-African is concerned,
10 years.
Go ahead, early
Go
Brown.
ahead. No, roll that beautiful bean footage. Because, see, they don't listen to what we got to say. It's got to come out of the mouth of the other man, the Caucasian man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're entering the age of AI. We're going to have self-driving cars and trucks in 5 to 10 years. 30% of malls are going to close in the next 4 years, thanks to Amazon. 2.5 million call center workers in the U.S. are going to get replaced by AI. There was a study in The Guardian that said the median African-American household net worth is going to be 0 by 2053, like in 34 years. You guys see that study?
No.
Yeah, you should look
Pause
it up.
that, dear.
And so why are
Pause
they
that, but I want you to
forecasting
keep that on the loop for the pan-goofy motherfuckers, okay? So, first of all, this is a person of Asian, actually Chinese descent, who probably was sent here on a college student visa. If you didn't know this simple fact, the entire 21st century, which we are now 25 years in, so that's 2000 through 2024. Do you know the Indian government and the Chinese government has been sending on average 100,000 engineers every year to the university systems over here? Not in New Delhi, not in Beijing. Now, if you want to talk about some slavery shit, okay, that's at least over the last 25 years, 2.5 million engineers for China and for India. How much funding do you think there was for their advanced education out of the Indian not taxed pocketbook and purse and wallet? And they are all going back to India and China and building up what, dear?
Africa. Right now.
You mean through One Belt, One Road? You familiar with BRI?
I mean, I know
the
they're
Belt
pretty close
Road
to each
Initiative. You familiar with BRICS, which is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa?
Now I am.
Where is the American in that equation? The punk that's been fleeced as the Indian that should not be taxed. Because if you ever looked at the actual shopping list of foreign aid, go through that sometime. Not only do your homework, go look at all the nations that are receiving financial assistance from the United States government at our expense. While, nigga, we ain't got no more money for you. Huh? You remember how they rolled up on us in Chicago?
Yeah.
With them goddamn illegals?
Hey,
and that fat bastard was telling those that fat bastard was telling those quote unquote black niggas in Chicago, no more money but you.
Yeah. And they feel like they can talk to us like that. They feel like they can.
You mean like Fat Joe?
Yeah.
Like Busta Rhymes.
They feel like they can do it. Just like they all feel like they can tell us who we are, where we come from. Everybody in the world can tell a Black American their history. But when we say no,
so
we're American.
Since you said that, dear, let's circle back to Dr. Mumby. We're going to come back to this because I want you to play that again for the short bus shorties who are slow on the uptake. Dr. Mumby said, what should you embrace and what would the universe give you if this is your home? Do you remember that part of what she said?
I think that was that on the first video I was playing?
Yes.
Yes. I'll go back to that for you.
But then still said, come back home. Wait a minute. Is that a conflicting message?
Absolutely. Because we know, obviously, that's why I played that video. Because I said, dang, on the back end, she was saying this. But then when I went and looked at that other video, I'm like, she's saying this. So I'm not, I was just confused. So I just played both of them.
And you haven't heard Tariq, who has participated in the same shenanigans, talk about how you can't come over there without a bag in whatever African nation that's recruiting you.
Yeah, but he backpedaling too, because everybody's going to have to come into the fold and be honest about whether or not there was an original presence of so-called Black people here. And it was. And that's what's being ignored. And that
so how is she talking out of both sides of her neck
I don't know.
They all like to say that the whole world was melanated But then in the same breath claim that all of the people, I guess, walked out of Africa, because it seems to be always by foot. Okay. But yet and still, even if you use Pangea and the so-called one world continent, the oldest part of the dirt of that continent is here. So how would the people not be first inhabiting in the oldest place and go move from the oldest to the youngest? I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking, but you got it, sis.
Let me finish the rest of Andrew Chang. What's his last name?
That's Yang. You don't remember the Yang gang?
I done said Chang. I didn't mean
the Yang
Why are they
gang
forecasting
and
that
YANG.
African American net worth is going to go to
Let's
because
go.
we're entering the age of AI. We're going to have self-driving cars and trucks in 5 to 10 years. 30% of malls are going to close in the next 4 years, thanks to Amazon. 2.5 million call center workers in the U.S. are going to get replaced by AI. There was a study in the Guardian that said the median African American household net worth is going to be zero by 2053, like in 34 years. You guys see that study?
No.
Well, yeah, you should look it up. And so why are they forecasting that African American net worth is going to go to zero? It's because of this economic tidal wave that is coming. This economic tidal wave is going to wipe out many working class jobs. And it's going to be the equivalent of a natural disaster. And we know what happens in a natural disaster. Who suffers? Poor people who don't have the resources, people of color, and the same thing's going to happen in this. So because we're entering the age of AI, we're going to have self-driving cars and trucks in 5 to 10 years. 30% of malls are going to close in the next 4 years.
All right, so
did he just not name the criminals for you? That in case you short bus shorties don't know, that's Jeff Bezos and Amazon and the warehouses that are being automated by robots as we speak. Tesla, Elon, South African American musky ass bastard, has already said he needs who to come here under H-1B while they transition you less efficient R word, because they actually use the R word, lazy boy meets world watching United States citizen, because you know they're not Americans. I'm working on my exacting language, Sharice, because there is only one categorical American. Everyone else calling themselves American are identity thieves. And then he had the nerve to say that the Guardian has studied you niggers in niggerdom to be valued at zero by 2053. Who has the unmitigated gall, not just to tell you that in your face, Sharice, but what is the intentions of said statement?
Well, we can look at that two ways. We can look at that as maybe they're trying to warn us about what's to come. Or on the other hand, they telling us, and maybe they want to see what we're going to do with the information.
How many read that since he ran for president in 2020? Which is now 4 years ago. And where is Andrew Yang now, by the way? Is he warning niggas? Is he your best friend while he was trying to get you to vote for him? Okay. Where is Kamami Harris, who's been in the witness protection program since election day?
Yeah, they say she came out to do the certification.
As instructed. So again, where are these people?
These people are invaders.
Now, I see your article there. Cook on it, girl. Cook on it. What does that article study of the American known as the Negro tell you?
All right, y'all. Study predicts huge and growing gulf between white U.S. households and everyone else could be disastrous for future of America's middle class. Growing up in the projects of Baltimore in the 1980s, things like savings accounts, stocks, and bonds were completely foreign to Myasia Hamilton. Asked if her parents could have passed along some money to help her buy a car, go to school, or put into a house, she can't help but chuckle. No, that wasn't there. There was no wealth. My mother was working. She was providing. We weren't on the street begging, but there was no money in terms of here you go, no money to pass down. Now 48, Hamilton is on a path to a different reality, working as a medical office manager and earning her college degree. The mother of 5 manages to squelch away $50 a month by furiously clipping coupons and being extremely, quote, frugal. $50 a month. $50 is definitely not my goal, but it's all I can do with the money that's going out, Hamilton said, and it's working. A decade after she began working with the financial coach, she is on track to have a positive net worth by March 2018. I'm so driven to do that. It's important to me. But Hamilton is in the minority in execution, if not intention. A new report calculates that median wealth for Black Americans will fall to zero by 2053 if current trends continue. Latino Americans, who are also experiencing a sustained downward wealth slide, will hit zero about 2 decades later, according to the study by Prosperity Now and the Institute for Policy Studies. By 2020, median Black and Latino households stand to lose nearly 18% and 12% of the wealth they held in 2013, respectively, while median white households' wealth increases by 3%, the report states. At that point, just 3 years from now, white households are projected to own 86 times more wealth than Black households and 68 times more wealth than Latino households. 86 times more wealth is
You do know that it's already on average, a family of 4 is between 100 and 150,000 for the quote unquote white category, when it's 10 to 15,000 for the quote unquote Black category. So you circle back in the article again about who's planning for the American known as the Negro to have zero in their own house again. Who's planning this?
All of these people who don't belong here. All of these people who are in charge and shouldn't be in charge. They are in positions committing treasonous crimes. And this is one of them. Like, it's crimes against humanity. And then who do we pinpoint and exactly blame? That.
Now, you know, the Guardian is a British that is in England. Prince Charles is where the Guardian is housed in jolly old England, who is studying the American, not the United States citizens. They are saying what about the actual American again, my dear?
That we're going to be broke in 2053.
No, not broke ass niggas like Fat Joe said, huh? So that is a statement of fact. You broke ass niggas.
Yeah. It's mean. It's nasty, but it's what we're headed to, and I don't know how much of this we're going to be able to stop.
And how much are the Boule Black elected official, Black business community, nigga preachers sucking on chicken bones? How much are they complicit with this, dear?
100%. I believe they know exactly what they're doing, and they're being instructed to not help and to be a part of the problem and to be against us ultimately. So that's why we have these kinds of weird societies and things that don't matter. So who is this? Oh, okay. She wants to interview. Anyway. Oh. You mean to do that?
Mic check. Mic check.
Yep.
The hunky hole has risen and it reared its ugly head.
Yeah, but your other profile, okay, there you go, it just went away. All right, so let me just finish this real quick so people can understand what we're actually, why we're talking about all of this. I mean, I just think we're in more danger than ever before. And I'm just not, if we don't get on board in terms of getting on one accord with who we are and how we want to be represented, this is going to continue to be a problem. I think they banked on us arguing about this shit for the rest of our lives. Arguing about who's from here, who's from there. Oh, you look like this, you must be that. You know, just having these silly discussions that are so counterproductive to what
Sharice, while you're feeling that in the background, the YouTube video that pops up, Most Def loses citizenship in South Africa. You remember that story?
Mm-hmm. when they wouldn't
If
let
you
him back
could pull,
into America, right?
could you pull that up too while we're walking back down memory lane? Cook sis.
Yeah, I thought OTK but would have been on by now. Loses South African.
So Yang Gang told you 4 years ago, Jeff Bezos will put your ass out of that funky Amazon warehouse job and driving the truck because Elon Musk is putting robots and automated taxis. You do see that's what he's pushing, right? Currently. And Vivek Ramaswamy would tell your trifling ass, you a lazy Oh, I'm sorry. That ain't news. That niggas are lazy, huh? But go ahead, sis.
Okay, let's see what they got here. This is about him being arrested. Okay, hold on. That's not it. That's not it, right? You didn't want to know about him being arrested.
Well, maybe the Pan-Africans want to know how he was arrested, since that seems to be their culture coming from behind prison bars, isn't it? Isn't that what all these
aka Most Def, is facing immigration charges after being arrested and detained in South Africa for reportedly violating immigration laws. He is facing charges of using a false identity, using an unrecognized travel document, and helping his family stay in the country illegally, according to a South African Home Affairs representative. The rapper actor is out on bail and has a March 8th court date. Bay has lived in the country since 2013. Upon his arrival in South Africa, he presented an American passport. His visitor's permit was only valid through 2014, which he violated by staying in the country. Last night, Kanye West tweeted a message from Yasin Bey, KanyeWest.com, which contained a freestyle titled, "No More Parties in SA." Here's a clip.
No more parties in SA. Please tell them no more parties in SA. Hey, Home Affairs, I don't need to stay. I'll leave and I'll stay away. I committed no crime any place. Why these police up in my face?
What do you think should happen to Brother Yasin Bey? Give us your thoughts in the comments.
So his name is
when you rewind that, I want you to remember who is Tyler and why is she a colored girl for whom the rainbow is not enough.
Dang, I didn't know his name was Yasin Bey when he changed his name.
That's why I need you to rewind it for the pan goofy motherfuckers on the short bus. This is called a public service announcement for you dimwits.
Yasin Bey, aka Most Def, is facing immigration charges after being arrested and detained in South Africa for reportedly violating immigration laws. He is facing charges of using a false identity,
I got you, big
using
dog,
an unrecognized travel document, and helping his family stay in the country illegally, according to a South African Home Affairs representative. The rapper actor is out on bail and has a March 8th court date. Bey has lived in the country since 2013. Upon his arrival in South Africa, he presented an American passport. His visitor's permit was only valid through 2014, which he violated by staying in the country. Last night, Kanye West tweeted a message from Yasin Bey, KanyeWest.com, which contained a freestyle titled, "No More Parties in SA." Here's a clip.
No more parties in SA. Please tell them no more parties in SA. Hey, Home Affairs, I don't need to stay. I'll leave and I'll stay away. I committed no crime any place. Why these police up in my face?
What do you think should happen to Brother Yasin Bey? Give us your thoughts in the comments.
Now, one quick fact before you take it, big dog. You know who overstayed and violated their student visa? Him and his brother? Ding, 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 ding. Elon Musk. You got it, big dog. What's happening, Captain?
Hey, big dog.
Grand rising, everybody. Much love and respect. I'll check in a little bit. Y'all got it.
All right, cool. And I'm going to drop the link for anyone else who might want to come up and join the panel until Big Bro OTK pull up, if he pull up. I'm sure he will.
Circle back to Dr. Mombi so we can analyze the statement and the contradictions of where is your home, dear? Okay. Where is your home?
So the first video I had showed from her it was entitled "All African Americans Did Not Come from Africa," and then the other one was, and I'm thinking that's the one you want to see. Where was it? Where'd she go? Oh man, did I exit it out? Oh, here it is. No, I exited out. But I do got something else interesting though that you might want to look at, Alibama. I can't believe I exited that other one out. Maybe I could pull it back up because I did. I try to email everything I want to show to myself first, so I won't lose it. But hold on, let me see, because maybe I can look down. Give me a second, family. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. Let me go ahead and just take a quick little recess.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it down. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it down. Slow mo.
Oh shit! Sorry, y'all.
John Igbo Koi. I have to put him on blast. I have to expose him. And he says, I have a question regarding the African American community. I see you started an organization to help folks return back to the continent. So basically, we've started this relocation service called Karibu Nyumbani. It's on Patreon. So if you're looking for, links in the different countries that you're going to, if you're looking for tips, etc., you can join us there. Because we get so many emails every week asking, how do I buy land in this country? How do I move to that country? What kind of permit do I need? How do I get a resident permit? So we're just answering those questions on that platform and helping the people who are literally moving in the next couple of months to kind of find their footing back home. So we started that relocation and we've been talking about it on the show, etc. But get what this guy says. I actually got offended. He went on to say, aside, and it's you helping, aside from your organization, we know that the African American community will look to Africa when all hell breaks loose in America. Aside from the exploitation, they did it before with Liberia. Did they?
I was going to say,
I thought all hell didn't break loose in the divided
Liberia now. But
anyway, you see, these are people who you don't even know the right. It's so. He says, my question is, how do you vet the people coming in? I'm asking because the state of the African American community, especially with the females, do we really want that amongst us?
Pause right there, sis, for a minute.
On one hand, beloved,
you jump on it and I'll take the baton.
Go ahead, Ali Bay.
No, because this is talking about the first out of his mouth was who? What females? But I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. You say it. Now I'll jump on it.
Now that's the first thing, and I noticed that most men from that type of those African men or any other men, a lot of times Black women are not favored in terms of attitudes and things like that. Because even last night, I was showing a video of the lady who bought her house, and before we'll go right back to this, she bought her house in West Africa or something like that. I was showing them, but she was also talking about how, every time she went through some type of check or something like that, they always had to pay and stuff like that. She said she couldn't just get rah and be like, you wrong. Why are you charging her that? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't behave a certain way. So I'm not sure if he was just trying to, maybe in the sense it would cause drama because a lot of the women in America, especially Black women, are extremely independent. So, you know what I'm saying?
Now, is that the corporate version or the hood rat version?
What you mean the hood rat version?
Okay, so there's, like you said earlier, there's two ways to look at this. There's layers to this insult, right? So am I seeing your neck go back and forth? What was the name? What Jada's baby? Willow? I whip my hair back and forth. I whip my hair back and forth. Okay. So
it's that stuff they try to give us a hard time for and a hard time about. And it is very disrespectful. And we don't even want to go to Africa.
Is it misogynistic?
For sure.
Is it paternalistic?
Definitely.
Are most of these cultures in Africa a patriarchy? In the clan division, don't they circumcise the female?
Yep.
And what is that again? Is that removing your actual pleasure center, supposedly?
Mm-hmm. Yep, your sense of feeling. Yep.
That's dictating what as a man on a woman.
And they know they won't be able to do that with Black American women.
Domination.
not Black American
control.
Women. Not
perpetual servitude. I mean, you niggas over here, y'all used to be a perpetual servant, right? You're accustomed to that, right? I'm sorry. What did Commandment Harris say? I'm not going to do anything just for the Blacks, right?
It did say that.
So which type of women they have a problem with, or all you nigga bed wenches?
Everybody got a problem with Black women. It's sick.
Is it only Black women that are the American? Well, other women, Rachel Dolezal, Kamala Harris, they claim to be what again? They're cosplaying as what again?
As Black Americans, as quote African Americans, as quote
as Fat Joe, the blonde, green-eyed Dennis the Menace, who thought he was what again? He didn't think he was Puerto Rican.
He thought he was Black.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now,
that Puerto Ricans can't be Black and white. Because
I'm confused, Sharice. But isn't that what mental illness would cause? Confusion.
Yes. A confusion and in a perspective to the slave trade and our story of victimhood type of mentality as well.
Okay, so what's the conflicting messages out of this sister's mouth?
That on one end,
you're not from here.
Yep.
But come back home.
But exactly, yeah,
I'm confused. I'm confused.
because they know that because people just be talking real fast, and sometimes she probably didn't even think that people would really be listening. But come on now, we listening.
Let me show you some examples of how when you're listening and you use the God-given talent, it's called brain cells. When you use your brain cells and you communicate with clarity, and you, oh my God, you have another word. Is it called comprehension? What should we comprehend, my dear? Besides scamming, because do you know who is known culturally for scamming? As a friend of mine, she created this phrase. I'm gonna give her credit, but I'm not gonna call her out. The Nigerians.
Who came up with
the
that?
Nigerians are known worldwide for what?
Scamming. Let me stop.
Okay, let me show you how this is bullshit.
They do it in America too.
Let me show you how this is bullshit. Has any of these African nations, who, by the way, were created and named in the wake of the Civil Rights Movement, who were motivated and organized by Malcolm Little, known as Malcolm X, who died as El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, have you heard any African head of state say, "Thank you, niggas"?
Nope.
Have you heard any African head of state or any African nation say, "Where are my lost children"?
Never.
Have you seen any African head of state or any African nation go to the United Nations, which is located where again, Sharice? In the rotten core of the Big Apple?
Yep, right here. And
have you heard any African head of state? You pan-goofy motherfuckers. Have you heard any African head of state or any African nation extend citizenship, cash, money, free?
Never.
So
you
what the fuck?
gotta pay to be over there in Ghana too. They think it's about, like, I'm sure they had to pay for that citizenship.
So what the fuck are we talking about?
Really?
Are we talking about? I think the word's already been used. Are we talking about tourism?
Absolutely.
Are we talking about development? When I'm talking about development,
yes.
I'm like developers over here. What's the phrase they use? Indian removal, urban renewal, gentrification, redlining. Do I need to keep going? Has any of those policies affected the fake Native American on the reservation? Any one of those policies I just laid? And if it affected an African in America, not an African American, why did those policies I just laid, which are targeting the Indian removal since 1830, correct? That's the law, right? The Indian Removal Act created a law, unlawful, illegal phrase called land speculation. Do you know who the #1 land speculator was? He got a nickname, Sharice. You ever heard of the Indian killer? Andrew Jackson.
That's what they was calling him?
Andrew Jackson.
Why are you calling him the Indian killer?
No, he called himself that shit. Wow, President of the United States of America.
Yeah. Because I never heard him being referred to.
And on day one of his first administration, guess who put him in the Oval Office over his shoulder as a real estate mogul? Donald John Trump. And in 2005, with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, again, you pan-goofy motherfuckers who can't read or comprehend, how about some facts? All property law under the 2005 ruling of the Supreme Court, written by the only Jewess, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, on the court, said that all property law is based on the doctrine of discovery. What does that statement say to you, dear?
That's the doctrine that we know. The doctrine of discovery is convert or die.
Kill the Indian and save the man or woman for what? Perpetual servitude? So you create the Negro out of the American to serve who in perpetuity, my dear? I'm asking as a mental health professional. Is that some sick mentally shit?
Yep.
Some sick mental shit.
Yeah, and I responded with convert or die because we know too, like, with the doctrine of discovery and all that shit. A lot of that was people being forced to practice Christianity and different things like that. And in the event that they didn't practice Christianity, they were pushed out.
In
And,
2005,
yeah.
in 2025, which is now 20 years since 2005, how do Christian Negroes behave? 2 out of 3, up to 3 out of 4 of them don't own a home.
Nope.
And
Nope.
this bitch just told those ignorant niggas where their home was again. I'm sorry. I'm confused. Sharice, I'm confused.
They get the pastors rich instead of the pastors making sure that the community is rich and the community is full. You know what I'm saying? And it's sick. It's sick. We've been purely ran on false doctrine, just straight up indoctrination in every fucking corner that we turn. They want to control how we think, everything. And when they control how you think, they can control everything else. Control how you move, what you do, without even realizing that you're being controlled.
Do you know what a CDC is, my dear?
What you talking about? The Center for Disease Control?
No, I'm talking about a community development corporation where Reverend Chicken Bone runs that shit, where dilapidated properties where tenants have been run out of, and they hand those properties over to Reverend Chicken Bone, and who is building up what? Developing those properties and displacing the American known as the what?
The Negro. Yeah, and it's still happening. It never stopped. It never freaking stopped. And they wonder why we in the position that we in now with no power, no wealth, nothing. And they wanted it to be just like this.
So again, what's this two-time and two-faced, slick talking, succubus African woman saying again? Because I am confused, Sharice. What is she saying again? Would you rewind that beautiful beam footage, please, my dear?
Yes.
And sisters coming home from abroad. Where do people lie? Squeamish about our brothers and sisters coming home from abroad. Where do people lie? Honest opinion. You know, this is just say it as it is. Like this man did. And he says, you know, I was supposed to write you this email 3 days ago, but I just didn't know how to phrase it, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going to spill it out. This guy is called John Igbo Koi. I have to put him on blast. I have to expose him. And he says, you know, I have a question regarding the African-American community. I see you started an organization to help folks return back to the continent. So basically, we've started this relocation service called Karibu Nyumbani. It's on Patreon. So if you're looking for, you know, links in the different countries that you're going to, if you're looking for tips, etc., you can join us there. Because we get so many emails every week asking,
just for a
how
moment,
do I buy land
dear.
in this country? How do I move to that country? What kind of permit?
So, Sharice, how many of these transplanted Pan-Africans are lined up on that website? Listen, rhetorical question.
Probably
I'm
not
ask
a
you
lot.
to answer.
I know. They stayed only 524 when they got this citizenship. So I thank God all of us ain't running over there.
Okay. No, I'm talking about the ones who know they are from there. That is to help them, right?
Oh, yeah, that's to help them.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. I'm confused by the message. Did she say she's trying to get who to come home? I'm confused.
After what she just said, that's what I'm saying. Weird. I don't know.
Do you get what I'm asking, Sharice?
Let's see.
And why should these people who have been on student visas since the 70s and the 80s, why should they return where they came from again? Why does she need these, whoever these African Americans are, return there to do what, Sharice?
To build their economy, to invest back into their land.
You mean these pan-goofy motherfuckers aren't saying that every day? None of these pan-Africanists are saying and campaigning, and they should all know that website, shouldn't they? Should they? I mean, I don't know. I'm just doing a public service announcement, Sharice. I mean, I'm just here to help you out of love, my brothers and sisters, because This shit is getting packed. You know how it happens when you have too many unwanted guests at the holiday time? Isn't this about the time for them to leave the first week of January? Is that about the time,
They know
Sharice?
their birthdays. They always
Is that
born.
about the time, Sharice? When you overstayed your welcome, huh?
They ain't going nowhere. I don't know why not though. That's what I'm saying. Why are they trying to make or force this idea on us when they won't even stay home their goddamn self? This is what throws me off about all of this return to Africa shit. It's kind of
Do
like,
you know the difference between Emmanuel Acho? Are you familiar with Emmanuel Acho, former NFL player, and Godfrey, the comedian? Do you know what's the difference between those two gentlemen? Both Nigerians, by the way.
I'm not really familiar with the other guy, but I know who Godfrey is.
Have you hearing him standing on American Indian business?
Who, Godfrey?
Have you been hearing him stand 10 toes down, even if he's misappropriating it, calling it FBA?
No, I haven't heard him do it.
Oh, you need to be hearing him have his come to Jesus moment in the wake of Fat Joe.
He's a contradiction, though. That's why I don't like listening to him. Like one
Is
minute
he a contradiction any more than Tariq Nasheed now trying? You see how hard Aboriginal is to come out of his mouth? It's an uncomfortable word when you're not accustomed to something, right? When you're a two-faced and trying to talk out of both sides of your neck, the message is muddled, right? So which is it? Are we perpetual slaves transported from somewhere else, or are we a prisoner of war in our own house? Which is it? Because both things can't be equally true.
Oh, it can't?
No, because those who can show they've been from somewhere else, should they return? Because I believe that's the whole point of this video, right?
Yes. I mean, I don't know if they can show it. I think that what they're showing is like DNA, things like that. So they're not showing any type of ancestral
DNA collected by the Israeli and German companies that the Israeli government will not allow Israeli citizens to take the same DNA test. Is that the test you're talking about?
Yes. I was showing this yesterday on a little bit of this yesterday, that a lot of the people going back to Africa is them getting their DNA test results. Oh, not just in this country, but or that West African country of Ghana, but several other West African countries that they had on their DNA test. But a lot of their DNA tests brought them to that motherland. The fraudulent DNA test, when we all know it's up for 23andMe and all of them right now. I'm trying to find that clip of that young man and that young woman again. Like I ain't playing it, y'all, to laugh at her, talk about it wasn't no snacks in Africa. I'm not playing it for that. I'm going to play it again because we're her boyfriend.
Well, let's not forget the incidents of the women. One woman has been there since the 70s who got killed in her prop. But I'm sorry, I don't want to spoil the movie. Go ahead, sis. Cook on it.
We can talk about that because I was telling them yesterday that it was a lot of so-called Black women over there being killed in Guyana, and a lot of our people getting hurt out here playing around in another country. I ain't gonna say playing around because I do believe some people are trying to, I guess, create a life for themselves or what have you, or whatever they're trying to do.
Sharice, you mean they didn't see Viola Davis in The Woman King? You mean they didn't watch the documentary of the Clotilda? Because that's supposed to be where the last quote unquote African slave came from, the Dahomey Kingdom, which is Ghana, which is the Ivory Coast, which is Benin, according to these Pan-African goofy ass motherfuckers, right? You mean they didn't see The Woman King?
And besides for the DNA test, a lot of them are running from America because of racism. I heard that in a couple videos. The one chick said her 14-year-old son, she was worried about him. But that's why most of them run, because how America is. But grand rising, everybody. Power to the people. Sharice,
Power to the
always love.
motherfucking people. Thank
Alabama,
you.
much love, brother. Everybody in the chat, man.
Hey, and
Y'all
I'm
got
gonna show a clip on 23 and Me too. It's up for them. It's up and stuck for all of these DNA testing
But
companies.
aren't they on one step away from bankruptcy?
Yeah, because the boyfriend is the owner of Google. So I'm not sure what's going on, or I'm gonna go back over it. But I mean, I know what's going on, but I don't know what's going on currently. But as far as that, there was a lot of mismanagement going on. There was, them trying to give this idea that, we're not only testing the DNA to find where they're from, but we're testing the DNA so that we can do medical breakthroughs and blah, 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 blah. Bull crap. But this young man, Alabama, I think he was speaking to a lot to what you were speaking to in terms of a pan-Africanist idea. Because when this video came out, they got a lot of backlash. Well, she did, but he's with her, so of course, he gonna stand with his young lady or whatever. But he ended up getting a lot of backlash. For saying what she said about Africa, especially they got the backlash from a lot of Pan-Africans. So he gonna speak on that.
You good?
Yes, I'm good.
All right, so it's a couple of topics I want to handle. First off is, like she said, ain't nobody fucking complaining. And even if we was complaining, that's our freedom of speech. We do what the fuck we want to do. If you don't like what we got to say, then keep scrolling. I seen a lot of people on old girl page. I'm not even gonna put her name out there because, like I said, that's female business. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But I seen a lot of people on her page talking about something. Oh yeah, I had to click off and this, that, and the third. All right, well, click off and go live your life. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy how many people, and it's crazy how many black people, all you fake ass, want to be hotep, woke ass, dashiki wearing motherfuckers coming on the page and saying, don't say nothing bad about Africa. Don't say nothing bad about the motherland. Or don't say nothing about that. That's like me going to Chicago and fucking dismissing all the niggas that's getting shot and saying, oh yeah, these little young niggas around here shooting people, ain't nothing wrong with that. That's cool. They doing what they supposed to do. They doing what they know how to do. Nah, that shit is unacceptable. That's what the fuck it is. And as long as you keep thinking that it is acceptable, or you keep ignoring the fact of the matter that is happening, then it's going to continue to happen. And that's why black people ain't getting nowhere now. Because y'all niggas so fucking soft that y'all don't want to be able to tell y'all own people, man, y'all niggas fucking up. Y'all got to step y'all game up. That's the problem. So y'all motherfuckers walking around here with the goddamn, with the shit on y'all head and the fucking dashiki African red robe talking about something. Man, y'all keep talking bad about Africa and all that other shit. But ain't nobody saying nothing bad about Africa. We telling you what we see. We telling you what we are across Ghana. We are telling you what we have experienced in the first week that we have been here. First of all, I've been in the military. I've been overseas numerous times. I've been to Afghanistan. I've been to Iraq. I've been to Somalia. I've been to Lithuania. I've been to Dubai. I've been to Saudi Arabia. I've been to a whole bunch of foreign lands. I've been to a lot of third world countries when I was in the military. The thing is, even when you're in the military and you have everything at your disposal, when you first hit town and you go out here, it's going to be a culture shock. I don't give a fuck what you think that you're ready for. I don't care how you say that you're prepared and that you're willing to deal with anything. You may be willing to do with everything, but at the same time, you still have to have time to adapt to what's going on. That's just human nature. You can't just jump in a cold ass water and don't feel nothing. You're gonna have to jump in that cold ass water, get that chill off, and then
I think they from DC.
That's how it works. So when we come here and we telling you the experiences that we're seeing, because we're just starting off, and we get all this bash from these fake ass woke people because they don't want to hear nothing bad about Africa. Y'all some bullshit, and half of y'all motherfuckers ain't never even left y'all city. Half of y'all are sitting around here in the inner city, motherfuckers getting shot and stabbed every day, walking around acting like ain't nothing happening, but want to tell somebody not to talk bad about a country that you ain't never even visited. Go get your money right, and then come out here and then put your shit on YouTube. A lot of y'all motherfuckers coming out here, or not even out here by yourself, because y'all ain't even invested enough money to come out here and do something like this. We've been saving up money, and we've been planning on this for years now. We've been doing research and everything. We got 4 kids with us and 2 adults. None of this shit is cheap. None of this shit is cheap. So everybody want to sit right here from the comfortability of the American home talking about something. Don't be talking bad about Africa, and you can't even afford to fucking leave your goddamn state. Stay the fuck off our YouTube page.
Amen.
That's what y'all need to do.
Amen. Now, my brother. Now, first of all, Sheree, he looked like Yaki Awakened, but she damn sure look like what they've passed off for a goat and dowry. I'm not saying she's African.
She said she her father is her father is African. That's what she said.
Okay. So did he meet her there? Or did she come to America and bring him back?
Nah, she grew up in DC. They both grew up in the DMV area together. She got a African father. That's it. Her mother is the American.
Okay, so Umar, here's your African queen. Now, again, the earlier video he said he had to have two. That sounds like some polygamous shit, right? So is he in
5 wives?
Okay, so is he a Mormon or a Muslim, or I mean, what kind of nigga is he? But again, I fuck Umar. But anyway, you get what I'm saying though, right? So whether these goofy motherfuckers will listen, and I think you need to keep this up as a public service announcement. Anybody here comes up and talking that shit, rewind the beautiful being footage, my dear. And
because I know some people was getting a little flustered by, because I mean it was pretty long. It was like 20 minutes, and my girl was going off, okay, because it wasn't no snacks. And she's not happy about that Alabama. My girl kind of thick. Look at my girl. She got to have her snacks and everything that she need. They don't want to be sitting over there continuing to get pressed out.
You mean that these are not African American? These are Americanized Africans?
Man, they moved over there and they got put in a trick bag. When they found out, they didn't know.
So let's be very clear here again. These are Americanized Africans. These are not African American, and the American is not an African.
Alabama.
I'm talking about her. You said she's got a second generation or first generation born and raised in DC. So she's first generation native born Americanized African.
But I'm saying though, so it make her a full African, even though she got one parent that's black.
Well, isn't they saying one nigga in the woodpile make you African?
I don't know, man.
And more than
come on, big dog. Come on, big dog. You know you run with them goddamn goofy motherfuckers. What are they telling us every day?
Well, at least she knows it. That's the difference between, like, she actually has a parent that she knows is an African, but she went in on Africans too. Well, this girl wasn't playing with them either. What? Oh, Alabama, you must have missed this yesterday. You must have.
Airbnbs, if you want a nice one, it's going for a big SUV that can go. So I didn't get gaffled nowhere. I just don't like the prices. And you can't, and I know I can't compare Africa to America, but what I can say is I'll be damned if I'm gonna buy a 3-bedroom house for $500,000. I got a fucking 6-bedroom mansion sitting at home for $100,000. It just don't add up, and it's not equivalent to what I'm willing to pay for. Everybody got what they're willing to pay for. I'll be a damn fool to come out here and get a house in Africa when I'm looking outside in the dirty slums and seeing goats and dogs and shit running around for $500,000 for a 3 or 4 bedroom house. That makes no sense. But don't look at me that I'm wrong for feeling like that. Because everybody got their way of living. We came from the gutter. We both was next door neighbors, grew up on the same block. We came from the gutter, and we managed to pull ourselves up and look at everybody else still sitting there. So we're not going to go to Africa and be fucked up and be guttered too. I ain't asked nobody for nothing. I ain't asked for no handouts. I didn't ask for no parades. I was just sharing my experience. My experience is that Africa needs help. It needs work. We came out here to build Africa. I closed all my businesses down. And of course, I could have stayed in that colonized as United Snakes of America and dealt with their bullshit and kept getting my money. I could have did that. I do taxes. I don't pay taxes. I do them. Okay, so I could have stepped in. I could have dealt with that. But no, I decided, no, I'm going to close all shop. I'm going to come out here. I'm going to get me a bus, and I'm gonna do free teeth cleaning and spas for the people in the village. Then I'm going to treat these young girls. I'm going to get their tampons, their baby items and wipes, and I'm going to do a nonprofit program.
Now, I'm not going to lie. Like, that sounds like a great idea, what she's trying to do. But she just need to do it at home. Because there's plenty of black little girls in the hood that need tampons on a regular. Little kids need shit on a regular that you could do at home in America full. But like I said, I understand what her situation, because she got an African parent. So maybe this whole thing is different for this experience. I think it's shocking to her because she's part Ghanaian. And when they look at her, they don't see that.
Business is my forte. That's what I do. So I didn't come out here for a job. I didn't come out here to rent. I didn't come out here to live on nobody's couch. I didn't come out here to live with no diasporas or none of that bullshit. If you want to help me, help me. But I'm not asking you to. I'm not begging. And then with the people who did offer to help us, we do know a lot of people in Ghana. I've been knowing people in Ghana. All my life, I knew people here. I've been to people, Ghana, Nigeria, all over. Gambia, Tanzania, I know people all over. But at the same time, I'm independent. That's how I've always been. I've always held my own. God blesses the child that holds his own. I've always held my own. So I'm not going to get out here and change now. So for the people who did come and say, hey, I'm going to help you, I'm going to find that, every last one of them was a failure. Because every last one of them was in it for themselves. Watch the company you keep in the crowd you bring, because you got to look at people for what they are. You can have people come out here that lives out here and be like, okay, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you get through. I'm going to talk for you. I don't need you to talk for me. The only thing that I would need you for is if somebody's trying to take advantage of me and you could talk to them and say, no, you're not about to take advantage of these people. But other than that, I speak the language. I can talk to them myself. That don't mean they ain't gonna get over on me. They might even use you to get over on me. So that's what another thing y'all have to be very careful of. Is people out here that don't have your best interest at heart. They will sit here and they will act like they friends with you, they fuck with you, everything good. Let me help you. I'm gonna help you pave the way. You gonna get you a house and get there. They setting up a house for themselves the whole time. I'm gonna help you get a car. They making sure they got transportation the whole time. And I need you to invest in me too, making sure they got shit the whole time. And then you'll have, let me introduce you to my friend that works at the DMV that's gonna hook you up with a driver's license, and they trying to take money off the top. And they letting their DMV friends fuck you. I got stories for days. Then you got people that say, I'm gonna help you get a house, and they have their friend who introduce you to them, they get money off the top. Everybody's getting money off the top of you. Remember that, everybody. So you can't trust nobody. I don't care where they from, Tom, Dick, or Harry. Don't trust them. Nobody in Ghana. And just like I have to tell people all day, every day, when they come to me with them outrageous ass prices, I said, I seen that shit coming. I knew you wasn't about shit. But I mean, let me tell you, I already knew what the fuck you was going to do. Don't give me no damn American price. Give me a Ghanaian price. Don't give me no American price, because the moment they open their mouth, I know they're going to fuck with me. I know they're going to try, but I'm not going for the okie doke. I know they're going to try. And this is another thing I want to say before I pass the torch. In America, how we was raised is that if I don't have enough money to do something, or I do, let's say I don't have my papers that I need to go get my driver's license. You working at the DMV, I'm gonna go to you and I'm be like, man, I need a driver's license. Can you hook me up? The driver's license might be $40. What cuz gonna say? Because the code, the street, when you hip, when you down with the code, you say, all right, give me the $40 for the driver's license and give me $100 for helping you out, because I'm about to give you a driver's license and you ain't got no paperwork. So without me, you can't do shit. You be like, all right, bam, let me throw you $100. Out here, if the nigga trying to get you a driver's license, he know the driver's license costs $30, $40. He gonna tell you it costs $500. That's how much it is, because the whole time he trying to fuck you, he trying to cut himself in. He trying to get his own money, and he will do it without telling you. That's why I'm like, look, just be straight with me. Tell me how much it is, and tell me how much you charging me for helping me out, because I don't mind scratching your back. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. It's a give and take situation. We can do this all day. That's the type of person I am. Matter of fact, even if you said the joint costs $40, I give you the $40 and I'll throw you something on top without you even asking, just because you fuck with me. Because that's the type of person I am. Ghanaians don't think like that. They think like it's a dog-eat-dog world. I'm going to take whatever I can from her.
Hope y'all listening.
That's what I'm not fucking with in Africa. That's what I'm not fucking with here in Ghana. That's what I'm not fucking with in Accra, since y'all want me to be so specific. I'm in Accra, These people that I met here, I haven't been
The ship
nowhere
at
else in Ghana but Accra, Prime,
all those
East
people,
Lagoon, that little area, and Timon.
they're there.
Timon, yeah, The people I've met has been cutthroat. They've been grimy. Bribery is at an all-time high. They done fuck with me from the point when I left the damn airport. And like I said, people, oh, they don't like my thoroughness. They don't like me cussing. I don't give a fuck because I'm being as real and as honest as possible.
Not to mention you're a grown ass woman.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you when to say something.
Exactly.
We had to check a nigga on that shit today.
Exactly. So people don't like how I talk. I just keep it straight 100, no chasing. I don't have time to sit here and pity party y'all and rub y'all backs and shit. Half of y'all gonna like me, half of y'all won't. I can't please all y'all. I can please some of the people sometimes, not all the people all the time, and I don't plan to. So if you don't like it, you can move the fuck on. It's gonna be somebody else that likes me. So at the end of the day, I'm not about to sugarcoat shit. I'm not Willy Wonka. So you're going to get it just how I give it to you. I did cuss the police out and the military out because you're not going to fuck with me. You're not going to fuck me over. You're not going to have me come all the way the hell out here to build your dirty ass country up for you to sit here and tell me, oh, in order for you to get out the airport, you're going to have to pay us $1,800. In order for you to get out the airport, you're going to have to put $200 extra. In order for you to get out the airport, I'm going to tell your husband that he tested positive for coronavirus so you can pay me some extra money. Fuck no. I seen that shit coming a mile away and I checked that shit at the door. So all these Ghanaians that's coming into me telling me, oh, it's $200-$300. Nigga, I already knew you was gonna say that shit. And I'm very in tune. I'm very in tune with the universe. I'm very in tune with my ancestors. I heard the calling and I came. I talk to my ancestors every day, but that don't mean I don't go through shit. Ain't no angels and no flying butterflies and rainbows around here. We all go through shit. At the end of the day, I don't like the circumstances that we're in. It's not that I can't help it. I have money. I can go wherever the fuck I want to go. And it wasn't that I was complaining about the fact that I was paying $100 a month. A day. I was complaining because it doesn't make no sense that the prices are so outrageous out here when you're living in conditions like this. So let's be honest and let's keep it real. Nobody wants to live like this. They shouldn't even be living like this. I want to take half of Africa back to America because they can see how real living is.
Y'all hear her?
Because this shit is pathetic. So at the end of the day, for everybody who say I was complaining, I wasn't complaining. I was telling it just like it is. That's exactly what I was doing. Now you got the torch.
I wanted to go to the part where she was really rabid, but she in one part of that segment, Alabama, she literally said Africans were weak. They are weak as fuck. She literally said that.
So not the trolling in the chat talking about her family is weak. Again, this is a known African in America, first generation. She was born. You didn't know her in DC, right?
No.
Just a DC girl.
Yeah, but this
and y'all stop calling yourself jacking up, calling her Precious or Gabby Sidive.
Hey, that's them doing that, you know. They're ruthless. You know, the chat ain't got no cuckolds.
See, but again, obviously she's bossing enough for her and her husband to go to her home. This is her homeland.
Yep.
Why are y'all tripping on her?
Exactly.
Now, any of you pan goofy motherfuckers need to line up behind her. She got more nuts than you.
I'll be right back, Alabama. 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Seriously, though. While y'all trolling before I get cut again from the hunky hole here, and if you're not here, big dog, if I get dropped, man, you got to take the baton. The fact still remains. Until you show receipts of the 209 and counting countries in the United Nations, 54 and counting on the African continent, I need a receipt from some African head of state or African government that is extending citizenship to the lost children. That's at no cost. Citizenship here has been given to foreigners who don't belong here, shouldn't even be here, being categorized as free white persons at the expense of the actual American, according to the European who said he would steal it from us, now apply to his descendant criminals like Donald John Trump, whose mammy got here in 1924, who the Snyder Act made the Native American imposters on reservations United States federal citizens. I don't think y'all seem to comprehend. This is federal citizenship, not citizenship in any of the individual 50 states. So you are a United States citizen. You're not a citizen of Alabama or a citizen of Wyoming or any of the 48 other states between those two. Even in the U.S. Virgin of Islands or Puerto Rico or Guam or the American Samoa Islands, you are not a citizen of your land. You are a federal criminal enterprise called a subject known as a United States citizen. Stop fucking around. Deal with the facts. Now, before you come over here telling some other misguided American known as the Negro, colored, or black person, who you are scandalously calling an African American, just as Dr. Mumbi, who in the one breath said it is not true, because most Americans are not from Africa. So stop calling them an African American. The actual Africans from the continent are Americanized, but they are, if they've been naturalized, because that's what you have to be, you're a United States citizen. You're not an American. And if you don't have enough self-respect, meaning respecting the actual American, to tell other foreigners who are stealing the identity of your so-called cousin, your brother, your sister, because you want to run up in our face talking about we skin folk and kinfolk, then stop fucking around and getting it twisted. Deal with the facts and stop lying. Stop lying to me. Stop lying to yourself. Big dog, what you say, bro? What you know good?
Everything good, brother. I agree with you 100%, man. You know what I mean? We can't see that these two corporations doing business. You know what I mean? Africa is working with the corporation, stealing our birthrights, our land. You know, it's amazing how people don't get it. You know what I mean? No other.
When you come back, would you do a quick Google search of foreign aid, Sharice? Because the top three, if I'm not mistaken, as of 2024, is Israel, Egypt, and then Nigeria. Go ahead, big dog.
Yeah, no, like Sharice said earlier, no other race of people is saying they from Africa, but they just putting us there. The Europeans ain't saying there, and they're next door neighbors. The Siberians ain't saying there. The Russians, the Germans, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Mexican. Nobody ain't saying they from Africa, but they all always putting it on us. And that's why I don't trust this corporation with this deportation shit. You know what I mean? Because they'll leave the migrants and immigrants here and try to send us away.
Yep.
You know, and you know, America is divided. It always has been. You know what I mean? From all I heard was people leaving America because they scared of racism, because they don't want to deal with the problem here. If we deal with the problem here, you don't have to run. But you know, we rather, you know, leave than deal with the problem. You know what I mean? And we've been saying for a minute, you know what I mean? You can't show us where America was empty, and you can't show us where these slave ships that was brought over here, 15, 20 million people, you can't show us none of that, besides for your fabricated history that you done made up, that people want to say I'm wrong, you know, because they got some shit in writing. That is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? When we see, you know, this corporation, most of them believe they came from Africa through mental brainwashing and the DNA.
That's it.
Spitting in the tube, their science. But nobody else is taking that DNA, just us, putting us in Africa.
Yep.
And everybody else DNA putting them in, the Netherlands or
Crazy shit.
but we the ones from Africa.
Talk about it. That
But
like
all life's supposed to start in Africa. Go ahead, sis. That's what
But did you
it's
notice
mind blowing me.
how few imposter Native Americans are tested on the reservation? Because isn't blood quantum outlawed in many of their supposed tribal governments?
Yeah. And none of them ain't taking no DNA saying they African.
Outlawed.
But go ahead, you got it, Sharice.
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say that it's outlawed, but I do think that there's a certain amount of you have to prove it through like historical record and documentation. I mean, at least that's from what I've read is that when it comes down to stuff like that, they just want to be able to see that you can prove it through your lineage or through family or what have you. I think with these people on the reservations is that they know that their DNA test is going to come back with them being Asian or Mexican or Filipino or some shit, so they don't take the test. So I don't know what their real reason is behind.
So how are they being given sacred remains and they refuse to allow them to be genetically tested? They refuse to allow archaeology or anthropology to research or study them. They immediately rebury them mysteriously. I mean, I don't know. I'm just repeating shit I heard. But what does that behavior tell you? Is that guilty behavior?
Yeah, and then it's also like everyone was saying in the chat earlier, is to keep us off of our home front. It's to keep us right up off this bitch, and they'll do anything they can to do that. And
okay, I'm gonna need some receipts from you, pan goofy motherfuckers. You want to talk about check your paperwork at the door? I need a list of African nations, starting with when you pull up foreign aid. I just told you the top 3 are supposed African. Is Israel in Africa? I'm confused about this Middle East shit. Is Egypt in Africa?
I'll tell you, it's definitely Africa.
Is Egypt in Africa?
That's definitely Africa.
Did you pull up the foreign aid? I believe Nigerian is number 3.
It used to be, and they took it out of Africa.
Okay, but let's start with the checklist, big dog. Did you pull up the foreign aid hit list, sweetheart? So I need to see in the United Nations where they have a paper trail of nigger slaves taken from their nation, which did not come into existence till the 1960s.
Ukraine received most foreign U.S. aid in 2022, $12.4 billion in the form of military and economic assistance during the first year of the Russian-Ukrainian war. This was also followed by Israel getting $3.3 billion, Ethiopia $2.2 billion, Afghanistan $1.4 billion, and Yemen $1.4 billion. And that's the Middle East, right? Yep, they gave $74 billion in aid to over 150 countries and territories, as well as 30 regional funds that go to multiple countries, and a fund for international institutions and NGOs.
I need to see some receipts. You hear me though? Because I'm an Indian that should not be taxed. Bitch, where's my money? Isn't that what the super mayor said? Didn't the super mayor, what's her name? Tiffany Henyard or whatever? You know the super mayor, right? That plays the theme song. Bitch better. Is that Rihanna? Is that Rihanna?
It is.
Bitch better have my money.
Yeah, this is interesting too. 5 countries have received 30% of all U.S. foreign aid since World War II. U.S. foreign aid by top 5 recipient countries adjusted for inflation, 1946 to 2024. Israel, Egypt, Vietnam, formerly South Afghanistan, and South Korea. These folks is getting a bag, billions of dollars from the America.
I'm sorry. Squeeze me. What did I tell you? The top 3? Repeat that, please.
Israel, Egypt, Vietnam, Afghanistan, South Korea, but mostly the Middle East. When you're talking about Israel, Egypt, and Afghanistan, aka Africa.
You ain't old enough to remember the Richard Pryor joke about after the Vietnam War, they got them some new niggas.
That's crazy.
I'm too young, but I love Richard Pryor.
But they never bailed out the people.
Never.
Just the corporations.
Yeah, because authentic Americans is not running it.
And Sharif, you know, people going wild over that stimulus check. That stimulus check wasn't nothing compared to the five you got on the screen. Nothing.
Nothing.
Pennies on the dollar. And they happy that Trump gave them a stimulus check. Make that make sense. Go ahead, sis. You got it.
Only thing Trump
But
needs.
wait a minute, hold on, big dog. I think we can repeat the top list again. Why the fuck was Egypt getting what? I mean, not Japan, not Germany, not the Marshall Plan in World War II. What the fuck, big dog? Veteran to veteran?
Hey,
you already know it, brother.
Amerigal, Bass thing. Hey, my sisters. My bad. I want to shout out the ladies.
Then they complain when you make money or when you're getting money. Like in my case,
no more money for you. No more
they
money
want to
for
talk
you.
shit when you work for, you know, a company in this country for 15, 20, 30 years. You ain't entitled no, you know, retirement. But we giving our taxpayers money away to these corporations, and they ain't doing nothing for it. But the people that's working, putting into the system, getting zero. Make that make sense. And some of these hating niggas want a pocket watch and see, because, you know, you've been doing smart with your money. You getting, you know, you work for a living. You know what I mean? You getting retirement. They want to hate on you. Shit is mind blowing. Go ahead, sis. You got it.
Yeah, that's why I was bringing up all of this back to Africa shit, because if this little citizenship thing is occurring for them, y'all can only imagine how many people is going to be trying to, you know, they're going to try to convince to make a move like this. And like I said to YK's comment earlier in the chat, like, I'm reading it just like y'all read that the Racial Integrity Act clearly reclassified Indians to Negroes. You somehow still ignore that, when it clearly says that there's only 300,000, and that's what they say, 300,000 that got dropped off at North American mainland. Somehow everyone's still an African.
Make that make sense.
I mean, make this shit make sense. I'm reading an article about someone's experience, and I don't have to agree with it, because I understand that it's a mental thing that's going on. It's a mental relationship with us in Africa. There's a mental thing going on when it comes down to us believing that our story came from such awful beginnings. And that's the problem. Y'all believe y'all was some slaves and that's it. That's why our history start. And there's no way around that. But that's not true when we know that there was a land and a civilization here way before 1619 and way before 1492. And if we have the idea and the notion that Black people are first everywhere, why doesn't that include America, or North America rather? Why aren't we the first people in North America, but Black people are first everywhere else? But it's an issue when we want to say, hey, we're home. So like, miss me with all that bullshit. I wasn't reading that article to propose any type of research or scholarship. This is about the return to Ghana. I don't agree with it. It's a scam, in my opinion. Bottom line. And it's the play on your emotions.
In my opinion, too, sis. I agree with you.
And the only thing y'all got is a DNA test that don't prove anything, that don't connect you to not one authentic African ancestor.
That's say, hold up. That say it's for entertainment purposes only.
It is. And is. You know, and I get so sick of it. You know, people want to pick and choose what they want to confront or what they want to accept as information. See, me, I'm not going to pick and choose what I want to accept, because I know there's going to be things about it that I don't like, and there's going to be things about it that I do like and that I do get. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to throw it all away. But I will say this, is that I never felt the connection to Africa. I never felt like that was my home. And I've never had any interest in visiting. Never. And it don't got nothing to do with nothing. I just never, you know, I don't see it for myself. Even when I visited Las Vegas, I wanted to come the fuck back home. Like, I mean, that's just how I am. I don't have any interest in being over there. And I don't have any more patience for anyone who's trying to uproot us and push us to somewhere we know nothing about, after we just listen to these people talk about their frustrations and and their issues that they're dealing with while uprooting and trying to be a part of another society in a third world country. Make it make sense. So it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know a lot of people, they're going to have a hard time letting go of Africa. And like pan goofies, they talk all that shit, but ain't none of them over there during the year return. Where was y'all at? Why y'all ain't gonna get y'all citizenship, Pan-Africans?
Now that you mentioned that, sis, again, I'm on receipts. How many motherfuckers went there after Nancy Pelosi and Queen Sheila Jackson Lee, who's now dead, rest in piss?
Hey, go ahead, Ali Bamboo.
How many motherfuckers went back home and built up tourism? Because that's what they did. They built up tourism in fucking kente cloth and dashikis. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they said in that video. You played
door no return. Let me see if it's on the internet. Where the fuck is this door no return? They swear out folks that they ain't got no eyewitness accounts for that came out of this door return and got on the fucking boat and ain't never came back. I'm sick of this shit. I ain't never learned of no door return in history ever. Oh, they said Obama visited the door, bitch ass. Let's look at this. This is hilarious.
Now don't forget, he did the same trek as Nelson Mandela, so dodge the hijack. Roll that beautiful beam footage,
Mr.
baby.
Obama is on the first leg of a 7-day tour of Africa. After Senegal and South Africa, he and the family will go to Tanzania. This picture caught our eye today. This is Mr. Obama standing in the door of no return on Gorée Island off the coast of Senegal. This was the threshold crossed by slaves in the 18th century as they were shipped to the Americas.
Hey, they
Pause. Hold on. Pause just for, and I'm gonna fall back because I can hear the hunky hole creeping on me. His white mama's name is Stanley Durham. You need to trace his slave shit through her, and her actual slave ancestor was in the court records. Do your homework, God damn it. Now that Kenyan, did he come through a slave castle, big dog? I yield.
Hey, I'm just trying to figure out.
We're here in 1471 for two main reasons. That is to trade and also to spread Christianity.
You heard that, Ali Bamboo?
Been here for 11 years, they approached the king of the land in demand of a piece of land to put up.
You know them thick Nigerian accents. It's hard to decipher.
Let me see if the caption can catch him.
The king said that the presence of these Europeans is going to create confusion.
Let me see if we can just go straight to the point and
So
no
he preferred
return.
that they should
I
come
think that's, you know, he rapping.
due to this.
Okay, hold up. Child, why is they lying? Just showing us some random cave. I'm not playing.
And they all tourist attractions. Them people paid to get in there.
This Almina Castle. Door of no return. Ghana slave castle tour. So I guess we can go on the tour too.
Original floor they had at the time. Stones, no mattresses, no blankets for 3 months. They were on this hard surface. As one is catching, he or she has to walk for several miles before getting here.
Why are they selling this shit out? Look at our fucking Aboriginal brothers and sisters feeding into this.
Now here, little food was given, something just to sustain them.
You seen them fanning themselves a bunch of hot air. That's all they get.
That's all it is. Waiting like bullets. Woo!
Last year, they were locked in chains, thinking they will escape. 5, 2, 3, 10 or more people were chained together. And if one of them...
Baby girl, I don't know if you can pull that up, but that Clotilda documentary I just shot to you.
So you take it.
All right.
One is weak. or they were from different tribes that they can't communicate, then they had to do everything here.
Exactly, first
when
guy.
you look straight, that belly hole, this connects to the magazine where they used to store gunpowder. This gunpowder has a very strong smell, a toxic smell, of course. So whenever is a leakage in there, air which came through that was poisonous. And as they keep inhaling it, this gradually poisons their system, killing some of them. Dead bodies here, just like on the slave ships, were thrown in the sea. As people sojourn or to visit the dungeons, they normally came with these wreaths in memory of millions or thousands of our people who went to the dungeon, those who died here and so on. In the African traditional societies, we believe that the dead or the departed ones are not gone, they are with us. Which is why
Child, ain't nobody never walked through there and go nowhere. I don't know why they lying. Well, I know why they lying. They getting paid.
For us, the dead and the living, we are inseparable entities. Our ancestors are still here, so people do that, do libation, lay wreaths. Then we pray, they also rest. What we have here is the well, a system which they used to store rainwater, saying that.
And why it ain't no white people on them tours? There ain't no white Africans.
Dungeons on different occasions.
That's a good question.
Or who were here, never came with their women. So here in the dungeons, there were sexually our mothers who were here. So if any of them,
they trying to say my folks
deputy, those officers have a thought. If they wanted to do that, they came up at the balcony, they brought these women in the courtyard, you look through and then select. The one to like be here for days, for weeks, without cleaning her feet or let alone have a shower. Now these soldiers have water from this, bring her in the open as others look on. After this humiliation, she was taken acid. Due to this, some became pregnant, they had children, in most cases, they had a light skin, what you may say, have cars or mulattoes and so forth. Again, what? Most of these
hold the fuck up.
Often when they were chosen, they resist. They never agreed on. After this humiliation, she was taken acid. Due to this, some became pregnant, they had children, in most cases, they had a light skin, what you may say, have cars or mulattoes and so forth.
You may see, if they had the light skin, you may see Afghans or mulattoes and so forth.
Again, most of these women, often when they were chosen, they resist. They never agreed. So in their attempt to put fear into them, this woman is then brought here, chained to this cannonball. This is quite heavy. That on the normal circumstance, chained to this, you can't move with it. So this person is stuck.
Who the fuck is chained with something like that?
For several days. Like I said, they were doing so to break the asteroids. They were doing so in order to put fear into the others. After being here for 3 months, when the ship had come, that was the time they will assemble these women once again in the courtyard.
So hold on, Ali Bamu.
March them through the door of no.
So did he just say get the women ready to march them through the door?
Remember, who is a slave through the womb of the woman? Who is a perpetual slave forever through the womb of a woman? So how is a woman going to be treated in that circumstance?
Exactly. That's why I wanted you to cook on it, because I'm like, wait a minute. Now, is this coming from Africa being this type of, as we all talked about earlier, you know, Africa being a society that's patriarchal and things like that? You know, I can understand them. This is what I mean, like twisting shit up and making up a bullshit ass story to make people believe they folks walk through here and they never come back. Child, please. They was never here. They were never there. They were never
Before
there.
I hit the
We
twilight zone and the black hole again, so I might be out of range. Here's the
all
deal:
the same goofies. We
a,
were never there.
a Kenyan been propped up as the first African American president.
Don't get
A
me started.
Tamil Southeast Red Dot Hindustani said that she was black. But I'm not going to do anything just for the blacks, right? Then Yang Gang, which circle back to that with Yang Gang and tell these dusty bitches in crack house and these broke ass niggas, they intend for you to have what in 2053 in your own house while you running over there taking whatever loose coins you got to build up under Chinese rule, one belt, one road, Belt Road Initiative on the African continent, where they have 99-year lease and they own the airports and the ports and the highways, you dumbass goofy bastards? Or do you want to be under the thumb of Vivek Ramaswamy and the actual African-American Afrikaner Elon Musk, who gonna robot zap your ass and put you off the assembly lines, out of the warehouses, out of the Uber cars, and out of your home with robots, automation, and AI? Wake the fuck up.
Better do something, because it's getting bad. And even with the migrants going on, that crisis going on, that's making shit 10 times harder. Because I saw a quote of Joe Biden saying something about blacks are going to have to compete with Latinos. So it's just, hold up, because I want to show these pictures, man. I can't believe it. Every time something pop up on my thing, I don't think to go and fucking save it. Give me a second, because I want to show this for a second. Because I just want y'all to see how crazy this was. Oh, yeah. And what's that dude name? That little white dude? What's his name? The husband of the new senator that just got sworn in. He wouldn't even shake Kamala Harris' hand.
Did you see that embarrassment?
Yes, let's show that.
Now, he knows she's sleep white. Who hasn't seen her small hat husband in the last 4 years?
Yeah, he ain't shake that hand, baby.
Because he let you know who owns who. Damn if it's his wife that became the senator. He gonna run that bitch.
Yep. And I'm gonna find those. Let me play this so they can see this shit.
Thank you for your work. Thank you. Congratulations to you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so much. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Hold it. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you. Congratulations to you. Thank you. Okay. Welcome. Okay, sure.
Yeah, look at her ass. Don't be looking shocked, bitch.
But they tried to portray that the world leaders would be respecting her.
Mm-hmm. And they don't, and they wouldn't. If he wouldn't shake her hand, Lord knows what would have been going on if she actually became president.
Exactly.
If this is what we seeing just right here on our floor, where the fuck is that? God dang, they post so much stuff, y'all. They post so much stuff, and it's like I can't even find the picture of Umar in them, because this is how much.
Every time you say Umar, where's the school, nigga?
That's how. Maybe he gonna go build it in Africa. Shit. Because I feel like we've been asking for a while for the school. All right, y'all. Let me go back to the other tab until I can find that clip of them and what's the face? Yandy and Mandisi's hers. Them too. And I think of some other celebrities went over there, or just, I ain't gonna call them celebrities. They more like reality TV stars, rather. And a lot of people going over there doing that. And it's like, I think when they do it, and because they have a following and some type of influence, especially Dr. Umar wild ass, you know, that's going to implore people to probably do research and see if that's a decision they want to make for themselves. I mean, shit, they got 500 Black Americans and Caribbeans over there, so this shit. They said your folks went through this. That's what they said.
These iron bars, we fix them just to prevent accidents. So
they fixed the bars. They touched that. They fixed everything in there.
Pay attention to how the tunnel walls will become narrower and narrower as we walk through. We were having dialogue about what we had learned so far. It was very frustrating. A lot of us were mad, just hurt that this went on for so long. Let me know what you think about everything that you saw so far in the comments. Be sure to share this video. As we head into the male slave dungeon, pay attention to how low below ground we are when we look up to see the windows. Just imagine being stuck in here for months and seeing the light so far out of reach. Just the mental things that they did to the slaves. My ancestor really just made me upset going through this tour.
I don't even want to hear her saying this dumbass shit, because what? And I ain't saying she dumb for saying it, but because I know why she's saying it.
At first, it wasn't like that. For instance, this is the height.
And let me also point out too, y'all, because I don't know how many of y'all have visited the African American History Museum in Washington, D.C. I don't know how many of you all, you know, have had the chance to visit. But when you do get a chance to visit, I think you'll find it interesting that when the exhibit starts, is they start you at the bottom of the whole thing. You start down at the bottom, and it's very narrow and it's very tight. And what they told us is that they wanted us to feel like we were on an actual slave ship. They start our museum about our history, family. They start our history that way. Man, my sister was getting mad at me because I was getting mad in there. Because I'm like, how the fuck they gonna sit over here and try to construct this shit and try to make us believe that this is what was happening? It starts at the bottom and then you just go up and up and up and up and up. You know, I mean, I visited it because I just wanted to see how the fuck they was gonna portray our history. And I found like some interesting stuff about how they got most of the artifacts and things like that they were able to get in there. And I'm like, well, they only had one pair of chains. You only had one set of wrist cufflinks. I'm the fuck confused here. So we got to understand how they do stuff, man. And it's not cool. And they've really done a number on us when it comes to this African shit, because they making tons of money off a bullshit ass story. This is insane. I know a lot of people ain't visit that joint, but I visited it. I mean, off the strength, the tickets was free. Fuck it, I'm gonna go, you know. But I wanted to see, and it was like, and I still couldn't see everything. Like they had this huge Emmett Till situation. You know, that line was too fucking long. I wasn't about to wait for that shit. But they had a lot of like, you know, most of the stuff they were familiar with, obviously, but like the backstory and the back history, they only had like a small part where Black Indians were. They didn't have a lot like they should have had. And that's what it seemed to go more into entertainment and less about our true history.
Of the entrance. When the slave trade began, it was reduced this way. Saying that one person comes in at a time, ensuring that nobody escapes. And at that point also, that is the door of no return. Let me show you something. Just a minute. Put this way. And people keep asking, what about if some of the captives were paid?
How the fuck They
the point is that by the end of
look at this door.
they would have lost weight to go through.
Talk about this
Now,
door.
The water was very much closer. Today it has.
Yeah, I got pictures from being in there.
And as they walk down here on the steps, they first get to the beach where they were much further, and then at the time the water was closer. So boats or canoe will pick them in the batches to the ship before they get packed, and then the journey began. They were already weak from the dungeons, and that explains why a lot of them couldn't survive the journey. We have several records. One of them is saying that when you take every 3 Africans, 2 died, 1 survived.
2 died, 1
survived. 20 million people made it. If we are to go by this ratio, we are saying that some 60 million were involved, of which 40 million died. Go ahead.
Are they serious right now?
Did you hear that number? 40 million people died. 40 million of my ancestors died.
How the fuck they get out this
all
door?
in the name.
Look, this door look pretty. That shit look high to me. Am I tripping? Do this door not look high? How the fuck? What they was jumping? The fuck?
Of the slave trade. They were beaten, starved, mentally abused so much. Flowers are.
They got the flowers. Come on, look what they done did. Look at my man over there. Look at that door, Mo. So what, the boat was right there already? I'm just trying to understand. How the fuck they get on the boat? What they lowered them down? I'm trying. Look. Wait a fucking minute, because I'm not about to play with them. The doorway of putting a return, leaving your homeland. That's bitch. Ain't nobody leave out this door. Cut the. Let me stop.
Of them, but just imagine the fear, the screams of what went on in this dungeon, and then to be smashed through this tiny doorway to a point of no return, leaving your homeland. And the worst part, after all of this, so much was done to separate African people from one another. And the African Americans in the US right now, we don't know where we come from, a lot of us, because so much was done for us to never truly know where our ancestors came from.
Now, I do agree with that. That so much was done to us that I ain't gonna say I agree with it. I'm gonna say I agree with it in the sense that I feel like a lot of our people are in that same type of dilemma, in that same type of mindset, if you will, like that same type of thinking, family, because this shit ain't right here. Exactly, Ann Jones. They made that long ass trip, took all them shots to go over there, and to still not feel home. And then, like, look at what they're showing you. This is atrocious. This is atrocious. Atrocious. So they was jumping out that big old. They was jumping up from that high down to the boat. What was they doing? What, they was shimmying down some cloth? I want to know what they was doing. This is insane.
Part Ghana, Nigeria. Where are we from?
I was mad at the East African slave trade set up, but this one, just a lot more facts and a lot more people.
What facts?
It really makes you upset.
What facts? Sis, they didn't present any facts. They got some man standing up there narrating. Probably added some shit to the story to make it sound good.
Even more so because everywhere I've been in Africa, everyone's like, what part of Africa you're from? And the beginning of the tour, he's talking about all that goes into breaking up tribes. Even now, Africa as a continent has several languages. No native African language. It's all somebody else's language.
Whoop! Whoop! Hold up. Now that's a dagger. So paying goofies. Now she in Africa.
Everyone's like, what part of Africa you're from? And the beginning of the tour, he's talking about all that goes into breaking up tribes. Even now, Africa as a continent has several languages. No native African language is all somebody else's language. So yeah, just make you think.
We are comparing these two.
It is.
And they try to act like we don't speak our native tongue, but
Look at this.
neither do they.
Neither do they. Neither do they, but they want to beat us up
Exactly.
over speaking English. That I'm glad you caught it, big dog. That's exactly why I said whoop.
You know I caught it, sis. You already know.
That's exactly why I said whoop. Because they always try and beat us up over they don't even know. They
That's
don't
what the
exactly big bad saint. So what African language did we forget?
that's what the guy was trying to say yesterday on OTK show. The young boy, remember?
Yep. And I'll send you this in your email, and I know I gotta send you a couple of the other videos I showed too.
Yeah, send me some too, please, Sharice. Please.
Yeah, I would love to. You know what I'm saying? Because like you got a great audience over there, big dog. And I know like they'll love it, you know. So, and that's what this is about. We all got to share our information. It ain't no one information, ain't no one that should belong to me, that should belong. No, we supposed to be learning this shit all ours. And to all y'all content creators out there who act like that, y'all need to keep it cute. Because if all this information, it need to be free to everybody.
And the thing, like you said, even still today, these Africans ain't speaking their native tongue. They're speaking somebody else's language in 2025. None of them ain't speaking their native tongue.
Yeah,
and like you just said, most of them are being ran by China. Go ahead, sis, you got it.
Man, that's what I'm saying. And that's why they really don't want to mess with me for real. Because it just is what it is. I ain't about to argue with you no more about nothing. They sat up there and commented on my thing, commented on a post on one of my a post on my community tab, because I said that the word African American did not exist in the 1700s. And stop pushing that shit, Pan-Africans. Stop trying to convince people that this term African American has been around. Stop. That is disingenuous.
And we done proved
it on my channel. Already proved it that it didn't get into the census until the year 2000. So where the fuck was it at in 1710? See, they talk. That's why I said you sit in this chat. YK and all y'all, especially YK, talk about what somebody researches. Oh, but when we pointing out obvious facts, y'all don't want to accept these facts. You'll say we're lying, but we not lying. 1710. Slim, stop what you doing. All y'all stop what y'all doing because the jig is up. It's up. Now we know that they speak several languages. They don't know their language. So stop coming at us about a language. Get a different angle. Because we're sick now. Because now we got more and more shit to beat y'all up with. And we ain't even trying to beat y'all up. Because for real, we want y'all to come into the fold. Because we want y'all to realize that y'all are from here. This is your home. Your home ain't in Africa. And I've shown you many examples about why it ain't. And I'm going to show some more. Because maybe we just need to get on this. I don't know. Something about that Ghana citizenship thing kind of irked me a little bit. And I wasn't feeling that. Because we be so quick to run over and do something else and develop somebody else and help somebody else out. But we not even at home helping all the people in the ghettos. All the fucking kids at school who when they get out of school, they may not even have a meal to eat at home. We not helping them. But we keep worrying about something. And like I said, it all dates back to this predicated ass history, this predicated bullshit 1619 cap story. All right? Because I've had enough. And y'all can say whatever, but y'all ain't gonna do shit. Because this is all facts. Now let's go back to what she said about the languages one more time. So y'all can stop Just stop. The fuck? Keep the captions on for y'all ass too.
To never truly know where our ancestors came from, what part, Ghana, Nigeria, where are we from? I was mad at the East African slave trade set up, but this one, just a lot more facts and a lot more people. It really makes you upset. Even more so because
no fact.
everywhere I've been in Africa,
No
everyone's like, what part of Africa you're from? And at the beginning of the tour, he's talking about all that goes into breaking up tribes. Even now, Africa as a continent has several languages. No native African language. It's all somebody else's language. So, yeah, just make you think.
We are comparing these two.
So y'all, yeah. So sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Because after a while, y'all become a part of the problem. Don't make me play my man back that cooked all Pan-Africans. He straight cooked y'all. Because it's the truth. Even YK sitting in the chat, oh, boom. What he say? I'll go back to Africa if y'all could do whatever. No. You said you African. Uproot you and your family and go to Africa, bitch, and build that shit. And stop wasting your time trying to tell us who the fuck we are, because we ain't going there. I don't know about the rest of y'all. I ain't going there. Period. Okay. And that's on that's on Maria.
Sharice, you know, America then gave Africa money, but none of it went towards slavery.
The hell? Exactly.
It goes to the corporation. Not even 4 or 5 years ago, they gave 80 billion, 100 billion, 100 million or some shit like that. And none of them went towards slavery.
Man, them folks know. They know it's a money grab. When they know it's America, green. They know it. And it is.
And then, you know, those DNA tests, they don't put you to they put you to a tribe, not a Pacific person. Why they putting you to a Pacific person?
And don't make me show my DNA thing again. You know what? See, you getting me started.
You see what I'm saying? But you see what I'm saying? It's putting them to a tribe and not a Pacific people, even though the people is a tribe. But you should know who your ancestors is, not just the whole tribe. The whole tribe wasn't having sex at the same time. You see what I'm saying? So it never put them to a person. It's like an imaginary person it put them to.
And I heard Greedy say this, Big Dog Philly OG, and he always used the example about the people that he knew growing up in his particular neighborhood that were Jamaican. He wouldn't have known they was Jamaican until boom, he go into their home and XYZ. You know what I'm saying? He found out they speak Jamaican patois, all this wild shit. He ain't know. Basically, it's so many words. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, right? So boom, I'm saying this to say that when we're talking about customs, language, traditions, right? If you go from one place to another, you ain't gonna lose that. A motherfucker could beat you to death. You still gonna be speaking Spanish. So you know what I mean? So I don't understand how they could say that we lost this language, we lost this culture, we lost all of this shit. When if this was the case, they would have brought it with them, the survivors. Wouldn't they bring that same culture? Wouldn't we be cooking like the way we see Africans cook?
They're gonna still speak their native tongue.
I don't understand how people feel like just because they said a slave trade narrative occurred, that they was beating the fuck out of us to death to teach us English. Stop. People have to really, and that's what I mean by seeing yourself outside the matrix and being able to see the world for what it is and being able to be logical in your thinking. Think about what is possible, what is real, what can really happen, what is feasible, right? Let's stop using our fucking imagination. Because we know that a trip across the Atlantic Ocean would be just as difficult now, even with the best technology, as it was then. And being successful at these trips, considering food, time zone changes, the weather, the waves of the ocean, how big it is, all of this shit, who's sailing, who's doing the navigation, all the people are at the bottom.
Hey sis, I couldn't imagine getting in the Atlantic Ocean on a wooden boat.
Come on,
imagine
man.
that.
And we're all the feces and shit. But they got so they know about pipes and shit in the 14. They got a pipe. Because I even know my folks was shitting in the toilet. They had an outhouse shitting in a bucket and stuff for a long time. So you ain't about to tell me they knew what to do with this shit on a boat. Unless they was throwing it over. But I doubt that, like I said, because the dude Jabari said that they was coming up on the deck and they was getting fucking salt baths and exercising and shit up on the deck. You know, oh God, I can't make this stuff up. I can't make this stuff up. It is in the phonetics. What you talking about, Navi? Because I was going on and on, honey. But yeah, this type of stuff, family, I just want us, like I said, you don't got to be the smartest person in the world to be able to understand this shit, okay? You don't have to be, you know what I'm saying? It's not rocket science, to be honest. Because once you weigh it and you start to be like, hold the fuck up. Because even somebody who was just on my timeline, I've been knowing this, I've been dancing with this boy, knowing him for years. He literally got up there and said, bitch, I don't think we from Africa. He said, I was like, what? Because one thing I try not to do is force that shit on my peoples. And you know what I'm saying? Like people who want to listen, yeah, but I'd rather you come into your own understanding because it's even more beautiful when you realize it, when you know who you are, when you realize that something ain't right about any of this shit. That's your journey and your walk. So yeah, you know, I don't mean to ramble on, family, but I just want y'all to understand, like, this is some diabolical, nasty work. And we have a lot of undoing. We have a lot of unraveling. We have a lot of changing. You know, some of us are getting older. Like, we have to change the future for our babies that's going to come up behind this. We can't have them going into a world where their wealth will be zero. What? What are we going to do about that shit?
That's basically slavery all over again.
Come on now. We're going to be gone. What the fuck we going to do? We got to prepare our babies. And that's why it's up to us to get it in line. We got to get it in line. Ain't nobody going to do that shit for us. But if the more time that we spend arguing, even me, I know sometimes I can get caught up too, man. Because people really be coming from some sideways angles. And it's like, let me check you on that because you coming real sideways. You know what I'm saying? But when it's all said and done, we gotta stay the course. We gotta stay straight down motherfucking I-95.
And could you imagine if you're still teaching this slavery to your kids in 2025, the emotional trauma they're gonna still be going through their whole life? We seen it with ours.
Yeah.
And you still pushing this to your children? We're still allowing it to be taught in the schools. That's why I said we should have been boycotting the schools,
all of
making
that,
them prove their information. Y'all got all these facts on slavery. Why is it only a theory? You know what I mean? Prove your theory.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
It should be incumbent upon them to prove it to us. Y'all keep saying this happened. Every time they want to go to this reparation situation, it's always a boom. It's going to be a study. Yeah, because when they study it, they're going to study it and find out that it's a bunch of white folks. And they probably already
That
know.
is
And that's why they don't
fabricated
want to
history.
study. Yeah. And that's why they keep throwing that shit on the back burner, throwing that shit back there. We'll do it this day. I'm going to show some videos on that too. You know, like, hey, we could cook all night if y'all want. It's only been 3 hours. It's early.
And Sharice, you know, I'm gonna keep bringing up that racism thing too, because you know we got some of our people don't act like it ain't in America, but every article you done brought up talked about them leaving America because of racism.
Racism.
Fair.
Man, we should have been up on their ass about this, and we should have never stopped. And I think what happened with this, you know, I don't know, it seemed like it stopped at the civil rights movement, but then it was kind of picking back up with Black Lives Matter or whatever. But I wasn't fucking with that. Respectfully.
Neither was I.
Hey, I wasn't fucking with it. Nope.
Nope.
I'm not about to sit over here and play these games. Y'all, and then it's like it's the representation of the nuclear family that's the problem. The Black nuclear family, the family they want to rip apart. They know our unity is something serious, y'all. And we allowed this shit to happen. We got to get to a place in our life and in our being that if we not pushing, like I said, everybody within a respective situation, whatever you can do, you need to be doing it and using your voice. Period.
And to me, if you're still teaching your kids slavery, you teaching them that anybody can run over them, that anybody can mentally dominate them because they're slaves.
And I gotta find that article. It's the article saying that the fucking people here was 8 feet, as tall as 8 feet, and could be as short as like 4 feet. The original people. I gotta find, where's my stuff? God damn, I don't never have things lined up when I want to talk about something. And I gotta go and look for it. Oh, here it is right here. Look at me. Let me calm down. So it says, let me go back up real quick so y'all can know what I'm reading from. And then I'm going to go back down to that jump. Can y'all see it? The American nations or outlines of a national history of the ancient and modern nations of North and South America by Professor C.S. Rafinesk, Volume 1, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, blah, 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 number 110 North 10th Street, 1836. All right, let me see. But his work ultimately, guys, was just pretty much letting people know that the Aboriginal races are Black in so many words. And like they try to cast him out and try to say he was Suedo and all that shit. But you know how that go. It says, there were formerly in America as now tribes of all complexions as elsewhere. Yellowish, olive, coppery, tawny, reddened, brown, incarnate, or white, and even blackened or Negro-like. Tall and dwarfish men from 8 to 4 feet in size, called giants and pygmies, men with various frames, skulls, and features of all the sorts found in the Eastern Hemisphere. So I'm not sure. Hey, that's all I'm gonna say, y'all. Y'all gotta understand, y'all features ain't abnormal. How you look ain't abnormal. How you look is fucking exotic. And I know y'all may not want to believe that, but it's true. And if you went somewhere else, that's exactly how they look at you. They try to tell us here that we ain't special. But they know the Aboriginals when we walking up on them. They know the Indians when we walking up on them. They know. I spent 4 days, 5 days in Canada. Sitting on indigenous land. So y'all got, you know what I'm saying? We gotta understand, man. We special. and they'll do everything they can to make sure this never comes out. This is the biggest cover up in American history, and we got to be the ones that make them tell the truth. Yeah, people gonna think all that shit. And I'm gonna show y'all. This is what I wanted to show y'all too, since I'm on here cooking. And shout out to the chat. Hold up, because I ain't even shout out my bro chat. Wait a minute. Real quick. Let me just shout out the family, because y'all been rocking. It's been 3 hours. I'm happy to see everybody pulling up and doing what they doing in the chat and just giving a commentary, because we need everybody in the fold mode. It is just what it is. Now I'm gonna go all the way at the damn, the chat long, y'all. I ain't gonna be able to go all the way back. Fuck. I might. All right. Hey, Mary Gal. HYKKA Woodery Stay Love. American Warrior. Enox 0407. N Jones. Loyal. M Diesel. Sagittarius Jones. Hey, Bailey Oso. Bad Saint. Talking with Tight Sam. Engine number 9. Who else I saw? Wild Savage. Okay. That's everybody. St. Louis. Juan Truth. Enos 0407. First Eye Beats. I think I shouted you out already, Loyal. Excel Raging Bear. Peace and love. Aboriginal Power. Hey, Bap.
My nigga back. Shout out to almost everybody in the
Bap.
chat.
The motherfucking voice. Shout out to Bap. All right. Who else? Oh, of course, Navi. George Witcher. And I'm sorry for everybody that I missed, Mo, because scrolling all the way up, man, that shit diabolical as fuck. I ain't gonna lie. So look, y'all, this is the family tree. There you go. I don't know what was going on just now, y'all. This is the family tree of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Of course, with the name change, Michael King. However, y'all, this was crazy interesting to me. And how no matter what, they try to predicate our story on some slavery shit. Now, watch this.
Hi, this is Matt Baker. Today I'm going to show you the family tree of Martin Luther King Jr. This video is part of a Black History Month collaboration called Untold Black History. To find the other videos in this series, just click on the playlist link in the description or pinned comment. Now, most people, especially in the US, are familiar with Dr. King's role in the US Civil Rights Movement and with the fact that he was assassinated in the 1960s. So these details are not really untold Black history, and therefore they are not what I'll be focusing on in this video. Instead, I'll be focusing mainly on the other members of his family tree, because their stories are the ones that often go untold, or at least end up forgotten. So let's get to it.
Oh, man.
Let's start with Dr. King's earliest patrilineal ancestor, his great-grandfather, Nathan King. Nathan was married to a woman named Melinda, and one of their children was Dr. King's grandfather, James. Now, there's a bit of a mystery surrounding Nathan King's origins. Here he is on the 1880 census. Note that his birthplace and the birthplace of all his kids.
Now, y'all look at these censuses, okay? But I'm gonna point it out, but y'all just stay with him, and I'm gonna stay with his ass too.
Is marked as Georgia. But let's now look at the 1900 census. Here we find Nathan's son James. Again, James is Dr. King's grandfather, but now James is listed as being born in Ohio, and his father, who we know is Nathan, is listed as being born in Pennsylvania. However, it's in the 1910 census that things get really strange. Again, we find a listing for James King, but this time James's father is said to have been born in Ireland. So was Nathan King, Dr. King's great-grandfather, from Ireland? Well, let's go back to that first document and try to solve the puzzle. Again, this is the
Watch this shit.
1880 census. Here's Nathan.
1880 census, family.
What happened to Africa, Sharice? They should be coming from Africa, but go ahead.
Right. Oh, oh yeah. See, and I also had pulled this out on my channel too to show people that it's possible to have a white person in your line. And I'm gonna show y'all Burry Gordy tree too. Y'all gotta understand this. All of this, man. And it's hard to hear a lot of it, you know, and it's hard for me too. Y'all, I can't lie, but we can't ignore the truth. All parts of it. No matter how nasty it gets, we gotta be open to every fucking thing. Because if we don't, we're gonna stay stagnant. And we don't want that, family. We want to grow and evolve. But I want y'all to listen to this because this is what this shit is gonna blow. This shit blew my mind.
And here's his wife, Melinda. Take note of their first 3 kids, Elizabeth, James, and Sarah, aged 18, 15, and 12. Let's now go back 10 years to the 1870 census. The 1870 census is important because it's the first census to include the names of former slaves.
So be okay. So keep it in mind. This is the 1870 census. He's saying that this census is the first census to include former slaves on it. So mind y'all, we know the Emancipation Proclamation was what, 1865. So this is 5 years later in 18. This is what he's saying. And I'm guessing this is why he's saying that. So look at the person. Hold up. Let me let him explain it first, and then I'll come behind and explain it. So let me go back a touch, y'all. My bad, because I'm getting a little bit riled up myself. Damn.
First census to include the names of former slaves. There's no Nathan King, but in the exact same county, we find a Nathan Branham, married to a Melinda, with children named Lizzie, James, and Sarah, aged 8, 5, and 3. So this is almost certainly the same family. So here's the most likely explanation. Jacob Branham, listed here as being 65, was probably Nathan King's former slave owner.
So he's trying to say that Joseph Branham, who's 65, a male and black, is the former slave owner of Nathan Branham, which is Martin Luther King Jr.'s great-grandfather or grandfather. So maybe he didn't realize that the race was clearly a B here or whatever was going on. Maybe he didn't realize this when he made that statement, but maybe he didn't catch it. I'm not sure. But I'm like, how the fuck you didn't see that? And you automatically trying to tie him to a slave owner? Like I don't understand that. And he should have clarified that he was a black slave owner if that's the case.
We know that the Branhams were a prominent family in Georgia at the time, and that they originally came from Ireland. It's also
so these could be some black people from Ireland. Probably. Thank you, Enox. That's why I wanted to, man, we got to catch people in what they be doing. Yep. We got to question all this shit. We got to get up on their head, Navi, straight up. And since you a historian yourself, and I respect your work and I respect your intelligence because it's high and they can't take it.
also possible that Jacob Branham was Nathan's father.
So if Jacob Branham is Nathan's father, how the fuck is he his slave owner too? Unless,
unfortunately, it was common for slave owners to have children with their slaves. And then,
see, you hear how he talking about it? All right, I'm gonna be quiet, y'all. I'm sorry.
Certainly the same family. So here's the most likely explanation. Jacob Branham, listed here as being 65, was probably Nathan King's former slave owner. We know that the Branhams were a prominent family in Georgia at the time, and that they originally came from Ireland.
So these
It's
are black
also
people
possible
from
that
Ireland.
Jacob Branham was Nathan's father.
Jacob Branham is black. And I don't even think he addressed that.
Unfortunately, it was common for slave owners to have children with their slaves, and then to enslave those children as well. If Nathan was the child of an Irish slave owner, that would explain why James later listed Ireland as the place of origin for his paternal family. Now, one of Dr. King's sons actually had a DNA test done, and it showed that his male-only line does in fact come from Ireland. So that's further evidence that the Branham hypothesis is correct.
No, your hypothesis ain't correct, because you're not acknowledging that he was a black slave owner. You're not acknowledging that. You're making it seem like this is a white person from Ireland, in my opinion. And that's not the case.
But why then did the family change their name to King? Well, there was also a prominent slave-owning family in Georgia named King. And we know that former enslaved people often took the surnames of their former enslavers. It's possible that Nathan had some black relatives who were using the surname King. And
did y'all hear him? Let's go back a touch.
Former enslaved people often.
Yeah, right there.
There was also a prominent slave-owning family in Georgia named King. And we know that former enslaved people often took the surnames of their former enslavers. It's possible that Nathan had some black relatives who were using the surname King. And
Nathan had some black relatives.
That surname as well.
He's saying Nathan has some black relatives. To me, he's speaking as if Nathan is not black, or that the Jacob Branham person is not black. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all following me. Because I'm just trying to help. I'm just trying to make sure that we all are understanding.
One.
Yeah. Because I just want to make sure y'all feeling what I'm trying to get at here. And I know he put some type of correction in the comments, so I'll read that correction he put in the comments as well. But you still kept the video up like this. So I don't give a damn about the correction in the comment. You didn't go back and correct the video. So that's what's not being acknowledged here.
Well, let's now switch over to Dr. King's maternal family, the Williams, which is where he has deep roots when it comes to.
Oh, I know he ain't African.
Like Nathan King,
Right, Jackie
Willis
Brown.
Williams was born into slavery. But at the same time as being enslaved, he was also a preacher. He continued in this occupation after obtaining his freedom
Hold
and then
up.
his history. Like
My bad, y'all.
enslavers, it's possible that Nathan King family in Georgia named King. And we know that former enslaved people often took the surnames of their former enslavers. It's possible that Nathan had some black relatives who were using the surname King, and he simply chose to use that surname as well. Let's now switch over to Dr. King's maternal family, the Williams,
So
which
this
is
is
where he
mom's
has
side.
deep roots when it comes to Christian ministry. Like Nathan King, Willis Williams was born into slavery. But at the same time as being enslaved, he was also a preacher. He continued.
So he's making the claim that both of Martin Luther King Jr.'s maternal and paternal line both were born into slavery, but he didn't really prove that.
Continued in this occupation after obtaining his freedom, and then his son, Adam Daniel Williams, took it up as well, becoming the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta in 1894 and obtaining an education from what would later become known as Morehouse College. It was around this time that the National Baptist Convention was formed, which to
and listen to when this shit was child, listen. I don't got time today, y'all. I got time today. I got time. I got time today. Hold up. A slave is a preacher. A slave can read, right?
Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta in 1894 and obtaining an education from what would later become known as Morehouse College. It was around this time that the National Baptist Convention was formed, which to this day is the largest Black denomination in the United States. Ebenezer Baptist Church became a part of that denomination, and under Williams' leadership, it grew from just a handful of members to almost 1,000. It was also during his tenure that the current church building was built. Reverend Williams married Jenny Parks, who, as far as I know, was not related to Rosa Parks. And together they had only one surviving child, Alberta, who ended up marrying Michael King, one of the 10 children of James King and a student at Morehouse. Now, wait a second, did I just say Michael King? Yes, both Alberta's husband and her firstborn son, the famous Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., were originally named Michael. However, in 1931, the Reverend Adam Daniels Williams died, and his son-in-law, Michael King, succeeded him as pastor of the Ebenezer Baptist Church. A few years later, Michael King Sr. traveled to Germany, where he visited several sites associated with the great Protestant reformer Martin Luther. At this point, he decided to change his name, as well as the name of his son, to Martin Luther King. King Sr. followed in his father-in-law's footsteps, becoming not only a popular minister, but also a key figure in the early civil rights movement, fighting to end Jim Crow laws that forced segregation between blacks and whites, and leading the Atlanta chapter of the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored Peoples. Alberta and King Sr. had 3 children, Christine, Dr. King, and Alfred Daniel, better known as AD. Christine received 2 master's degrees from Columbia University during the 1950s and taught elementary school before serving as a professor at Spelman College for over 50 years. Spelman being one of the most well-known historically Black colleges for women. Christine is now 95 years old and is currently the oldest living member of the family. Her daughter, Dr. Angela Ferris Watkins, has followed in her footsteps, becoming a professor at Spelman. While not as famous as his older brother, A.D. King was also an important civil rights leader during the 1960s. He mostly stayed out of the spotlight, but he was there promoting nonviolent action during the influential Birmingham campaign. And he was there in Selma on Bloody Sunday when dozens of Black protesters were attacked for peacefully crossing a
Why
bridge.
do they continue to show
He
these
even survived his
black and
own
white? I
potential
don't understand that.
assassination when his home was bombed, and he was there the day that his brother was shot. Like his brother, father, and maternal grandfather, A.D. was also a preacher and a graduate of Morehouse. In fact, following Dr. King's assassination, he took over his brother's job as co-pastor at Ebenezer Baptist Church. Now, I should point out that by this point, Ebenezer was now a part of the Progressive National Baptist Convention, a new denomination that broke away from the National Baptist Convention because it wanted to focus more on social justice. Unfortunately, though, A.D. only outlived his famous brother by 1 year. In 1969, he was found dead in his swimming pool. It was ruled an accident, but some people still have their doubts. A.D.'s wife, Naomi, is still living and is currently 91. Together, they had 5 children. Unfortunately, 3 died quite young from heart problems, which they may have inherited from their father. A.D.'s most high-profile descendant is his daughter, Dr. Alveda King. Unlike the rest of her family, she's become a fixture in right-wing politics rather than left-wing. Although she served as a member of the Georgia House of Representatives in the 80s as a Democrat, she later became a Republican and was quite vocal in her support of Trump. She's also the author of a book called The Arab Heart, about a Black prince who comes to America to find a wife. According to her, she shared the manuscript with Eddie Murphy, who then gave it to Paramount Pictures, who then turned it into the movie Coming to America.
Wow.
She sued but lost the case. Let me now introduce you to Coretta Scott King, the wife of Dr. Martin Luther King. She was born in Alabama to Reverend Obadiah Scott and Bernice McMurray. Bernice's father was half Irish, a quarter Black, and a quarter Native American. But like
half Irish, a quarter Black, and a quarter Indian. Sound like an Irish and Indian to me. See, and that's why we was like his paternal line descended from Europe, and the maternal line, Coretta, descended from America. Very interesting.
most mixed race
And
people at the time,
Ireland too. And Ireland too, because he said, all right. That's the most replayed part, funny enough.
Scott King, the wife of Dr. Martin Luther King. She was born in Alabama to Reverend Obadiah Scott and Bernice McMurray. Bernice's father was half Irish, a quarter Black, and a quarter Native American. But like most mixed race people at the time, he was simply considered Black. Coretta had a
You
talent
hear
for
that? How many times are we going to verify that they were just calling them Black? It didn't matter. If your skin looked at Black, you were being called Black. He just said it. And then somehow we got to keep fighting with paying goofies about this shit. Yeah, that was interesting, that Coming to America part. With Alveda King writing that book. Eddie Murphy and them hijacked that joint. That's clearly Murray and Indian, bro. Sitting up here playing these games.
music and won a scholarship to attend the New England Conservatory of Music in Boston, which is where she met Martin Luther King Jr., who was studying at Boston University. Coretta might have gone on to have a successful career in the music industry, but she gave that up to marry King and join him in his ministry and civil rights work. After her husband's assassination, she basically became his successor, continuing the fight for civil rights. However, she expanded the focus to include women's rights and gay rights as well. In order to cement her husband's legacy, she founded and led the King Center for Nonviolent Social Change. And want to have her husband's birthday
Play that back,
made a
sis, a
federal
little
holiday,
bit.
which it was in 1986.
I rolled my
This
eyes.
to
I wasn't
include
going to say
women's
that.
rights and gay rights as well.
You know I'm a
In order to cement her
rolled my
husband's
eyes.
legacy,
I was like, Chad.
she basically began to have a successful career in the music industry, but she gave that up to marry King and join him in his ministry and civil rights work. After her husband's assassination, she basically became his successor, continuing the fight for civil rights. However, she expanded the focus to include women's rights and gay rights as well. In order to
Now, did
cement her
anybody
husband's
let us
legacy,
know
she founded
that
and
she was
led
his
the
successor?
King Center
Or are
for
they just saying
Nonviolent
that?
Social Change and
You see what I'm
fought to
saying,
have
Sharice?
her husband's birthday made a federal holiday, which it was in 1986. Another thing she fought for was the truth to come out regarding
Okay,
her
big dog.
husband's
You want to say something
assassination.
about that?
Although a man named
Yeah, real quick. You know, I'll be short. You know what I mean? She basically, you know, did anybody say that she was taking over the movement, the civil rights movement? Did any of us hear any of that information? That was one. And then the other point, you know, how it turned into the alphabet crew, you know, and everybody but us.
Yep.
But that's all I wanted to say.
Again. And keep going on and on and on. Foolery. I'm gonna show y'all one more of these too. These things are
It's
good.
like They making up history because she wasn't no leader after he died. She wasn't no civil rights leader. Go ahead, sis. You got it.
Named James Earl Ray was convicted of the murder based on a plea agreement. The King family has always believed that Ray did not act alone and was probably not even the shooter. In 1999, they filed a civil suit against a man named Lloyd Jowers, who owned a restaurant near the hotel where King was shot, and who admitted that he was part of a conspiracy that involved both the federal government, the local police, and the mafia. They won that suit. However, because civil rulings do not directly impact criminal rulings, it didn't change Ray's conviction. He had died in prison the previous year anyway, so it didn't really matter for him. But it did put out there the idea that the government
So who was behind
definitely
it? The
involved.
government.
An
You know what I
idea
mean?
that the government, of
And these
course,
people act like, you know, this government so innocent. The CIA and the FBI wasn't formed against us. You know what I mean? It wasn't assassinating our people, you know, along with the police force. Go ahead, Sharice, you got it. The same government that's making us African Americans and changed our, you know, our identity of who we are. You know, the same government putting us in Africa, and so on and so on. It's good information, Sharice. Yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat. Much love, much respect to everybody. Hopefully everybody having a good evening, man. Shout out to OTK and Sharice for doing this. Shout out my brother Alabama, Sagittarius Jones, everybody in the chat. Go ahead, Sharice, you got it, sis.
All right.
Continues to deny. Martin and Coretta had 4 children who were aged 12, 10, 7, and 5 at the time of Dr. King's assassination. The eldest, Yolanda, became an actress and was good friends with Atala Shabazz, the daughter of Malcolm X. Unfortunately, though, Yolanda died at age 51, just 1 year after her mother Coretta's death in 2006. Their other 3 children, Martin Luther King III, Dexter, and Bernice, have all been involved in the running of the King Center after the death of their mother, and currently it is Bernice who serves as the president. Both Bernice and Martin Luther King III have also been involved in the leadership of the SCLC, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, which is the main civil rights organization that was founded by Martin Luther King Jr.
Yes, and also, I don't know. Hold up, the SCLC is SNCC. I'm sure they were all in the same situation because Murray and Burry used to run that SNCC jump.
Currently, Dr. King has only one grandchild, the daughter of Martin Luther King III and his wife, Andrea. You'll note that there are a lot of other reverends on this tree. For example, Coretta's sister Edith married a reverend, and their brother Obadiah Jr. was one too, following in the footsteps of their father, Obadiah Sr. Then there was the Reverend Vernon King, the son of A.D., as well as Dr. King's cousin, the Reverend Toussaint King Hill Sr., and his son, King Hill Jr. And currently, there's still Dr. King's other cousin, the Reverend Joel King.
That's
Jr.,
a lot of
who
reverends
lives
in that
Ohio.
family. Selling the
So that was a
people
look
out.
at some of the
Selling us
members
out.
of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s family tree. I now invite you to check out some of the other videos that are part.
Yes, y'all. And I'm gonna show y'all one more of these because these is good.
And real quick, Sharice, you know, basically they put them in Africa. None of their lineages went to Africa, besides for them putting them in Africa. It went to Ireland and somewhere else, right?
Yep.
Wow. You got it, sis. Go ahead and do your thing.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
And they never said how they got to African. You know, if they took a DNA test or if they met their ancestors in Africa. It's just they're slaves. You get what I'm saying?
Off
No
the break.
proof.
No proof. The census don't even say they slaves, and they still
Exactly.
calling them slaves. They talk about us the 1870 census. They didn't show a census prior to that 1871. I wonder why that is.
Yeah, because the so-called census started in 1790, so that's 40 or 50 years no census, right?
They
Maybe
had
a little 60.
they had one, but they didn't show anything. That means they should have had something prior. If I don't
Yes,
know,
ma'am.
at least something that would indicate when the father came to America or something like that.
Something, anything.
But like
not just he was a slave.
And he's talking like this Jacob Brandon person is another race, and the fucking census say he black. You can't get around that. Yeah, shout out to the chat. Hi, Sweet Feather. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to all the fucking originals, man. We know what it is. So look, this is a very interesting family tree family right here. This one was good too. This one only 10 minutes though.
Of the Gordy dynasty, one of the most influential families in U.S. history. If you don't immediately recognize the name Gordy,
It is in
you will
Motown.
certainly recognize the names of many people connected to their tree, such as Michael Jackson, Beyonce, the guys from LMFAO, and President Jimmy Carter. But the central figure on this family tree is a man named Berry Gordy III. He founded Motown Records in 1959, and from there built a music empire that continues to have a major impact on pop music and culture around the world today. Has its roots in families. American families. Like most Black American families, the Gordy family's story has its roots in the story of American slavery. This tree begins with Esther Johnson, an enslaved teenager of African descent in Georgia. When she was around 14 years old, a white man named James T. Gordy impregnated her.
See this? She was, hold up. First of all, it's 1840. You're assuming she was enslaved. I just get tired of it.
Or they're putting her in slavery.
Literally.
Literally. Because they said so.
Because of this white person on her tree. She must have been a slave. There's no way it could have been a consensual relationship. All right.
And without knowing any further details, we can certainly say that what Gordy did to Esther Johnson was wrong. Esther's child, who was named Barry, grew up, became a free man, and married a woman named Lucy Hellam. Together, they had a child who became Berry Gordy II. In 1922, Barry II and his wife Bertha decided to move to Detroit, Michigan, in part because the South was still an extremely dangerous place for Black people at the time. The KKK was at its peak, and lynchings were all too common. Barry and Bertha were gifted entrepreneurs. In Detroit, they established several businesses, including a construction firm, a grocery store, a print shop, and a life insurance.
Yeah, Sweet Feather. They mentioned that the father was Indian, a quarter Black, and a quarter Irish on her maternal side, on the maternal side of the King family. And I was like, what the hell? Why y'all just can't say that Coretta's people is Indian?
Mic check. Mic check. Am I back from the black hole?
Yeah,
Can
but you
hear
gotta
me,
hold
Jack?
that belly fan move. You gotta hang on for a second because we done moved into another segue. We on Berry Gordy family tree. And I
Yeah, and I want there's two things. I sent you something in case you can't pull that Hulu up, so I don't want you to get a copyright strike. But I sent you the YouTube version of the Clotilda, and the Nat Geo, whether or not you can get to it. But if you can, in the background, pull up Stanley Durham, that actual slave history of Barack Hussein Obama. I'm sorry, is that Barry Soetoro? I don't know.
Oh yeah, that real name. Candace always dug into that too.
Company. Together, they had 4 sons and 4 daughters, most of whom initially worked in the various family businesses. But their second youngest son, Barry Gordy III, had other interests. He became a professional boxer for several years and then served during the Korean War, working as a chaplain's assistant and playing the organ during the troops' church services. When he returned home, he married Thelma Coleman and opened a record store. That didn't pan out though, so instead, he started writing and producing songs for several up-and-coming R&B artists, including a group called The Miracles, whose lead singer was Smokey Robinson. Then, in 1959, he made the most important decision of his life. He founded Motown Records, although originally it was named as Tamla Records. He did this by borrowing money from his sister Esther, who managed the family's savings fund. It was a great decision because during the 1960s, Motown ended up becoming one of the most successful record companies that America had ever seen. Here,
hey, I'm not playing with y'all in the chat asking, is that Jerry Springer? Hey, that is President Jimmy Carter. Y'all need to stop.
Hold up. Now, okay. So when you go back to the tree, because I'm driving, so I can't see it on the screen, so small. How many white so-called Europeans? Because we still haven't identified Negropeans.
They about to get to his white side. He related to the late Jimmy Carter, the late president. They cousins or some shit.
Are just some of the artists who signed with Motown.
I've got sunshine on a cloudy day. In the name of love. You really gotta hold on.
So now that you get a sense of the Gordy family's connections to the music industry, let's return to the family tree and look at it in more detail. All of Barry's siblings eventually ended up working for Motown in one way or another, either as executives or songwriters or both. His eldest brother's daughter, Iris, ended up serving as a top executive as well. 2 of Barry's sisters ended up marrying Motown artists. Anna married Marvin Gaye, who was known as the Prince of Soul, and Gwen married Harvey Fuqua, founder of the Moonglows. While married to Anna Gordy, Marvin Gaye conceived a child with Denise Gordy. Denise was the daughter of Anna's brother, George. At the time, Anna faked.
So are y'all aware of that Marvin Gaye, although married to Anna Gordy, he had a kid with Denise Gordy.
The niece, and there's still some other stuff got to come out of that too.
Oh, it's about to. Yeah, this was crazy right here. I'm like, this whole Marvin Gaye situation is a hot mess, sis. That's correct. Hold on, let me go back because I started talking. My bad.
Daughter of Anna's brother, a child with Denise Gordy. While married to Anna Gordy, Marvin Gaye conceived a child with Denise Gordy. Denise was the daughter of Anna's brother, George. At the time, Anna faked a pregnancy, and the child, known as Marvin Gaye III, grew up believing that Anna was his biological.
So Richard Lawson couldn't tell that his wife wasn't pregnant. His wife was pregnant. This is crazy.
Mother. Marvin Gaye was shot and killed in 1984 by his father, Marvin Gaye.
Hold on, let me go back, y'all. Hold up. So y'all can really understand.
Married Marvin Gaye, who was known as the Prince.
And shout out
Two
to
of Barry's
Gaye from
sisters
Tennessee.
ended up marrying executive as well. Two of Barry's sisters ended up marrying Motown artists. Anna married Marvin Gaye, who was known as the Prince of Soul, and Gwen married Harvey Fuqua, founder of the Moonglows. While married to Anna Gordy, Marvin Gaye conceived a child with Denise Gordy. Denise was the daughter of Anna's brother, George. At the time, Anna faked a pregnancy, and the child, known as Marvin Gaye III, grew up believing that Anna was his biological mother. Marvin Gaye was shot and killed in 1984 by his father, Marvin Gaye I, following a physical altercation between the two men. Marvin Gaye III did not learn who his real mother was until many years after his father's death. Denise Gordy married actor Richard Lawson, and together they had a daughter named Bianca.
Wait a minute. That shit's scandalous, y'all. If I was Marvin Gaye III,
Now, hold on. Now, is this the same Richard Lawson that's getting divorced from Beyonce's mama?
That's correct.
Okay, cook, girl, cook.
That's correct. Yeah. That's why I figured y'all would find this Gordy tree very, 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 very interesting, because I know a lot of this stuff. Some people know, maybe the older people, but a lot of the younger folks don't know that this was going on. These are we talking about Motown here. Like the staple of American music as we know it, like the progenitors, this shit was going on. So, I mean, of course there was progenitors before them, but we know Motown is Motown, okay? And you can't take it away.
His brother, George. At the time, Anna faked a pregnancy, and the child, known as Marvin Gaye III, grew up believing that Anna was his biological mother. Marvin Gaye was shot and killed in 1984 by his father, Marvin Gaye I, following a physical altercation between the two men. Marvin Gaye III did not learn who his real mother was until many years after his father's death. Denise Gordy married actor Richard Lawson, and together they had a daughter named Bianca, who, like her father, went into acting. Eventually,
we all know who the beautiful Bianca Lawson is, forever young like a vampire, okay?
Richard and Denise divorced, and in 2015, Richard married Tina Knowles, mother of Beyonce and Solange Knowles. So these two well-known women in the music industry are now the stepsisters of Gordy descendant Bianca Lawson. Okay, so now let's look at the children of Berry Gordy. With his first wife, Thelma, he had 3 children. His eldest daughter, Hazel, married Jermaine Jackson, a member of the Jackson 5 and thus a brother of the late Michael Jackson. With his second wife, Ray Singleton, Berry had a son named Carey. In the late 1970s, Carey was part of a band known as Apollo with his friend Benny Medina. Benny Medina grew up in a poor inner-city setting, but ended up moving to Bel Air to live in a mansion with his rich friend Carey. Sound familiar? That's because Benny later helped create the TV show The Fresh Prince of Bel Air, which was loosely based on his own life. The rest of Berry Gordy's children came from various other relationships he had over the years. One of these children was Kennedy Gordy, better known.
First of all, I see Rockwell, which I did not know.
Yes, secondly, all of that. Yes.
Hold on now. This is Diana Ross's baby love child next to him, right?
Hold up. Let me pause. The mouth slipped off. Yeah. They treat serious.
God damn it.
This is a serious tree. They got the LMFAO boy right there. I said, what the fuck he doing on there? I was losing it, y'all. Man, this is cute. Y'all, I know y'all love this, okay? Because I'm enjoying it too. This is some tea. Come on through Exit in the Paradigm. Sure is. Yes. Shout out to the chat. Hey, y'all. Shout out to everybody watching. I hope y'all having a great night. I hope I'm not too loud for y'all. That's probably why some people left out. But I'm having a good time, y'all. And like, I was just this stunned. Like, some of this stuff I did know, but like, you know, I knew about, and it was a lot of stuff I didn't know. Like, this family, this is serious business. American royalty.
It's a family affair. Stress affair.
Messy royalty, but nonetheless, true Americans, you know, and I think that it gets lost in translation with a slave narrative. But I ain't even hear them start that shit with them. I mean, well, they did start that shit with them, but I already explained that why that's bullshit in 1840, especially after 1840. So that's my opinion. Y'all, you know, that's not for everyone to have the same opinion about, you know, white people in America. I don't expect y'all to, you know, but they was enslaved over here. So I can't discount it. Even though they don't like to admit that shit. And then they didn't predicated the 1619 story on us when it was really they wild asses.
One of these children was Kennedy Gordy, better known by his stage name Rockwell. He had a hit in the 1980s.
My fault, y'all.
Prince of Bel-Air.
There we go. That's where we were.
In a mansion with his rich friend Carrie. Sound familiar? That's because Benny later helped create the TV show The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which was loosely based on his own life. The rest of Berry Gordy's children came from various other relationships he had over the years. One of these children was Kennedy Gordy, better known by his stage name Rockwell. He had a hit in the 1980s. Berry also had a relationship with Diana Ross of the Supremes, and together they had a daughter named Rhonda Ross. However, Diana Ross was married to Robert Silberstein at the time, and therefore Rhonda grew up as Rhonda Silberstein, only discovering who her biological father was at age 13. She married jazz musician Rodney Kendrick and is herself both a musician and actress. Finally, I want to point out Berry's youngest child, Stefan Gordy, who is better known by his stage name Red Foo. Together with his nephew Skylar, son of Berry Gordy IV, he formed the duo LMFAO.
Look at this, y'all. This is wild. Seriously.
Okay, now what about that link to President Jimmy Carter that I mentioned earlier? Well, the maiden name of Jimmy Carter's mother was Gordy. She, like Berry Gordy II, was a grandchild of James T. Gordy. Lily's father was James Jackson Gordy, son of James T. and his wife Harriet. So that makes James Jackson and Berry I half brothers, Lily and Berry II first cousins, and President Carter and Motown founder Berry Gordy III second cousins. That's a pretty close relationship. Which brings me to one final point that I'd like to make. In most Black American family trees, there's a white ancestor in there somewhere.
Thank you. So stop getting mad at me when I say this
Okay,
shit.
but hold up. Wait a minute. Where's the nigga in the woodpile, Sharice? Oh, I'm sorry. When they say you black, you're African, huh? What did Hiker say? You see what Hiker said in the chat, Sharice? Hiker, you're flossing, man.
Yeah, I hope they is, man. They getting whooped tonight because we not even about to play. But look at this. I know. Rest in peace to the late President Jimmy Carter. Yes, we are all aware that he went on.
Now, do not forget the peanut farmer now from Plains, Georgia.
May he rest in peace.
Come on, big dog. God damn.
See, you gotta stop, y'all. Y'all gotta stop y'all bullshit. Woo! Oh my God, man. Jimmy Carter is black, basically, with no presence of the one drop rule. Do you see this? Diabolical mess. Especially if the grandfather and the other grandfather, they brothers. So what's going on? And you know, y'all get mad at me for saying it, man. And I don't like to upset y'all in the chat, you know, but we know what's up, man, when it comes to us. And we know, you know what I'm saying, that some eyes was looking at our women. Okay? Looking at us beautiful, beautiful queens sashaying around here, okay? With all kinds of shape, sizes, and body types and everything else. You know what I'm saying? Please, okay? Because they like us now the same way. It ain't never changed. I'll do a little breakdown, but I ain't gonna show no I'm gonna have to, you know, I'll show a picture of Beyonce and we could talk shit, but I ain't gonna fuck
Yeah,
around.
but always wins right on the point. Stop playing on OTK shit. Hit that like, share, subscribe, get them subscriptions up, and follow Sharice the Realist. Cook, baby girl, cook.
Thank you. I'm enjoying myself, man. I'm just having a good time and talking about things, and we just expressing ourselves, and that's what this is. And you know, we got to get to the bottom of things, y'all. That's why I don't want y'all to be so shocked when I say some people might got some white cousins somewhere. I don't want y'all to be upset. We talking about Motown. With a link to Jimmy Carter. Imagine how many of y'all. I mean, it is not even to be funny, but it's dead. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. I just don't want y'all to be surprised if something come up. That's all, y'all. I don't want y'all to be shocked. I don't want y'all to be stunned, because this is a reality. This is the reality of the decisions that our ancestors made. They like to make it seem like these were forced decisions. I would argue that that's not always the case. That every sexual encounter ain't forced in back in no day. I don't want to hear that shit. You ain't about to say the only reason we like this is because people was getting raped all over the place. Stop. We had Loving versus Virginia. You ain't about to tell me white men ain't love black women and black women didn't love white men back then, or whatever y'all want to say. Okay? I'm sorry, y'all. And I know a lot of y'all don't like it. Y'all don't like me when I say it. I don't give a fuck. I have to keep it real. That's my name for a reason. Whether you like it or not. They said if a motherfucker always saying something you want to hear, man, you need to get the fuck away from them. If a person ain't going to tell you the truth, what you listening to somebody ain't going to keep it real with you for? Why you around people that only want to tell you what you want to hear? Some people got to grow up. Like, we in 2025, we grown as hell.
Saf, come on, girl. Saf said something about doing a breakdown. Come on up here, girl. Hit the link, Sharice. Hit the link.
I put the link down there. I've been putting the link out there. Anybody can hit the link. Y'all know what time it is. We just building. You know, I know a lot of times, you know, the fellas be scared to come up here with me because I ain't having that shit. I love y'all though. Yeah, we need to get back in the fold the right way and understand this the right way. And we all understand it together. Oh, Sab, you already know this is a free floor. So you can pull up whenever you ready. If you want, you know, if you got something that won't get struck, you know, that'll be great.
Now, if you're gonna stay on trees,
of it, bro. My bad. Go ahead.
If you're gonna stay on tree, I don't know whether you want to go into Barack. You can circle back to it, but if you just pull up Stanley Durham, so that you can see the court case of slavery through his ancestry, so that we understand how this African is a descendant of a slave. Because see, this is the problem with these pan-goofy motherfuckers not understanding the white African, like Elon Muskie ass.
Come on, Muskie. This one only got like 2 more minutes though, so we'll circle to, we could circle to it in a minute because this one ain't that long, but this one was the most interesting, even more interesting than Martin Luther King Jr.'s, in my opinion. So y'all put some fire emojis, put something in the chat, put some
Now
sunflowers.
let's not forget how Motown got sold and to who. So you're gonna wrap that with a bow. You might want to bring that for the fill in.
Hold up, you went out a little bit. You was in a hockey hole for like 2 seconds.
I'm saying we want to tie a ribbon round the old oak tree. Who the hell sold Motown to who?
Don't even get me started on that shit. People got to stop selling shit.
For non-consensual reasons. This is why when I did my video on the fact that all people with at least some European blood are the descendants of royalty, I said that this applies to people of color as well. The flip side of this is that in many white American family trees, at least the ones that go back to colonial times, you're probably going to find branches that lead to Black American families, meaning
You telling white folks the same thing. Like, look, some of y'all might got some shit that reach back to Black lines. Y'all, this shit gets real, man. And I know we don't like it, young, but like, you got to get that out your heart. You got to, because that's the only way we're gonna move forward. Hey, Saf, you could come whenever you're ready, baby. Whenever you're ready.
at least the ones that
Sharif,
go back to colonial
real
times.
quick.
Go ahead, big dog.
I don't have a problem with some of us mixing. Just know not all of us mix.
Hey,
you get me, sis?
Hey, listen.
And
maybe not your direct line, but maybe a cousin, sister might have. We cannot overlook it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I understand some of us mix, but not all mix. But you got it, sis. That's all I wanted to say.
I ain't gonna lie about it, because I even seen on my father's side, I don't see that. Not yet. I haven't seen any of the other, of the other race. So see, on my maternal line, I did. So I think it all depends on where you were and where you were in history and what was going on at the time. See, because I have a maternal line from Virginia, and we know what was going on there, and we know what.
But wait a minute, my sister, my brother. Yeah. We keep getting things mixed up. When you talk about after 1900, I need to see some receipts on pale degenerates. Before that, there's some Negro peon shit going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's what I said.
We keep giving whiteness to people. And by the way, and this is the last part, we have to actually explain what is a free white person from the citizenship of the Naturalization Act of 1790. This is what I think people keep getting confused and twisted. And I yield.
So here's what I'll say, because oh God, I hope I ain't forget. See, that's why I was trying to show Martin Luther King Jr.'s first, because it showed a lot of the discrepancies where they're trying to make this claim. And so allegedly, to me, in my opinion, what that claim was that the Jacob Branham person is a white person. The whole time, he ain't white, he Black. So what are we saying here? So we see that a lot of BS going on, a lot of manipulation, a lot of record changing, a lot of people changing the story, putting whatever they want to put on it. We even witnessed this person do it respectfully. So I just think it's complicated, y'all. That's all I'm saying. And like I said, every part of the history we ain't gonna like. But if you really look into it, like I said, even if a cousin married somebody down the line, them folks related to you. It don't make, even in the present day, because I don't see a decline in so-called Black men, dating outside the race. Or like I said, or maybe more so ending what we think. So like I said, I don't know what's going on. I was just as shocked to see it myself. I call myself Sharice the Realist. I want to be real with y'all and with the things I see and with the way that I'm perceiving it, because I just don't want to, dismiss it, because it's relevant. And even when we have these conversations, it's going to always be relevant. My 5th great grandfather is an Indian on record, y'all. Married to a white woman who 10 years later on the census turned into a mulatto. Like in Virginia, this is going on. This type of shit. So I can't, like, I have to address it all. You know, and I know people ain't gonna like it, you know, but it is what it is.
Let's not forget the scandalous shit from Virginia is Walter Ashby Plecker and the white status of the Racial Integrity Act and the Pocahontas mythology, where he said the entire House of Burgess had that nigga in their woodpile. You got it, sis.
Yeah, let me go ahead and wrap this one up. This only got like a minute left. And then I'll see what else we could pull up. Well, I see OTK here now, so
Probably going to find branches that lead to Black American families, meaning that a lot of white Americans have some distant Black cousins, and a lot of Black Americans have some distant white cousins. So one way or another, we are all connected. But because of the power imbalances that existed in the past, some of us have reached the present with far more privilege than others. While those of us who are white can't change the actions of our ancestors in the past, we can take positive action in the present to help build a better future for everybody. Before I go, I want to give a big shout out to Oris Jenkins for suggesting this topic.
And who is this Oris Jenkins?
I've never heard of him. I never heard of this young man.
Because this is an interesting statement. He says, last word said, those of us who are white. Who is that? You know, if you can't pull up that what I sent you, the YouTube version of the Hulu Clotilda, because I think it's only like maybe 10 or 15 minutes or something like that. It shows you how they put that documentary together. I'd like for you to throw some of that in the gumbo pot, if you don't mind, my dear.
Yeah, this joint a little long. This joint a little lengthy, Alibaba move, but I'll send it.
Not the Nat Geo one. The one that talks about the Hulu. It's a YouTube video. I sent you the Hulu stuff first, but I thought you might get a copy strike to actually show the documentary itself.
That's why you sent the other one.
Yeah, there is a.
So which one do you want me to show? The Nat Geo?
No. The one that says Hulu. So it shows you how they went and put this down. Girl, I wish you could show this, because that door of return shit and how these people got deceived in doing all this performative art. If you got Hulu, you got to watch that.
I will watch it. I will. I'll pull that up today. But they do got a Nat Geo version. I don't know. I don't want. Maybe we'll play a short.
Now, see, the Nat Geo was when they called themselves Finding That Damn Driftwood. But I want you to see the Hulu one in that YouTube video, because it may show some of the clips of them doing their ceremonial shit and how they convinced this American Negro family of this Clotilda narrative. You feel me, sis?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they keep trying to find a way to connect us back to a boat. They know the motherfucking seat getting hot. And somebody gonna have to start giving some answers to something. Period. We tired. Hey, OTK.
What up, sissy? Doing your goddamn thing. I love it. I was sitting there watching.
South Kakalaki in the building.
Listen, I was up there watching and helping cook for these kids to raise money for the cheerleading team, for the JV cheerleading squad. They want to get new uniforms. So I don't got time to wait on no fucking school when my little cousins them involved with it. Y'all want new uniforms? Well, fuck it. All right, how much y'all need? We gonna get y'all in. We'll put the pressure on everybody else to fucking support after we come up and raise some of this money. You know, y'all go to school. We raise the money while y'all at school. So, man, shout out to the community, man, who came out and supported big today. You know what I mean? And we're gonna do it for the whole week, man. And we not only just targeting their cheerleading uniforms, but we also gonna get the varsity girls new uniforms too. So
big ups to you, Poppy. You got that catfish dinner working, them hush puppies and shit in the low country.
Nah, we had lima beans and rice, you know what I mean, with turkey wings, and then also red rice and green beans. I was actually with my cousin who got a food truck. So I linked up with her and told her, you know what I mean? Well, hey, I help you because her daughter's on the cheerleading team. My son is on the team. You know what I mean? So, hey, you know what I mean? That's just what we got to do, man. That's
Keep it in the family.
Oh, yeah.
You,
And all
you
my
see
little
all this
cousins,
family tea she's spilling, right, OTK?
and my four, hell yeah, my four cousins, my four female cousins, who I raised money for to go to Alabama, damn Alabama, to Alabama to run track. They all came back with medals, so I'm gonna do a show with them to let y'all know that they all came back with medals too, running in that, man. You know what I mean? So, damn, I love the kids, man. I swear, man.
Congratulations, standing on American Indian business.
Let's go out there and chill them motherfuckers.
Yeah, my sis up here, my sis up here standing on goddamn American Indian business. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, cook, sis. Hey, peace to you, Big Dog Philly OG. Peace to you, Alabama. Peace to everybody in the
Peace,
chat.
peace.
Thank y'all
Respect,
for
brother.
coming and
Peace.
supporting my sister, Sweet Feather, Sap. Y'all don't have to stay in the chat. Nabby Poet. Y'all don't have to stay in the chat when she's up here. Y'all come on up. Y'all come on up with this sister. Bad Saint, y'all come on up with goddamn Sister Cherise. Y'all got a lot to say, and we want to hear. You know what I mean? Stand on this American Indian business all day, every day, and Twix on Sunday.
Funny.
Go ahead, sister, cook.
Shoot, I thought you was coming in the swing on. He gone.
Oh no! Whenever you finish, sis. I'm. Whenever you finish, you doing good though. Go ahead, keep doing what you
No,
do.
she finna hand you this Clotilda baton, this driftwood piece of motherfucking wood. Hand that baton to him.
You know I got
Cerise Brook, baby, cook, baby girl.
Yeah, so y'all know I wanted to show my DNA video. I love this video.
Let's go. Sis.
My God. Because they want to keep telling us the same BS, y'all. And we already know what's up. Oh, man, they got a 2-hour delay tomorrow. God damn. I hope they clean these streets up. This snow was horrendous. But it was still not that bad. But just having to clean off the car and do all that crap. And it was cold. I was like, man.
How many days they gonna have the peanut farmer lay in state? Since she showed the Barry Gordy connection, OTK.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was watching the whole time. I just been in the truck cooking, but you know what I mean, and serving food and stuff. But I was watching the whole thing cook. I missed a couple of parts, charging my phone up and stuff. But yeah, I was watching that whole thing cook. I watched that whole tie-in. I didn't even know Diana Ross had no baby by Barry Gordon. Now that makes it why Jackson. Why Michael Jackson. That's why he made that song "Dirty Diana."
Dirty Diana.
It makes sense now. Here we go.
Yeah, they had all of them had babies, man. Out here and doing a lot.
Peace out.
Hey, Seth.
What's going on?
Yes, come on to the avatar.
Peace, peace.
Yeah, this is my other account, but yeah. So,
come on, sis, cook,
you,
man. What you throwing in the gumbo pot? Come on, cook.
Can I just show this real quick? Because I was watching somebody's channel last night. Apparently, this I don't know if she's like half Jewish, white, whatever. But she made like a TikTok talking about how Beyonce is like a propaganda, like the best propaganda spinner because of her halftime show. And she was like, it was just a lot of Americana propaganda, and she do it so well because she's a great performer. And a lot of our folks was coming at her, for saying that, it was just propaganda. And like, I kind of understand why she would say that, because we living in a government that always pushing out propaganda, and it could be propaganda, but it also is American culture, and it's not
people are confused about what American culture really is because they're confused about who the American is, right? So I just wanted to I don't think that this is going to get a strike because I'm seeing other people that's taking the whole halftime show and reposting it on their channel just fine. Some people are reacting to the halftime show, so I'm going to play the reaction somebody recorded. So let me, and I just wanted to point out all of the American things and how this is our culture. It's not YT culture or anything that these people created. This is
Ain't none of that.
created by us.
Authenticated, cultivated, originated, all of that. The original credit goes to Black Americans. I don't understand the issue. So-called Black Americans, the ones they misnomered and reclassified and swept the land from up under. Those people. Stop. Go ahead, sis.
Those people, the ones that they call in, Black and African, they don't realize is the American, and everything that you seeing or about to see is our culture, and it is the American culture. Can y'all see the screen?
100%. Okay. It ain't got too much.
I see it, but I don't hear anything yet. But it's on my phone, so
haven't started playing it. Okay.
No, I'm saying she reacting to it.
Yes, this is a reaction video.
Okay.
Somebody else's page. This is not the NFL.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Seth, before you take it off pause, remember there's two things going here with Cowboy Carter. There's one in the background most people don't know about. It's a Renaissance agenda that she's been doing maybe for about 5 years now of reclaiming genres. I believe the next chapter she's gonna do rock and roll.
Rock and roll. That's what they're saying.
And then do you know about the Lippenzinger, I think it's called, the horse that she sits on? Is born
beautiful.
Black or dark gray and turns white. So the mythology is taking Black music, making it white country and Western, and I yield.
Yeah, I baked them on a live maybe like some months ago when they was trying to get on Beyonce and get mad at her for wearing a cowboy hat and being American. And I'm like, yeah, and that's why she pissed me off when she did that. When she did that African shit, she made me mad. Because when you wanted to come back home, they fucking went on you for that, and they went crazy because they're like, you came over here, you did all this, and then you gonna go and wreck. How you gonna tell her that she ain't American? She's still American. That don't change.
But you do know that some places she's trying to throw a Haitian tip out too. If you hadn't heard that.
No, I haven't heard that one, but I know about they got a very interesting lineage they self. The Carter family. I'll show that one day too, because that shit be drawn out. Going through they shit because they got some drama, with the age and all that. Because allegedly, she's a little older than what they say and things like that, and the mom too, and there's some discrepancies with the grandmother, whatever, But that's a whole nother topic in itself. But since we're on her, I mean, we can go there.
It sounds like y'all can cook on it.
It's juicy because it's all juicy, but they do have a very interesting family tree and family.
But remember, when you start talking Texas, Louisiana, and that Creole shit,
Alabama,
you got some gumbo, girls. Cook the pots on the stove. My stomach growling. Cook.
Yes, they shoot. Yeah, the Carter family. I mean, not the Carter, the Nose family. And then, have you ever Sapphire? I mean, this may be it ain't really too much off topic, but it's in the Beyonce realm. So, have you ever heard of Milagro Grams on here on YouTube?
Yeah.
So apparently, Beyonce is her cousin. Apparently, she's related to a Beyonce, and apparently, it's some drama going on because she's trying to allegedly. All this alleged family. Okay, alleged for YouTube. Okay, but apparently she is suing Megan Thee Stallion, and we all know Megan Thee Stallion is under the Roc Nation label with Beyonce and Jay-Z. and she had made a statement that she would rather be something cool, like related to Tory Lanez, rather than being Beyonce's cousin or related to Jay-Z. That's what she said. She said she'll rather be related to Jay-Z than being Beyonce's cousin, because Beyonce don't do shit for none of them.
Yeah.
Basically, in so
That
many
shit
words.
crazy though, because
But
who the
yeah.
fuck said that Beyonce supposed to be doing something?
Okay, yeah. Come on now. Look, I mean, I feel like you do need to help your family now, you know, but
Yeah,
I just think, you know, you can't expect her to.
Right. That's you know, that's your problem when you
Yeah, but
expecting
you
somebody
doing
to give you a
maybe
hand.
blogging.
That's
Yeah,
talking about your character.
yeah, you're blogging, and you know, that's what you know, you talking about somebody's serious, you know, case, you know, like somebody allegedly she was shot. Of course, you know, that's sensitive. So I can understand, you know, why somebody would want to react to something like that, you know, and talking about something like that. But yeah, that's just a small world. My mouth dropped when she said it. I said, what? Because she said it out of her own mouth.
Yeah.
So yeah, that shocked me. But this the stuff that be going on though, you know. I mean, shoot the little nephew off the hook allegedly, all that allegedly.
All the tea.
Okay. It shoot the tea on the internet. That's the problem. Everybody tea is on the internet. And it's real, it's bad. It's really gotten, you know, diabolical. I see why she don't really be speaking or saying nothing, because, you know, it's
it can be used against you.
Yes. Like no other. Okay. Motherfuckers blackmail you and some more. Hell nah. So yeah.
Family member, so she better be happy they ain't that damn close. Wow. I don't know about all that, but
yeah, exit paradigm.
But yeah,
Hey, I heard it too, man. Allegedly. Allegedly. I'm not playing today.
Allegedly.
I ain't gonna be on y'all shit. Allegedly. We don't know. This is what we heard.
YouTube, this is for entertainment purposes only.
YouTube. All right, go ahead, sis.
We finna get into this reaction video, and I might go into the other video where people are reacting to this woman talking about this is propaganda. So let's go.
Before y'all knock me, I never listened to Cowboy Carter when he first came out. I'm gonna have to do a reaction to it. Mom was saying I'm gonna be confused through all of it, but I'm legit do it. Even though I am gonna do a reaction to it.
What you say, Shrees?
Girl, I was about to say not this situation going on.
The situation in the background. Hey, look.
I'm not playing with her.
Gonna be gracious.
Yes, this is my girl right here.
Hey, she turned up. Trying to get her YouTube going. I'm trying to get my YouTube. I understand.
I'm trying to get my shit going. I ain't talking about that back. I'm talking about this bus down. I mean, it just caught me off guard. But shout out to sis, man. We gonna get it done.
Tahiri.
Yeah, shout out to Tahira. We gonna get it done. Tahiri. We gonna get it done, sis.
I'm not gonna know half of these songs through I perform it. So we got Beyonce full NFL 2024 halftime show. Let me rephrase that. NFL 2024 Cowboy Carter halftime show. Let's just say Beyonce is the queen. Forever gonna be the queen. Nobody can take her place. She's the GOAT. She is the GOAT. We just gonna get straight into this video. Man,
like her or not.
She did this, not minus Bruno Mars.
Welcomes you to
That was the GOAT show. This is crazy.
15, the innocence was gone astray. Had to leave my home.
First of all, pause this time.
Just a mama.
Now, you know, hater or lover, this look 8.
Man, what you talking about?
What? Lover.
What?
The look 8.
Woo!
Beyonce.
We know it's Beyonce, so it's gonna be put together very well. It's gonna be a great production. But this shit something different.
Yeah, man, this was great. You know, I really did. I was like, man, Beyonce just it just is what it is. You don't gotta like her, but she gonna perform. Damn, she gonna perform, baby. You don't gotta like it, damn.
She be giving double agent, you know, but
yeah, it's definitely giving double agent.
I'ma just take it
Allegedly
for what it is.
Y'all take it, you know.
Y'all take in all this American culture.
Yeah, take it in from a real
represented by us. Oh, from a real
Oh.
American. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Go ahead, B.
Go ahead, sis.
I'm
My bad.
praying I saw daddy grind. All my tender problems had to leave behind. It's been umpteen summers and I'm not in my bed. On the back of the bus in a bunk with the band. Going so hard, gotta choose myself. Underpaid and overwhelmed. I might cook clean, but still won't post. Still working all my life, you know.
like how she
Only
keeping
God
Texas,
knows,
even
only
though
God
they in
knows,
Texas.
only God knows. 16.
That's okay, let's stop there.
Yeah.
She didn't show everything on this reaction video, but if y'all go back and look at like the whole video on the NFL channel, whatever, you're gonna see Beyonce coming down this long, because she's coming from like the backstage of the stadium. So she's coming down these long ass hallways that has been draped in this red, white, and blue carpet. On the side, you got all these don'ts. You got, you know, these
the
like old school cars.
Y'all tell them what you is, not the cholo shit. These low riders with goddamn longhorn steers, antlers on this shit.
I mean,
and you got the American flag under plastic. Some would say it's under construction. Cook, sis. Cook.
Oh my! Wait a minute, Alabama. You didn't already did.
Okay, you know Alabama.
Down.
You know he can't wait. Alabama, let that girl
the
get to
American flag under the plastic signifying it's under construction. See, I wish you would have had that part in here, because that would have, But
this whole scene was this whole show was really, really, it was good, young, and I could tell that they did a lot of work with. I mean, I like the band part as always, because of course I was a majorette, a dancer and all that in the band. Yes, period. Okay, that girl, the girl. Okay. Anyway, but like that's why I can always respect when I see it, and because it's a true style to us, to our people. And it's just one of the many examples of our creativity and what we do and how hard we work. And it's sad that in a way it's exploited a lot, and it's not really, we're not paid fairly. We're not, whatever it is in all areas, whether we're the heart surgeon, the lawyer, whatever, especially when we're on the right side of shit. Oftentimes it's hard when you're on the right side of things. You're not going to be able to bust through. I mean, even I ain't gonna say she on the right side of things or nothing like that, but I will say that this performance to me, and anytime any type of Black history or culture is being showcased on a major platform, that in itself is a big deal, because they need to remember who the fuck it came from.
Exactly.
And y'all didn't give us nothing. Stop putting that in y'all head like y'all gave us culture, y'all gave us our way. No, y'all didn't. Stop. That's why the hip hop conversation, this is not a conversation that should be had. I don't remember this being a conversation in the year 2000. Who was saying that shit? They better not have said Black people didn't create hip hop.
I don't know what it is that made them get bold enough to start saying this shit, but something happened.
I've never heard it until.
Is it the cookouts? Y'all think it's the cookout? Inviting them to the cookout? Maybe they got comfortable. Start putting their feet up,
Let your ass too comfortable saying the N-word all over the place. That shit was disgusting.
So Alabama, this is the horse that you were talking about, right?
I think they call it a Lippenzinger. I don't know if you could pull that up, Sharice. but is born black or dark gray and turns white.
That's crazy.
Lippenzinger. Let me see.
I don't even know how to start spelling that. Zinger. Okay.
Let's see. I will look for that in the meantime. You can go ahead.
Oh, Lipizine. Okay.
Yeah, but remember the metaphor is taking a black cultural art form and whitewashing it. And that's everything going on in this criminal enterprise, the United Snakes of America.
So
Cook, baby girls.
You think all of the white is signifying whitewashing? Alabama?
The metaphor and the symbolism of the white horse was born black. And let's not go down the rabbit hole of ride the white horse.
So we say right there is the Lipiziner, whatever the Lipiz. What's it called?
Lipiziner?
I think it's Lipiziner, but that's like a German. That's like a German name, I believe, but it's a breed of horse.
That's
like
crazy.
an Arabian stallion.
How you lose
slowly
your
turning
memory
white by the time they are 5 to 8.
Oh, remember the famous Clydesdale? You know, it's a breed of horse.
I don't know. This horse look a little short. Maybe these some ponies or something. I'm just saying.
Know. All right, let me continue.
Carriages driving away while I watch them ride with my fears away till the summer sunset on a holy night on a long back road.
The cars.
16
carriages.
But see, those are supposed to be 16 carriages. Those lowriders. And then when she gets with those sisters, they sing Black Betty. But y'all could.
Here are the American flags under plastic. So why do they do that? Put them behind plastic.
And it looks kind of divided when you look at it. Pull the screen all the way up. Is it fully? Is it connected? Okay, it might be connected. It didn't look like it at
Y'all
first.
see the full screen? Yeah. Okay. Because I had a full screen at first.
Got it. Okay, so it is fully connected, draped in plastic with a light shining on it so we can see it. Okay. This whole setup, the mask, the fucking, the bandana.
Yes.
Specifically.
The bandana, which is, that is an American artifact. The bandana and the paisley.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that is, yeah.
And don't forget the bandit / gang / outlaw. But cook, baby girls.
I mean, who's the original cowboy?
Who are we?
Man,
Let's talk about it.
Boy, ooh,
man, I'm telling you, this all out shit. They mad. And they mad we know. Ooh.
Yes, exactly.
Mad we know. And y'all gonna have to come up off them answers. How about that?
And that land. Okay.
Everything.
Hey.
The art, everything, the art form, everything, give it back. Because y'all, the Jews allegedly have exploited it as well. Everybody. How they all getting rich off our shit? This don't make no sense.
Exactly. Let's go.
Wow
is right.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that's my girl. I don't have no problem with the performance speed.
Okay, so y'all see what we working with here. A lot of people, thought that all of the American flag, and that's why she thought it was propaganda, because she think that the American flag was created by these Europeans.
Mm-hmm.
Had to let the people know, nah, baby, that's an ancient American symbol. The blue, the red, white, and the blue, the stars and the stripes. That's old as hell, before paleface even existed, probably. So it's not like a U.S. corporate government propaganda. This existed before they did, and we bringing that shit back to the forefront. You see who's wearing it. That's who originally created it.
Hey, that was still tipping, bro.
Yeah, this look was just eating to me.
Blackbirds singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see all your life.
I mean, even the guitar.
Girl, come on, talk about it.
Like, even the guitar is an American instrument.
Yes.
This is how we get, you know, our rock and roll, you know.
Yes.
I mean, what was the name of Bo Diddley? Bo Diddley was probably
Bo Diddley, Chuck Berry, Muddy Waters, Lightning Hopkins. You don't want to start me going down the rabbit hole on these squatulating bastards.
Cook went to Alabama. Like,
that's because they
that she is showcasing everything American, and it has its origin in these people who you seeing wearing this, playing the guitar. I mean, it's beautiful.
It is. When you look at it from those sets of eyes.
Yes, the right perspective.
The right set of eyes. That's all. It you know, like I say, people don't gotta agree with Beyonce morally. A lot of people don't. And that's all right. But when we're talking about our history and who we are as a lot of people didn't know black people were cowboys, probably never thought that or could even fathom such a thing. When all they hear is a predicated slavery bullshit story.
The slaves from Africa.
They don't even know how great we really were. It still is.
And the narrative is changing, and this is a part of it.
It has to.
And the title of the movie, The Harder They Fall.
Yeah, they sniped me for all that.
That movie was amazing.
Yeah, I hope everybody got to see that.
I ain't a fan of Hollywood, but that again, we know that these tools and these instruments can be used for bad, but we know that they also can be used for good, and that's what I'm focused on.
You were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly. Blackbird fly.
Blackbird fly.
Into the light of the darkness.
And these sisters are country and western acts of their own that's going to walk with her.
Come on now. Come on now. This was, man, all the statements that are being made. All of the statements that are being made, they are profound. And I know that the message is coming across because that's why people pissed off. Yep. That's why people are saying propaganda.
And when you get to it, you know the cherry on top is Dolly Parton authorizing her to sing Jolene. I'm telling you, this shit gonna get deep. Get deep, girls, baby girls, cook their ass.
I mean, listen, this is a representation. I mean, hey, man, I'm gonna let the shit speak for itself.
Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arise. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. You were only waiting for this moment to arise.
Who was waiting for this moment to arrive? The American.
Y'all, I don't know, but I got tingles going. If it's propaganda, they got me. Okay. If it's propaganda, they got me. Okay. What needs to be said?
You heard the question. Who is awaiting for this moment to arise?
That's what I was saying earlier in the chat. This is more than just physical. This shit is it's something spiritual about it. Like, what is driving all of this? Y'all.
This right here. Like, I see where they going now.
One, two, three, four.
I see you, B.
We're gonna make it do what it do, yeah, yeah. Hello, girls. Hello, Beyonce.
Is that blue? Yeah, that's blue.
Those petty ones can't touch me. Wow.
Girl, we really about your bro.
That she even brought back Ashley Everett. I was like, ah!
Listen, the
I
rock
was
and
screaming.
roll.
Yeah, this joint ate. Yeah, man.
The star. What is this? The star over Texas? Is it? Are they talking about the Sirius star? The Lone Star, the Morning Star, right?
Mm-hmm.
The North Star, the Sirius star. Man, that's.
Like,
I don't think you can get older than the stars. Like the whole culture of reading the stars to tell time, reading the stars to make up a calendar, the stars that you see on that flag.
Mm-hmm.
That's primordial American culture. Shit is too deep.
Drumming. Family living died in America. No, USA. Whole lot of red and white and blue. Yeah, history can be erased. Looking for a new America. Like it's high, working time and a half for half the pay. Yeah. I just pray that we don't crash. Keep on playing along the dance. We gotta keep the faith. Wildfire burnt his house down. Insurance ain't gonna pay no penny pay.
The whole band.
Yeah. Hold it, hold the Como, liquor, please. Hard working man ain't got no money in the bank. Yeah. Turn up the vinyl and the radio. He can't watch the news nowadays. I just pray that he don't crash. Get the pistol on the deck.
I mean, she got the marching band in background. The
Now,
lyrics.
which African nation gonna try to steal that from you while Fat Joe is claiming it's some 50-50 shit? What African nation got a marching band? Mystique, mythology, ethos? What you call that? What you call a marching band?
Oh man, put it like it's all in your face. You gonna know today what American culture is, and you're gonna know that it is our culture. The Black American, our culture is American culture. This is this is ours. We gave it to you. So I mean, it's
We gotta keep the faith. Texas, we gotta keep the faith.
Yep, she's right behind her. That's blue.
That's blue.
Oh, no, it is blue.
Passing the phone.
Yep.
All right.
Hey.
Oh yeah, this song too.
Even the
Now,
dance, the dance move.
I think she's 12 or 13, but if Blue is 13, remember the 13 stripes, 7 red, 6 white. The stars are lined in columns, 6 columns of 5, 5 columns of 4, for a total of 50. But if Blue is 13, what symbolizes 13 in the 13 colonies?
What symbolizes 13 and the 13 colonies?
That's the 6 red stripes, which is blood, and the 7 red stripes and the 6 white stripes is representing the 13 colonies in the flag.
Oh, this okay. The 7 and the okay. The
flag
13
before
stripes
they
white.
added everything, the other stars.
And that's after the United States of America, was created. But before that, what did it mean? The 13 houses of the sun. Maybe. It's older and deeper even than the American government.
I see you, boo.
That part right there, my house. I don't think that Beyonce was just talking about herself. This is our house, man.
This is H-Town. Texas Southern University is in 3rd Ward.
Now, that's her, but I saw it as, representing America being our house. This is our house.
Oh, I'm walking with you, Sap. I just want you to understand. She was repping H-Town metaphorically, symbolically, and actually, though there's a lot of people that have a problem with the beehive.
Yeah.
Not understanding what H-Town means down south.
Yeah, a lot of this shit probably went over a lot of people's heads, but they still gonna get the message.
I ain't in no gang, but I got shoot up. Staring down the barrel of his gun. Yes, he shot me down. I died, and someone brought me back to life, but never to my senses.
Look at AC back there getting it.
That's iconic.
Staring down the barrel of my gun. Yes, I shot you down. He cried the day he realized that lies were hidden in my kisses.
Yeah.
I ain't no regular
Yes,
singer.
I believe.
I get everything you came for.
What do y'all think about him?
Oh, motherfucking American.
Yes. Y'all like Shabuzi in the chat? Everybody in the bug get tipsy.
Now, I'm not hip to this. This old nigga don't know this Shabuzi shit. But that Post Malone crap and that pasty face tattooed up motherfucker, that's goddamn it, Fat Sloppy Joe on steroids.
Like, they got to motherfucking taint this shit some fucking how, because it's motherfucking Oregon.
Taking them booze. Shabuzi.
Anyway.
I'm not trying to say how to move.
You know Shabang Bang? You know about Shabang Bang?
It be like everybody in the bar get tipsy. You probably like it, Ali Bamu. Go look for it on your little what you got an iPhone? What you got? Look for that song on YouTube.
You saying the song "Everybody in the Club Getting Tipsy"?
Yeah, he sampled that from Jaquan.
Oh, for real?
Oh, that's Shabuzi, you saying?
Yes, he got the song called
Okay, now do you remember the breakup with Jamie Foxx and your girl Gabrielle Union?
Breakup.
The movie, The Breakup.
Oh, okay.
Everybody in the club getting tipsy. Y'all never saw that movie? It's a club scene in there where they have that song and Heather Headley, which I really love her. But if that's the song you're talking, said that's Shabuzi?
No, that's not. No, that song that you heard in that movie is Jaquan. Now Shabuzi sampled it, and it's a country version, and he's singing and shit on it. It's like that. And at the beginning, I can't believe I didn't see it. I thought thought y'all would have heard this by now. Yeah, no,
Nah, I'm not taking the flow because I'm gonna shut up after this. But at least it ain't no Lil Nas X and Old Town Road. But goddamn it, Cook.
Nah, we don't want to go down that damn.
We ain't gonna go down that rabbit hole.
I don't want to see what's
Don't
on
open
there.
that door. But yeah, I'm surprised that y'all ain't heard of him. But I've seen him around. I'm like, oh, he's country. I know. What's the other one trying to sing country music? K Michelle and a couple of others too. I think K Michelle sounds really, really nice. I was like, she can already sing.
Right.
But her voice singing country, I think that makes so much sense. And I don't know why she didn't been sing country, but they wanted her to sing what they
it's been whitewashed and we don't think that we should be
doing
it until now, motherfucker. Which
See,
is
I didn't
why
know he was the
Beyonce
first
was
gen.
called to do what the fuck she doing.
Hold up, Sweet Feather. So he a first gen singing country? I never knew that. I got to go into his background. Yeah, I didn't know that.
There have always been, black country singers, but they're not popular because black folks don't listen to country music no more.
Yeah,
and it took over, or it was taken over by the other people.
Yeah. And this is what we get though, but Chuck Berry and
you now, motherfucker, OTK.
Hey, I say, what's the difference in any of the other art forms? Y'all trying to sit over there and say all of a sudden now hip hop belong to y'all? No, hip hop is in the fucking category with every other genre that black folks created.
And if you fucking just pay attention, you'll see the connection. Like it'll all feel the same.
I don't see how they can't. It's weird to me that even people want to debate this and say who creating a song is not the same as originating an art form. That's not the same. And then when you what's the word? Imitate it, it's even worse. Because then people imitate it and then their face is being put on it like they created it when we know that's not true.
Listen,
there's more than one party in New York. There was way more than one hip hop party. You think that this one hip hop party catapulted the whole hip hop? Are you serious?
I got a saying about soul food.
Small level thinking is that.
It's not soul food unless it was made by one of us. If it's made by somebody other than us, it's Southern food. You see the difference, right? They got soul food and they got Southern food. They pretty much the same.
Yep.
But it changes. The name changed based on who the fuck made it. You have to have a soul to make soul food. You gotta be us. If you not us, it's not soul food.
Period. And anybody else that's trying to cook it, it will never live up to the real deal.
You don't just call it Southern food.
Yeah, they'll never live up to it. They know.
Nobody says, country boy to the day that I'm dead. More smoke, I'm the Marlboro man. Cut it out before it get out of hand. These ain't Calabasas. We don't need highways. We can take back roads. Never been riding back. Stepping that stir. Pop on my saddle. Food. Snack on my feet. They rattle. And the bag only thing getting lasso. And I'm still going up like a ladder. And I'm still in the field.
She gone. Hold on.
The crumping. All that.
Man, them dancers, bro.
Look at Amari up there, man.
Yeah.
Look at that
She be getting
playing with them up there, man.
They know exactly what they doing.
The drum majors, all that.
Yeah, this is nice.
The denim, all that.
I love the denim truck.
Listen.
I love to turn them on.
Don't Beyonce.
Okay.
With your what they call them pants? The chaps.
Okay, got her little right. Got the damn chaps on.
Yes. So a lot of people don't know. A lot of people, most people, do not know that blue jeans are an American invention.
Yes,
a black. Come on, Beyonce, a black American invention, baby. Duck canvas, duck cotton canvas is a a cotton cloth that's like weaved in a different way to make it thicker and more durable. So, you know, that the men, you know, working farms, industry or whatever, they have a pair of pants that's harder to rip, you know, and it's just better to work in. So that's, you know, that's the invention of the American. Blue jeans, denim, cotton canvas, real thick cotton cloth is an American Indian invention.
And who was dealing with the indigo?
Now, is Levi or Wrangler the bigger thief in this equation?
I mean, they're all thieves, like all of these things that we have created, coffee, chocolate, all of the different tomato sauces and gold. Tiffany owes who knows how many billions of dollars for all the jewels that they done stole. I mean, everything, the oil, Coca-Cola, I mean, every fucking thing, y'all. It's literally, I'm not exaggerating. Everything, all the industries that you see actually belong to us.
We performed the first open heart surgery. Come on now, we've our ancestors have literally civilized society back then and even before them. Okay, I don't know where this is coming off. You know, this is crazy to me.
You lying, girl. We got the patent to prove it.
Oh yeah, that fake ass, lying ass patent office. Y'all go and find these inventions and mounds and try to reverse engineer the shit and then go and motherfucking file a patent.
Yep. And act like you own it. You don't own nothing. I would even argue that what's his face? L'Enfant. Pierre, his name is Pierre L'Enfant. I'm gonna go into more DC history.
Pierre L'Enfant. Well,
so he allegedly he supposedly drew DC, supposedly, you know, did all the designs and stuff.
The Benjamin Banneker mythology, and was there a Benjamin Franklin, or was it all Benjamin Banneker?
Yeah, I don't think that Benjamin Franklin was a real person.
It was Benjamin Banneker.
But
all day drew it all out and everything.
The motherfucker trying to take credit for the civil engineering of Washington D.C.
Oh yeah, girl, I'm talking about black people built the White House, everything. Yes.
Man, that's wildness, because DC is built per like ancient sacred geometry.
Absolutely.
Stop it. Like you got to be a part of that whole knowledge of you got to be a Mason to do this, some shit like that. And I ain't talking about no Freemason. But anyway.
Now you're getting into sacred geometry, sis. However, building is in whose DNA again, and who's got the thieving DNA? You paying goofy bastards because you said they stole you and a whole continent.
Hold up.
Okay.
Oh shit. Sorry, I'll leave it at that.
It don't make no sense, man. It don't make no sense for him to say
This is our
that.
land, man. This is
But
ours.
if you don't know no better, you ain't gonna challenge them. But we
That's
know
all.
better. We know better.
And then they do put it in our face. You know, they say, oh, they'll put it in this slaves. They'll put it like that. Well, you know, goddamn well. And I keep telling people, even if you feel like some form of slavery went on, they wasn't beating them to no pulp. They was not doing no shit like that.
Why would you do that? Well, you need this person.
You need them to work.
Oh, when you a degenerate, savage, barbaric bastard. But that's what they say about themselves. I don't know. Cook, girls, cook.
Even if that is something you want to believe, let's say that shit is true. You know what I'm saying? That's my contention with it. Like, what the fuck? You gonna beat everybody down? And then the first time they said, oh, you know, all the Native Americans, they were just killed off. What? And then they had to go all the way to Africa and get a bunch of people
And
to
you
replace
find
them.
out they the ones that's motherfucking dropping like flies because they can't handle the heat. They catch malaria.
You with all the disease, and then you're trying to somehow, child, I can't.
Come on,
They're just covering it all up.
But wait a minute though, Saf, even when you said that, they catching malaria, dengue, tsetse flies and shit over there.
Exactly. They not
And
lasting.
then they coming over here where civilization is getting medicine.
They not lasting more than a year. And all of these things weren't invented until much later. All the medicines, quinine and all of these things that they said that they had to use to even survive in Africa to do some shit like this.
Man.
God. It's so sad, man, because and this is the problem with our entire history. That's been the problem, and why we can't get out of this shit, and why we can't see us as these cowboys and the Indians that we are. It goes into all this other shit.
Because we're the cowboys and the Indians.
It's facts. It's facts. Indians turned into cowboys.
Indians are cowboys.
Cowboys. Bottom line.
Don't nobody know how to ride a horse like an Indian. Like the Garanchos and
I second that emotion. Not like these cowboy Indian riding horses,
you know what?
Oh shit!
I was thinking, I know what you getting on, but I was,
oh Lord,
I was looking at that.
Damn, he had to come in here and done some dirt in it. You know what though? When you get on Hulu and Clotilda, Sharice, make sure you go tie on the hog and see the cowboy stew. So you want to talk about being down in the Lone Star State? Go to High on the Hog and look at the cowboy stew. And I yield.
Cowboy stew.
Yeah, this is something else, man. And that's why this performance and like what she been doing in the most recent years with even like on a big platform like football games, the Super Bowl, just bringing that back, because they need to fucking understand who the fuck we are. And they need to not forget that shit. And whose culture you still dabbling into this day. Not your own, ours. We are the progenitors of all this shit. Out of everybody. I don't give a fuck. Any other group. You can, whatever you consider yourself, the Black American is the one, baby. Are the ones. It is what it is. I'm not even trying to be funny or play with y'all right now.
Oh, it's a beautiful
truth with y'all, because it's sad to me, because they try to put us at some type of low totem pole or some shit. Our people never truly got the respect we deserve, and enough is enough. We see it predicated throughout our whole history.
The reset is real.
Yeah, engine number 9 going down the railroad line. You know, he's right. If y'all didn't see Posse with Mario Van Peebles, the harder they fall, and it's not Idris Elba, Negro.
Yes.
It's Jonathan. It's Jonathan Major, who ran through the Big Apple for how many blocks running from that white bitch?
I didn't know why he went to jail. I said, wait, he's running from her.
I said, what the hell is going on? What the hell is
wait, how did he get any charge for running from this woman?
What in the hell?
He was swinging and smacking her all inside her head, but he was running.
And you know what, Sharice? I wish I could remember the name. Your girl from Diamond from the Players Club. Look up Roses. What's the name of that black female cowboy movie? Something Roses. Lisa Ray is in it.
Guns N' Roses. Was it Guns N' Roses?
It might, but that's a rap. I mean, that's a rock group, but that's a rock group. But yeah, no, not with Pam Grier. This is the younger cat. This is Lisa Ray, who played Diamond in Players Club.
I thought Pam Grier was in that.
No, y'all need to look. I think it's Roses. Something in the title Roses. I wish I could think of it right now.
No, I do know what you're talking about. Okay, Lisa Ray.
Yeah, you was close, baby. It's Gang of Roses.
Gang of Roses. Thank you. Yeah, because Guns
Mhm.
N'
You was supposed
Roses is the rock group.
Lil Kim,
Gang.
Lil
Okay.
Kim, Verdi Latino, whatever, Lisa Ray, somebody, and Calhoun. Oh yeah, the pretty red girl with the green
Yeah,
eyes.
Monica Calhoun, who was her cousin in Players Club, and they had the little Asian half wannabe. She wasn't an American Indian, but you know how they do.
Yeah.
Who wasn't?
The little girl, she looked Asian, but I'm telling you,
Oh
it's a
yeah, I know
hell of
you
a,
talking about.
it's a hell of a cowboy movie if you haven't seen. Lil Kim acted a fool.
I actually ain't seen this since it came out, so I might watch this
Ebony
tonight.
look like an Asian.
Who?
Ebony ain't Asian.
Who?
Ebony.
Kofi.
No, Ebony.
Ebony.
Look,
Oh, from
in
the Players
Club.
Yes,
No,
yes.
not Monica
she's talking about the
Calhoun. It's another
Chinese
chick in
girl.
there that does look Asian. I can't think of her name right now, but you'll see when you pull it up.
Yeah, her name is not yet. Her name is Viona. What her name is? Viona
Stacey Dash. Stop,
Lattermid
no.
or some shit. It was something about Viona Lattermid. Hold on.
But I think it was a fire female cowgirl
Maria
movie
Matico.
though.
Yeah, Maria Matico. Zhang Ling. She plays Zhang Ling.
Zhang Ling is crazy.
Yeah, that was her.
Yeah, like Hop Sing from Bonanza. Don't forget the Chinese cook now, goddammit.
Yeah. She was the Chinese supposed to be portraying the Indian. Chinos the Indians.
You about to piss me off. Okay. When I go watch this movie.
Yeah, so when we say that, we got Posse, we got Gang of Roses, we got Harder They Fall,
we got
and
so
you
many
also, have
other
you seen
cowboy
the Urban Cowboy in Philly?
Yeah.
Now Idris Elba was in that too.
Oh yeah, and then it's a
We're gonna talk about that one day.
it's a show. It's a show that just came out on Amazon
Exactly.
Prime.
We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna have a show about that.
If an aberrant is not fucking American.
Africans playing our Aboriginal Ben. We don't want that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't want we want our men playing us. Our people playing us. Enough of this. Just like the boy from Snowfall. I didn't know he was British. I said, oh, what the fuck?
But at the same time now, a lot of our people's in England.
But hey,
so
shit,
I be keeping that in the back of my mind. Because like I said,
oh my bad. Go ahead.
This shit
Yeah, but see, that's the same brother from Get Out. You talking about Stansfield? The brother who was in Get Out, whose brain was taken out of his head.
Right, the same one who played Fred Hampton.
Yeah,
right.
Lakeith,
He's not from here neither. Yeah, he's not from this motherfucker neither.
Yeah, I didn't like his accent for Fred Hampton. I don't
Only
know.
part of that movie I like is when he hit that shit, power to the motherfucking people. And that's something Fred used to say. You know what I mean?
A lot of that shit is Hollywood.
Yeah, don't forget about Bass Reeves. Bass Reeves got some movies too. They got some movies
And
about
unfortunately, I can name the names of these fools. David Oyelowo. And don't forget, Get Out was Daniel Kaluuya.
Yeah, these last names to me, them is not even.
Yeah, I don't think those are us.
Yeah, them
But
ain't English
Elba
people.
and Idris, I don't know.
Yeah, they're British. They are British Africans, just like Cynthia Erivo. But you know the facts about Cynthia Erivo playing Harriet Tubman? She's actually the descendant of a Nigerian slaver.
Facts.
She's a Nigerian.
See?
A Nigerian.
And whether they good or not, it don't matter.
Find out you making
More
up
about
words.
people. I don't know what's wrong, man. That's what I'm saying. The representation ain't there. It just ain't there like it need to be. And they mad at Beyonce because
That's why this is so powerful, sis. Y'all, that staff is absolutely on point. That's the power from the genetic level, not spitting in the cup, you pan goofy motherfuckers.
Ooh. Come on now, spitting in the cup.
Oh, let me
DNA test giving y'all a cup of nothing.
Share my screen again.
What? Who called us in a carter? Hell no.
Okay, can y'all see the screen again?
Ooh, OTK, what was you showing?
Oh yeah, I'm about to put it back up. Oh, I was showing me riding a horse. Straight up
you
real
was riding a
cowboy.
horse. That was you.
Come on, posse. Come on,
Yeah.
posse.
Yeah.
OTK.
Oh, that's a horse, nigga.
What was you
Straight up wild
at?
ass Indian.
What was
I'm
you
around
at?
my neighborhood, baby. We ride horses. We got horses around
Yeah,
right here
like
around my neighborhood.
that's the truth about a lot of folks.
That's what
you
we
know?
do.
Some folks
That's
do that
what
in
we do.
Florida.
That's tight. I ain't getting
And
mad.
holding the
That going
phone
on
now.
where I'm at though. But
And
some
riding
people
and
still do
holding
have
the
that in their
phone.
culture.
Now we about to start galloping.
But see,
You
that's
know
what
what
they
I
was
mean?
trying to
Shout out
take.
to
They was trying to co-opt us with the Urban Cowboy movie with Idris Elba. They was showing the cowboys in the inner city.
And the crazy thing about horses is, y'all, because when I was little, my grandfather had to tell me to move because my ass was standing behind the horse. He said, "You better move out the way; it's gonna kick you." I was like, "Oh
shit, Sharice."
That's a good ass
What?
movie too, right?
Have
there.
you
The Good Lord
seen?
Bird with Ethan Hawke. That is a damn good movie. That talks about your boy who got
I like Ethan Hawke.
Insurrection that got fucking
Oh yeah, you talk
bamboozled.
about when he played John Brown.
Y'all, we gotta have a movie night. It's so many movies people ain't seen.
Yes, for real.
That
We gotta
Seriously,
is
get a
serious.
youth for it, y'all. We gotta do
I'm trying to
something
do
new.
movie reviews and shit on my
Yes.
channel from
Come
our
on, movie
perspective.
reviews.
But Sharice, it's a show on Amazon Prime about these this family of black cowboys in the DC area.
What?
Yeah, and I think it might be based on something real.
I don't doubt it.
I don't know if you ever
sister,
heard about
sister, y'all got
Yeah, but
wild
see, sis,
horses.
that's what
cowboys
I was
around
telling you about
there.
the movies about the urban cowboys up in Philly. Now they probably got a DC version of it too, but that's the one that
Right.
Idris Elba played in.
Yeah, I know which one you talking about. It was on
Shit,
Netflix.
even goddamn Jeremiah be talking about it. How them
From
boys becoming wild horses out there.
it's another show on Amazon Prime.
I'm gonna see
From
it.
the perspective of a black girl who coming from Europe. Her family is from America, moved to Europe. They coming back home to their ranch. They're cowboys, and they're in the Maryland, Virginia area.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Y'all might want to check that out.
I will. Do you know you don't know the name of it?
Oh, I get it.
Hell, if you went on Amazon Prime and just dropped Black Cowboys in, it'd probably stun your ass. The shit they slipping in the back door on us. See, our shit is truth crushed to earth will rise. Stop fucking with these goofy ass motherfuckers.
Let me go ahead and finish this
Yeah.
this show. Bring in the white boy.
Baby girl, you the pilot. Baby, let me rattle that snake with my venom. Denim on denim on denim on denim. Give you high fashion in a simple white tee. Give you these blues.
He is checking her out, Mo. Jay-Z will choke him.
Hey, hey, get that spell. Get that spell.
You can sing now. Yeah. Not crackhead. Well, he a crackhead.
But Post Malone is literally a representation of these people adopting our culture.
Yeah.
Look at all these white rappers who got the tats on their face. A lot of them trying to put locks in their hair. All them white Florida rappers. Dr. Longo pissed me off on one of the lives that he did with his little white boys, his little white friends or whatever. He was doing a live on the Florida Indians, like Satiria, the Temecula's, and basically, letting people know that the Florida Indians have the culture that the Black Americans in Florida are still carrying out today, and how white men
my Florida.
have
I love
adopted
Florida boys.
that culture. And now you got white male Florida rappers who basically just mimicking black Florida rappers who are the descendants of these Florida Indians who were also rappers. Like, but you know, he pissed me off when he said that the fucking best Florida rappers is these white motherfuckers. I'm like, are you fucking serious? I went off on his ass in the comments, but I went off on his ass. What do you mean? How in the fuck can a imitation be better than the original?
Never can be.
Come on.
It's the highest form of flattery, but sometimes I don't feel like it's that shit. Feel like sometimes you just
that should be offensive.
Yeah, you just doing too much now.
Especially when you talking about you the fucking original, that you fucking made this shit. You the best
We
at
got
it.
it from
Are you
your
fucking
culture.
serious?
Stop. We been seeing y'all at everything since the beginning.
Come on.
Y'all couldn't beat us at nothing. Who runs the NFL? Well,
These motherfuckers, but who playing that shit? Who the fuck y'all got that shit?
Who's playing? Who has the athleticism?
Y'all would have had this shit if it wasn't for us creating it.
Yeah, where's the athleticism? I don't see it in y'all like I do.
A damn thing. They diminish. We
Not even
replenish.
The smarts, the writing, the fucking the intellect, whatever. You know, with like even the greatest people in their time were getting their shit from the black people that were studying under them, and they were stealing their shit and putting their name on it and all kinds of things. We know this to be true.
Jiffy, Peter Pan.
They wasn't stealing literature. Come on now, cut the jokes.
Yeah.
Cut the jokes. They got all these people. Nobody.
Miss Juneteenth, right?
I ain't never
Jolie, I'm warning you, don't come for my man.
Dang, shout out to Texas Southern. Those young kids deserve the opportunity like this.
Don't take the chance, good to think your beauty is beyond compare.
Major Red.
All of them, the whole band. Yeah, everybody out there.
We gonna need everything. Yeah, Miss Rodeo and Miss Juneteenth.
The game to play, nothing new. Your peace depends on how you move, Jolie.
You use that whole field.
Even the whole Juneteenth story had been hijacked, and it's a lie now.
Yeah, I ain't buying Juneteenth.
Juneteenth is about the nacimiento de los negros, about us, the Seminoles, running. Hell, we had to fucking leave Florida and go into Mexico from these motherfuckers. That's what Juneteenth is about. Not
the invasion.
Well, they didn't find out that they was free until 1965. Oh man, that's cap.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, this shit was aggressive hijacking, and we can barely enjoy ourselves, and it's sad. Gotta worry about all this shit. Can't even enjoy the fruits of the label or nothing. They just snatched all the fruit and just fuck, you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying? They snatched all the
changing.
That's what they
watching things change right now.
Yep.
We watch it change before our very eyes. We witnesses. We are witnesses of the transition and the reset.
Mm-hmm.
Jolie, I know I'm a queen. Jolie, still a Creole band to chick from Louisiana.
Cowboy Carter, I'm struck a match and wad up this juke joint.
Everybody put your
That was
hands together.
Dolly.
That was her ass.
I'm so honored to be in Texas right
Light
now.
up this juke
Let's
joint.
take it to the floor now.
Hey.
Yo, it's only right that we do Texas Hold'em for the first time.
Come on now,
Texas
T.
on Christmas.
I would have ate that shit up.
No,
This
nah.
ain't Texas.
Hey.
Ain't no Hold'em.
Lay your cards down, 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 down.
Oh, I see that belt that she got
I
on.
see that belt.
Round, round, round,
With the Texas Longhorn and American indigenous animal.
Pour some sugar on me, honey, too. It's a real live boogie and a real live hold down. Don't be a come take it to the floor now. Woo! Huh.
I love
There's
this
a
right
tornado
here.
Hey.
in my city.
They was getting that
The
shit.
basement.
And them hats didn't come off neither.
Listen, I know they had them bitch clipped down.
You know, okay? Well, Frank Gaston come out the cut. Hollering about them hats.
Come on, Blue.
Wow.
This is nice.
Hey, get no steps in.
We really watched her grow.
Yeah, she's saving that spot for her daughter. She ain't like none of them girls get that shit. Nobody
got that. Yes. Let's bring back the power of the air.
To the halftime show.
Pop your Lexus. Throw your keys out. Stick around, round, 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 round. Stick around. And I'll be damned if I cannot dance with you. Come pour some sugar on me, honey, too. It's a real live boogie and a real live hold down. Don't be a come take it to the float now. Woo!
I was enjoying that, so I didn't want to interrupt it, but it's a few things that I wanted to point out. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. First, I wanted to point out the stagecoach.
Mm-hmm.
When I first started doing my research into American history, real American history, and found, I think it was Theodore Debris, his book. You can see the American Indians riding on these stagecoaches. It's American. It's an American invention before the European. We had carriages, wheels, stagecoaches, of course, before the European. And it was something else that she had talked about when she started Texas Hold'em. Where is that? Anyway,
Okay,
Texas Hold'em is a card game, right?
Okay.
It's a card game, right?
It's a version of poker, but I thought you were going back to the chaps and what they're made out of. Some of it say alpaca, some would say sheep, but go ahead, sis. Y'all cook on it.
Now you can cook on that, Alabama, on the chaps.
She look good in them.
Yeah, but Texas Hold'em is a form of poker. Mm-hmm. Yeah, card games, right? Games, period. And card games. Another American invention. It's gonna sound like I'm a fucking broken record, but the truth of the matter is that everything that we dealing with, all of the inventions, all the tools, all of that, it started in America. It's an American invention. So anytime you go into the casino, all these Native Americans making money off of these games, they had their origin in Black American culture.
Absolutely. The lottery, everything.
Everything.
Because I was definitely on them numbers.
Dice, domino,
spades,
all of that. The cards, yes, the cards, all of that is American.
Yeah.
Too hot to think straight, too cold to panic. All of the problems just feel dramatic. Now we're running to the first bar, now we're fire. Ooh, if you run to the left, it's a real life boogie and a real life hold down. Don't be afraid, come take it to the floor now. Ooh, I'm gonna need all my cowboys to the floor now. You heard me, Texas. Get to the dance floor.
Yeah. Another good little breakdown.
So lay your cards down, 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 down.
Bang.
And they even had a problem with her
Merry
doing
Christmas. God
the
bless y'all. Thank
fingers
you so
like a
much.
pistol.
Yeah.
For the ones that said she can't sing, that's a lie. Watch Dreamgirls and her other performances.
Yeah, that's
I believe Beyonce was lip syncing that whole
really a hater.
ate down.
What?
She wasn't singing live, but she ate down.
Let me go
Beyonce
to
ain't
this.
singing over a live track, honey. She a professional at that. We seen what happened at the inauguration because I didn't know at first, and then they outed her for that shit.
And then go a cappella to shut the crowd down.
Yes.
I don't even know why they outed her for it because it's still her vocals. I don't see why it really matters. But I know you can't just be singing every night like that, you know, because that'll do something to your vocals. You know, you gotta rest them, especially when she go on tour the way she do. I know you ain't hollering like that every night. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Maybe some nights, but not all of them. It's just not a realistic thing for. I don't think for any artist, or especially a singer. You know, so they got to really take care of their voice.
But whether she got it and understood it playing Etta James and Cadillac Records, I'm telling you, eventually, for your generation, you're going to have to understand the agenda of Renaissance and wait till they clown on rock and roll.
This, whew, I mean, listen, we're witnessing. We are witnessing. We gonna see it.
And this is not reparations. This is reclamation.
Hey, turn up on them. That's clearly what's happening. We turning up on them. We got Kendrick, Beyonce doing even.
They're not like us. They're not like us. They're not like us.
I still love what Kanye did. We Indians.
Yep.
I mean, it's time. It's time. Man, I don't know where Kanye at, but Kanye, you need to come on, holler at us, man. This a safe space over here. Come holler at us. The Aboriginals got you. We know what you're talking about. It's a safe space.
Okay.
Well, over here it is. I can't speak for some other spaces. What else you got? This ain't Texas.
Before I go back in the black hole, could you pull up that Clotilda so we can burn this motherfucker down?
It's asking me to log in. I don't have time. Sab, do you have it?
Clotilda?
Mm-hmm.
What
Alabama, did you put it in the, maybe I could put it in the back. No, I can't.
Yeah, I texted to you, but it was the same. I first sent you the Hulu, and then I sent you the YouTube video of the Hulu version of the documentary.
All right, so one. God, hold up.
Where you from? Not where I'm from. We all indigenous.
Because even if you could, I hope they did show, because I was driving, I wasn't able to watch it. They can show you the ceremony where they dupe these Americans known as Negroes, believing their Kunta Kinte being whipped into a Christian Toby. Oh my God.
Christian Toby. That's hilarious. But yeah, the people are confused. They don't understand what an American is yet, nor do they understand what American culture is yet. But clearly, this is the time to find out.
Okay, send this over.
Hold on, who put a Confederate flag in their pocket?
I'm sorry, Sab. You got something on the screen? Oh no.
I could.
All right. Let me. Oh, Alabama one.
Because I was gonna play these TikTok reactions to the
Okay.
the performance.
All right, let's do that first. And you see yours is on cue, Alabama. Okay.
Right.
got the doggone internet in it like a tizzy, baby. She got this app in a tizzy. Okay, she got people crashing out. You see me?
Beyonce's last halftime performance is sparking a lot of conversation. It's not new that anything Beyonce does, there has to be a discourse around it. There has to be some.
First of all, let me see, this lady's African, but I mean, hey, shout out to the Africans who hustling on trending topics, trying to make their bread on YouTube. It is what it is.
Okay. Something said around it. But on this particular one, this biracial woman has something to say about Beyonce's last show, her last halftime. And you guys, what she said sparked a lot of conversation to a point where it is swinging into another conversation, which we're going to get into. So this video is going to be part 2, even if possible, maybe part 3, if we really want to get to the end of this discourse. It's a very long one, but I will try my best to arrange it in a way that you guys are going to understand the whole discourse going on right now on TikTok. This biracial lady decided to share her thoughts about Beyonce's last performance, and she said something that has been going viral and has been using as a tag of this whole discourse. She said Beyonce is America's best propaganda right now, and it has been sparking a lot of conversation. A video is still up, so I was able to get the full video, which I want you guys to listen to, as well what people are saying about a video. And in the next episode, we are going to be moving to the creator who responded to a video that is now getting dragged for our intro into our own response. So without wasting much time, let's get right into it.
Beyonce is this country's best propagandist right now. Like, no one is doing it like her. And I say this as someone who really enjoys her music and really enjoyed her performance today. And yet, at the same time, a football halftime show on Christmas Day infused with that much like Americana. Yeah, that is propaganda, my friends. That is propaganda. And she does it so well. She does it so well, having the young Black country talent, the up-and-comers there with her, having Blue there with her, absolutely killing it, by the way, having the young musicians, I don't know if everybody caught that, like, just so much Black culture infused into that Americana culture. And I wanted to fight loving it. I really did. But she got me. I have like a spiritual experience because she's that good. She's that good at what she does. And it's kind of spooky. It's kind of.
Okay. First of all, what I have to say about that is, one, she never explained what the propaganda was. What is the message supposed to be? If you're going to say that something is propaganda, detail the message. 2, why did you want to hate it?
And what she said about this Black culture being infused into an Americana, and then using Americana, I found that very interesting too. Girl, get the fuck out of here.
See, everybody's ignorant as hell.
And it ain't change. Infused, girl, stop playing.
Black American culture infused America. Baby,
what?
It feels Americana.
It's American culture. Our culture is American culture. They miss it. They miss it every time. This ain't about no nothing. I guess the propaganda that's telling y'all motherfuckers who is the progenitors of this shit for real.
Basically, that's
because what
didn't want to like it, but it was so great she can't help but fucking like it.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's crazy to me. Saying that dumb shit, girl.
Spooky because in these times, I mean, Jesus Christ, but also I think I'm gonna need those motherfucking tickets.
Okay, regarding the Beyonce discourse, the bottom line is you cannot critique someone that you don't like. You cannot critique a person or a group of people that you don't like, because no matter what they do, you will never see the good in them because you simply do not like them. I think that's what's happening with the Beyonce discourse. Trying to educate somebody who does not want to be educated and is blocking people as they educate her lets me know that it's not about you believing that this is propaganda. I don't believe that you believe that this is propaganda. You just don't like her. Or you just don't like the group of people that is her, which is monoracial Black people. And here's the thing. When you don't like somebody, you tend to laser focus on the thing that they're doing in that moment. That's why you came up with this whole scenario of her being propaganda for the halftime show. But there's many things you can critique Beyonce about because she's a billionaire, starting with the Tiffany Diamond sponsorship that ran for months with her and her husband. Yeah.
Seeing a conversation floating around, and the creator that started the conversation, I think her name is Han. Well, now everybody's making videos about Han and talking about Beyonce and Han's thoughts on Beyonce. And basically, I watched her video. She basically said that she feels like Beyonce is really good at American propaganda and nationalism. And this video might not really sound articulate because I just need to tell y'all my thoughts on it. Okay, so one critique that
Before
I keep
she
seeing
speaks
going around
on it,
about Hannah is that her
okay, here's the problem with language and the level of public education. Now, presumably, she calls herself biracial, correct? This light-skinned woman on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
She calls herself biracial. Then she projects on other people such a thing as quote-unquote multiracial, which these are all propagandistic tools. So when people uses the word propaganda, they don't understand the origin and the history of the word propaganda is from Hitler's Germany and Joseph Goebbels, the Minister of Information. So when you are doing propaganda, you are setting a narrative by the system. Okay, so then what is the American system as opposed to the United States system? You follow me, sis? So when people are appropriating the term American and slapping it on things, is that identity theft, dear?
I mean, of course, all of this is identity theft.
Yeah, we may know, but we're listening to ignorant people who are repeating actual propaganda.
Exactly.
See, what we are doing is demysticizing the existing propaganda, which is the lie that who is American again?
We are.
No, that's not what she's saying.
The
You
lie
see?
is that the
See?
yeah.
Go ahead, cook, sis. Y'all cook on that.
Yeah, I mean, they've basically, she is about to actually, give a rundown on Houston culture and that this, everything that Beyonce was doing is our culture here. So it's not propaganda, it's our culture. And, that's what.
So if you peel the whitewash off of it, is the whitewash the propaganda?
Yes.
Okay, then. So then why is the analysis not on why were these things whitewashed?
First of all,
reason the 16 story was predicated upon us.
I don't even know if we got to that part of the conversation yet. I think people are still reeling from just the awe of it. We ain't even got there yet to the fact that this shit done been whitewashed.
Yeah, they literally.
What we gonna do about that?
Look it. And ran with it like they invented it, like it was no, baby. That stops today in 2025. That's stopping. Cause hey, some people say they ancestors, but we ain't our ancestors. We are our ancestors, but we ain't at the same motherfucking time. Cause we not letting it rock. And that's what I mean by that. So don't get offended, people.
Let me give you an example of what is propaganda. Without continuously banging on pan-Africanism as an idea, is it not propaganda that Marcus Mosiah Garvey created a flag, RBG, red, black, and green, pronounced himself the president of a continent? Did he not do that before he died? He never visited. So those two examples of what I just stated, would that be by definition considered propaganda?
Yeah, you can say that, especially, if they're printing the shit in the newspaper on a flyer and distributing it to everybody, for the basis or purpose
Now,
to
when
get
he
people to
printed it,
agree
who
with
did he
this
send
shit.
it through? The Universal Negro Improvement Association. Who were those people, sisters? The mainland American called the Negro? What money did he raise in Jamaica when they ran him off their own island? His own island ran him off. When he was being deported from the mainland, they refused to let him in Jamaica. Now, I don't know. I'm just repeating shit I heard. You can correct me if I'm in error. He wound up in London, and that's also where he's buried.
Mm-hmm.
And what
Yeah,
are these pan-goofies
we're learning
calling
more
Marcus
and more.
Mosiah Garvey again? Their master?
Some like a godfather, something. I don't know. But
Is that
clearly the propaganda was
propaganda? Are you following me, sis? Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
a little bit, but clearly
No, I'm not asking you to agree with it. I'm pointing out examples of what is propaganda. You feel me?
yeah.
So when propaganda is used, it's not even an issue of truth because every lie stands on a kernel of truth, correct? So you cannot equate truth with propaganda. Truth exposes propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
You feel cook? Y'all cook, baby girls.
Yeah, I mean, we have to basically show Beyonce's doing what she did because we have to actually show the visual because visuals imagery is what influences. And when you see only white people performing in this genre of movie, you think that it's a white thing. But if we start showing you us performing these genres of music is going to change your idea and your perspective. So that's what's going on. And then we'll probably get into the conversation that this actually started with us.
Well, let me say one last thing because this is the foundation of whitewashing. So, what is the propaganda coming from the Racial Integrity Act, creating the category white and colored under law?
Propaganda that one there's like a two race, like the people divided into two races, and I mean it's propaganda that spread all over the world to now where you having people who weren't even a part of that system calling themselves black because they think that brown skin equals black person, and they think pink skin equals white person, and that this person is supposed to have this type of experience and I'm supposed to have this type of experience. But I mean, like you said, truth destroys propaganda and the lies that it carries with it. So let's
So
see what
can you be? I'm gonna yield off of this point. Final question. Final Jeopardy, Alex. Can you be biracial if race does not exist?
So that's what she was getting. Okay. But yeah, it's it's we way more complex than that. I really don't know who this lady's people are, and I don't know the breakdown of her genealogy, but yeah, nothing is black and white. Nothing at all is black and white. So, but that's basically what you were getting at, Alabama.
I don't know, cause I'm a nigga.
Bless you, Alabama. Bless you. Bless you. But let's just finish.
Her mom was white and her
Just
daddy's
saying.
black. Now, I don't know if this is true. I don't even know where she's from. And that's one thing that I really want to get to the bottom of, because I'm like, where is this girl from? Because that would probably help me understand with where she's coming from more, right? I want to preface this video by saying that my mom was white and my daddy's also black. So we do have a little something in common. Mom was here from Houston and my daddy's from Louisiana. So I was raised in Texas. Nothing about it screamed like American nationalism, patriotism to me. Like, not at all. Not at all. If you're a trail rider, if you participate in the rodeo, if you show animals, if you're in ag, like if you're
Okay, so I'm guessing that the propaganda message was supposed to be that we're supposed to be proud of to be American or something. Like getting the people
You know, sis, not
back
to
into
go too deep down
patriotism.
there because I'm being chastised from the chat. And I'm going to call you specifically Cosman Kyle. So I won't ask no questions. I'll lay it out like
You're being
this.
chastised from the
Okay.
chat.
I'll lay it out like this. Okay. So now, if American is defined by a unique people, everybody else calling themselves Americans are thieves by default. Then claiming this is a melting pot or a salad bowl or gumbo or whatever the fuck it is a bunch of foreign motherfuckers from somewhere else who, when you find it out, is during the Olympics every 4 years. All these squatulating bastards waving banners called flags from other places, which, by the way, is seditious and treasonous because under the Constitution, you cannot serve two masters. While everyone is telling the American, known as the Negro, we are your motherfucking master. Fat sloppy Joe. Bust the nut rhymes.
Not busting nut rhymes. Oh, but yeah. What you said is absolutely spot on. We got all of these foreigners coming in here, right, from all these different places who actually claim their ethnicity. They don't, try to slough it off. No, they still have their culture and their nationality, yet they call themselves American. So how in the hell can you be Chinese and also be an American? That's a misnomer. That's a falsehood. It's absolutely a falsehood, and it absolutely should be treasonous. And it's actually a threat of national security, but don't nobody want to talk about that.
Okay.
No, nobody want to talk about that except for like 5 people. So great point, Alabama. Great point.
But that's who's been running this stuff the whole time, and that's what got to stop. When you look in our Congress, it's the same thing. A bunch of people who shouldn't be there,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is no person that's in this government, at least that has any type of power that's actually one of us. All of them are foreigners. It's a government of foreigners.
There was a couple of them in Maryland. I think one in Maryland. I think the 2 who just got elected recently to the Democrat Party, I believe, though. I think they are one of us.
Oh, and they ain't gonna make no difference.
Also, yeah, they don't have power, but that's how it be.
They're not gonna make a difference in their government. Their government is not for us, it's for them. But once that bitch is gone, then we don't have to really deal with that or worry about that anymore.
From this area, nothing about this performance gave you anything but that. Does that make sense? Like it's almost kind of even weird that this is a conversation, and like I'm not trying to say that there's nothing that you can't critique Beyonce on anything, because yes, I love Beyonce. I also think that there's things that we can critique about her, right? So my point is that number one, as Texans, we are super prideful. Like we're very prideful. Like our
we all like that.
From Texas, like,
it ain't just Texas.
State tatted on my arm. Like our pride being from Texas has nothing to do with being from America. And think there's anything wrong with Black Americans being proud that they're Black Americans, and especially Southern Black Americans. Like, if you're thinking about the South and you're thinking about the genres that have came out of the South, blues, jazz, country, zydeco, rock, hip hop, rap, like
Come on
it's
with
just
it,
like
girl.
Homecoming. Like Homecoming screamed PV, it screamed TSU, it screamed Battle of the Bands New Orleans. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there might be a cultural disconnect. I think that maybe people from the North saw that as that, but people from the South, like, when you go to the rodeo,
And who dominate the South? Who dominate the South if it's not the Mississippian Indian? All of that shit is, all of that culture, which y'all calling Americana, is pumping out of the Southeast, going into the tributaries into other parts of America and the world.
when you're out going showing, if you show animals, if you're on the trail rides,
She got a big
people
ass
have
fucking forehead
flags.
and a
Yes,
pushback
Texas flags,
ass
but
fucking
the
hairline.
trick riders.
Talk about this girl here.
Oh, you know, Deb, you didn't go to the hairline, OTK. Oh, you
Man, my
didn't check
fault,
the
man.
janky
My fault,
hairline.
man.
Oh,
That
come
shit
on,
just
OTK.
shiny. That shit just fucking shiny, man. You
That's a
know?
five head. That's
She's
not
a
a
beautiful
forehead.
girl,
That's a
but you can
five
see
head,
that
though.
she's Asian,
Yeah,
right?
she is beautiful. She is beautiful, but I'm saying her hairline, like, what
She
you
got
use
that
weave?
side head, that Tyra Banks.
I'm just
She
saying,
got
man.
them
I'm not saying that
Asian
she's not beautiful.
features.
She got some beautiful lips. Yes, she
The
does.
motherfuckers is from Asia.
You know what I mean? But
I don't know what's going
you know what I
on.
mean? I know she's not American
But
Indian
I'm
by the
telling you,
hairline.
her
she African.
hairline is running from her face like Joy Reid.
Okay.
Oh man.
See what my American Indian woman over here call it? Edges.
Oh yeah.
She ain't got no edges.
She do got edges though. She got edges. She got a big ass forehead. Big ass.
Where's her edges supposed to start
Riders
at?
do
sis?
flags,
Stop it.
tricks all the time on Black horses, and I just don't think that if you're not from here that you really can understand. Does that make sense? Like, my white grandma used to go to the Black rodeos. Like, Black rodeo is a big deal down here. It's a big deal. Like, maybe not how it is in other places, but it's a whole entire culture. That's what I'm saying. So whenever you're looking at the slabs that she had, whenever you're looking at all of the, like, the TSU band, like Ocean of Soul, like, when you're seeing all of the different, like, references, the Juneteenth references with the carriages, like Galveston, her mother, like, what are we talking about?
They don't know.
What are we talking about? Like,
They
honestly,
They don't know what
like,
the hell they talking about.
They don't.
Is it us or is it
That's her
y'all?
roots. You can't take that away.
Is it us or is it y'all?
If there's anybody that the fans need to be upset with this whole entire discussion about Beyonce and the
Huh?
This is the love. It's the love.
That's it. I'm sorry, but I got to say, even with my Joy Reid cut, he said that hairline went back to Africa.
You know what?
Hey,
I just opened
beautiful
the
girl,
door,
though.
dog.
Beautiful,
So apparently
bro.
they was feeling like how I was feeling. You know what I mean?
The
But
hairline
she's
went
not
back.
even
Got
interested in this video.
got a Stephen A. Smith style.
She's not even paying attention to this video though. Y'all see that?
On her phone.
Let me
now
just
she
correct
watched the
one.
video on her phone.
Let me correct one thing again. This is the language issues that we continue to allow people who are not us, not like us, not from here. Americana, for example, many people may not know. Whoopi Goldberg has the most extensive what is called Americana, but it's that jigaboo shit. The nigga head bank, the little pickaninny dolls. You feel what I'm saying, OTK? I know you probably hear what I'm saying. These things she has compiled in her home to the degree of having a curator's exhibition, Sharice. And it is called Americana. Because there's only one what?
Cheekbones, yo. She don't even got no cheekbone.
No, I'm just saying. I didn't like how she was trying to separate it.
Yeah,
To
she
make
don't
it
got no
seem
cheekbone.
why was she speaking like that in the beginning? I ain't understand that. That's all. I'm like, why is she separating it, making it seem like it's two different things? It's not two different things.
Because we have been conditioned to the theft, the appropriation of pale degenerates.
Different from black American culture or
But
something.
we have been accustomed to the pale degenerates appropriating our cultural things. Have you ever seen we know about Dreamgirls, probably y'all saw that, but Cadillac Records. When I asked you that earlier, when she played Etta James.
Cadillac Records.
Yeah, I like that movie.
Muddy Waters.
Okay, so the character that Eddie Murphy played in Dreamgirls was loosely based on Little Richard. And if you remember the scene when he was in the convertible and the white singer covering quote unquote race music was Pat motherfucking Boone, who's still alive.
Yep.
This is what we have allowed accommodation. So a fat, sloppy bastard, Casper friendly, ghost looking motherfucker says that 50-50 is anything doing with us. Even carrying the crates of a motherfucker's records.
Now
you feel me?
The records because you was carrying those. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
This is how we've let thieving cultural mentality, because all of these people are thieves.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Because they can't create. Can't create. They diminish and we replenish.
All right.
The propaganda of it all. It needs to be Beyonce. And the reasons why I say it needs to be Beyonce is because Beyonce is partially responsible for all of the about Beyonce.
Is it us or is it y'all?
If there's anybody that the fans need to be upset with this whole entire discussion about Beyonce and the propaganda of it all, it needs to be Beyonce. And the reasons why I say it needs to be Beyonce is because Beyonce is partially responsible for all of the conversations about her. It isn't coming out of nowhere. It's like people forgot that Beyonce showed up and performed at the Super Bowl with a Black Panther costume on. It's like people forgot that Beyonce was invoking a lot of Black revolutionary aesthetic in a lot of her art over the last couple of years. It's like people forgot that her and her husband were so against the NFL and were very supportive of Colin Kaepernick at the time to now working with them. Yes, Beyonce isn't technically working with the NFL, but her husband is. And I need for folks to be okay with the truth of it all. Like, it is okay to admit that the messaging that your fave is putting out in the music isn't matching her overall politic. And that is the reason why she receives more criticism than other artists. You don't see Rihanna or other artists invoke imagery like this. And the fans are responsible for it as well. Because whenever Beyonce puts out these things in this art, the fans come and speak for her. They project their own politic or whatever they think is her politic on her. And then we see her move completely different. So it's just not matching. It's not making sense to go from wearing Black Panther aesthetic to now doing whole flips in white, red, and blue American flag. Shit, it's just not.
Yeah, you pick it up on that black shit, Therese. Go in on that black shit.
Go in.
Hold on. Does he not realize that all of that is a part of our history? The Black Panthers, all of that shit? Does he not realize or understand that? Now she's in music. So now she's talking about our roots in music. I understand the politics. People got to leave that out of it and look at the overall. That's why I say, like, I understand people's point of view when they say that shit and when they make those points, because no one disagrees with that. I don't think that that's what Sap is trying to get everyone in this audience to understand. Okay, that's why I don't know why he even said that. It's not going from that to that. It's all of ours. We don't have to go from nothing to nothing.
Propaganda.
She wants. She can
propaganda
go
got him brainwashed.
What is you saying? It's a Black creation. What do
He
you
thinks
mean?
that America means white. He thinks that America means white national supremacists.
And I'm surprised. Where's he from again? Because he sound like he from the South somewhere too.
Girl, ooh, I don't know. Hold on.
Making sense.
The only thing I will say about this
Doing
At the end there, he
and
sounded a little
why-
zesty too.
Oh yeah, he definitely said.
Oh, you
But,
know, you can look. You knew
no,
that
wait, bro.
once we saw his face. That's why I said this thing here. Okay.
But
See,
yes,
who
like,
threw that up and said, is it me or does he sound like he got some sugar in his tank? He's going Fruity Loops and shit. Yeah.
He already, try not to do too much on that because you know how they be trying to do the girls, okay?
Yeah.
Damn, Cosman, he went mid on film. Two
But
snaps
anyway,
up.
to make it seem like she's going from one thing to another is crazy when it's all in the same context.
not 2 snaps in a bed, 2 nights.
Oof. Mm-mm.
2 snaps in a bed, 2 nights.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Girl.
But yeah, y'all, we can clearly see the people are ignorant. We already know that. When we talking to these people, this is shit that they saying, and we know that it sounds ridiculous, but they ain't gonna know until they learn the truth how ridiculous the things that they thinking are.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm telling you, they need to get that shit knocked upside their head or something.
but this is why this had to happen. Like this is a catalyst for a whole bunch of shit.
Yep.
Like the catalyst for people to learn what American really is, what it really means to be American, and what American culture is. And it's black, so-called black culture is American culture, because the so-called black person is the American, the real original American.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
All right.
White, red, and blue American flag. Shit, it's just not making sense.
The only
We
thing I will say
know.
about this whole
To
Beyonce
you.
propaganda, not propaganda thing is the fact that as we enter Donald Trump 2.0 and Project 2025 potentially,
God, here we
is
go.
that it might be a good idea for us all to reevaluate how we want to spend our time and energy as we are forced to advocate to protect our most basic civil liberties.
Girl, y'all gonna be all right. Be quiet.
Do we want to expel our time, energy, and advocacy, political and social capital, advocating for a billionaire that, by all intents purposes, as many people have mentioned on this app, would probably not piss on you if you were on fire, versus trying to find ways to build community with each other, because that's all we have at the end of the day is each other. When the chips are down, we're going to have to rely on each other to stand united against the tyranny that may follow with the new Trump administration. And I say this as a diehard Beyonce fan.
Boy, the propaganda. Alabama, you want to talk about this propaganda?
Here we go with
You
the
want to
fear
talk about
porn.
this motherfucking propaganda here?
Here we go with the fear porn. So again,
I don't know what
regardless of the bracket, the tax bracket, the individual known as the Negro, which is the actual American, that's why we have to beat back this foundational black shit. Just drop it.
But wait,
just leave
FBA,
American
Tariq
and let go of that
Nasheed
other
not want to
shit.
talk about we are the American.
Go ahead, cook, sis.
his ass too. Where that damn shit at?
Man, that's why I say this shit
It's
is
in your
divine.
email. It's in your
Everybody
email.
lining
sis.
up looks like everybody's lining up, but we got people like John on the internet who think that Project 2025 is against her. No, baby. If anything, the real Project 25, forget what the fuck them Democrats wrote. The real Project 2025 is for you. But you got propaganda like bulging out your eyes that you can't even see that.
The comments turn his ass up too, y'all. We haven't heard you speak any further on this truth. The people would love to hear more. Well, would you look at that?
Yeah, that's our homeboy Urban Engine. That's Urban Internet posted that. Like, damn, Tyreek, we would love to hear you speak more on this type of subject. Shout out to Urban Internet.
It's physically and mathematically impossible. Nigga had to change your heart and just riding the wave. 450 to 500K documented as coming to what we know is continental U.S., 5 million to Brazil and South America, and another 500 to the Caribbean and Central America. He was just clowning Dan Calloway for this truth. You owe him a public apology.
Sure do. All of y'all. Tariq Nasheed, you need to apologize to all the people that you clown.
Clowning on that. Yeah, that's crazy.
You cannot fucking forget that you was really being disrespectful.
Instead of just talking and trying to build camaraderie.
Right. Instead of fucking listening, your arrogant ass was arguing.
Yeah, that's the problem with all this shit. With all this shit, everybody too big to do this. You too small.
Yeah.
It's too much.
You too small or too insignificant to me for me to sit here and listen to you.
I'm telling you, get out.
So your ass is walking around here ignorant as fuck, but thinking that you know everything.
Every fucking thing.
Looking like a fool to us.
Let's hear what this goddamn thing said.
Of Americans. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it.
Because that's another thing we're going to touch on in the damn museum. Who in the hell were the real Aboriginal Americans? Y'all only think that it was the Mongoloid looking natives that were the real Native Americans. And we have to understand the Aboriginal people here were also the Negroid people, which are us. It were black people looking just like, get off there. Black people looking just like us, who were the Aboriginal people in the Americas. Many of us were not brought on slave ships. Let's keep this thing above.
Man.
Only 6% of black people enslaved in Africa came to North America. I'm going to say it again. This has been documented facts. Only 6%. No. But most of us are from Africa. That's not true. Only 6% of the people enslaved in Africa were brought to North America. Most of them were brought to the Caribbean and South America, Central America, Brazil. Only 6% came to North America. This is documented.
Where? I love to see the
document. You got to get this shit out here and just talk the truth. When many of the white explorers came here, they themselves said, hey, these are the same. They look. Oh, you say he was Indian and black. What's an Indian? What's an Indian? Let's get into that. Who are the Native Americans? Let's get into it. Because that's another thing we're going to touch on in the damn museum. Who in the hell were the real Aboriginal Americans?
I can't believe he was
Y'all
saying
only
it.
think that it was the Mongoloid looking.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Nigga.
Yes.
Yeah. Y'all going to have to speak that truth. Stop.
Tell it, Rev.
I'm telling people we came off them boats. Get these people.
Make it plain for.
Yes, Lord.
Man, I already know, man. Tariq Nasheed on it.
Yeah.
We got everybody on it. It's only growing. You know what I'm saying? Like the catalyst is already been sparked.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Now,
It's
when
just
Kendrick on the
crazier.
biggest stage in so-called Black History Month, how we gonna turn it up?
Turn it. Oh, listen. 2025.
Baby.
2025. 2024 was a ride, okay? But 2025 is going down. Like, that's why I was saying, like, this is the divine part. You know what I'm saying? The things that put the spark in all of these different people from all these different places. I don't know y'all personally, but here we are.
Yes.
You know, together on one accord about this. And there are hundreds of other groups just like ours that are probably congregating right now, just like we are.
Just like us.
About this one thing under this one banner. And that
There can be only one.
It's so deep.
Man,
I feel it in my bones.
So, yeah, it's gonna come to a head, man. Cause somebody gonna have to give some answers up. We got people like me out here, so answers gonna have to come.
Who said that lies can't live forever? Somebody said that. Somebody said that shit. I can't remember, but we all know that what's done in the dark comes to the light. We all got some kind of stand about the truth prevailing over a
Crushed
lie.
to earth will rise. Who has been crushed more than the nigga?
The truth will
Get the nigga.
Yes, we.
You and that get the nigga is crazy work.
What a time, y'all.
Nah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. They mad as shit.
You know what? Let's play some reaction to these white folk.
Yeah, we know y'all mad.
MAGA. Cause that's what they saying had the most to say something about it.
Girl. Sapphire. I see when you went to that Google page just now, the first name pop up was Open to Knowledge.
Oh yeah.
I know that's right, sis. Al su casa is tu su casa.
Absolutely. Okay, who talking about it? All right, let's go.
Today I'm using Upwork to hire a WordPress developer. I'm going to try using Upwork AI. It's great that you can just write a couple of sentences and they create the rest.
Now, some of them were saying things about, what's up, everyone? I'm Coach D. And first of all, I want to thank you guys for tuning into my channel. We're getting closer and closer to 75,000 subscribers. So if you have not yet hit that subscribe button,
I don't know what his
really
perspective is going to be, though.
So,
you know,
I'm going to tell you guys straight up right now that I've never really been a fan of halftime shows. It's just not something I like to watch because for some reason, to me, it's hard to really feel the energy when you're watching it on TV. And oftentimes the camera panning and moving around a lot, I'm not very interested in that. And then a lot of times too with the singers, you can hear them breathing. It just, like, live shows to me don't work well on TV. That's always been my reason for not really caring too much about watching, halftime shows and things like that. If I'm being honest with you guys, typically during a halftime show, I would change the channel to see like some of the funny things they had going on other stations, because just unless I'm there at the concert for a live event, I don't enjoy it that much. So to be honest with you guys, up until like literally 3 minutes ago, I hadn't even watched the halftime show of Beyonce because, again, it's not something that I'm that interested in. Even though I do love typically the show that's put on, I just think typically when you watch a live performance, it does a disservice to the singer, if that makes sense to you guys. So honestly, I had gone on I've seen, many different news stations posting, Beyonce, here's a look at Beyonce's halftime show. And I literally just, it would just be a picture. And then I'd go to the comments and there would be people in the comments who were complaining, saying, oh, it was the worst show ever. And I don't want her to be country. And the typical complaint was, I didn't like the show. The national anthem before the show by the Pentatonics was better. I don't like what she's wearing. She's dressed like using all types of horrible things like that. But here's what I found to be typical of the people who were commenting how much they hated it. If I went to their pages, most of them would be considered MAGAs. So these are people who don't like Beyonce at all. Now, some of them were saying things about her husband, Jay-Z, which I find very funny that the allegations that we're hearing about Jay-Z, they're willing to demonize and criticize and shun him for that. But at the same time, we have Matt Gaetz, who has, allegations against him, but they're saying, leave him alone. This is the weaponization of the DOJ and the FBI and blah, 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 right? And then you have Donald Trump, who has been actually found liable for sexual assault, and they're okay with that. So they can pretend it's because of the allegations against Jay-Z, but that's not it. They're just Beyonce haters because she's not a Donald Trump supporter. And then the argument of, what she's wearing is gross. she's wearing nothing different from what you see cheerleaders wearing every day. So if you really had a problem with that, you'd be complaining every single day about the cheerleaders that are on the sideline wearing the things that Beyonce is wearing. But the people who literally are saying, like, when you were saying that you didn't like the performance, I have to ask, what about the performance did you not like? Because if you didn't like Beyonce's performance, you don't like halftime show performances because it had all the stuff that you would want to see. It had theatrics. There was a lot going on, and it was like watching a Cirque du Soleil. She definitely put on a show. You had, and I don't know which band it was, but obviously an HBCU band came out there. Those are things we always love. And again, for someone who is being honest with you about how I don't like shows, the things about the show that I didn't like were the things I typically don't like. Too much panning going on when I want to watch the performer, a little bit a disservice to her singing because obviously she's dancing and doing a lot of things. Now, when I'm at a show and it's live and that's going on, I'm feeling the energy. So I'm not really typically, caring much about, how great their singing is. But when I'm sitting watching it and all I have is really no energy from the television, I'm listening to the singing. So those were the things that I would say like, that wasn't that great. But anytime I watch a live show, that's what I think, or a live show on television, that's what I think. But when I look at the things that we would typically like about a performance, definitely the show itself was great. The dancing was great. Her bringing on, rappers and Post Malone and different singers and stuff like that, it was a very patriotic performance as well. I mean, she talked about God and guns and the USA and how great it is and all of that. So literally, if you're having a problem with it, I'm going to guess it's one of two things. You don't like Beyonce because she's not a supporter of Donald Trump, or you just don't like Black culture because there was a lot of Black culture in there. You saw a lot of dancing, you saw a lot of fun, but then you saw country music singing and a very popular country music song. So it's crazy to me. Like, I go to the people's pages who say they hated this performance, and they're literally people who have like MAGA hats on and Trump won and F your feelings and stuff like that. Like the people who said they were going to stop watching the NFL back when Colin Kaepernick kneeled and different NFL players were protesting and stuff. Those people seem to somehow know exactly what's going on in the NFL. And honestly, I think most of these people didn't watch the halftime show at all. I don't think they watched it. I think they knew it was Beyonce and they went on, they said, I hate this halftime show, probably before it was even over. I watched the entire 14 and a half minutes, literally a few minutes ago, and I thought it was awesome because I thought the theater itself was great. I thought the dancing was great. I thought the costumes were great. The band that came out, like, this was everything you would enjoy in a performance. And if you say you don't enjoy it, if you just say, I don't like Beyonce's music and you never have, whatever. But if you're saying you didn't enjoy that show, I would like to know what you enjoy about halftime shows, because it seemed to have everything that you would want. But let's be real here. Most of the people who don't like the show don't like Beyonce, don't like Black culture, and definitely are still mad at her because she did not support Donald Trump. And that is the exact same reason these same people go on posts about Taylor Swift and say the exact same types of things. You guys need to try and be happy. You need to try and be happy.
So basically, it sounds like the YTs got their panties in a bunch, because they're seeing what they consider to be their culture being kind of taken in their mind by us, people that they kind of have been in contention with for a long time. So yeah, they feel like they're losing something because they thought that they had something because of propaganda. So yeah, they finding out that Black American culture is country music. They finna find out that it's rock music. All of that.
Hell yeah. And they should have been known it for real.
They definitely finna know it now. This shit finna turn up.
Yeah, because ain't no way. I'm like, like I said, I don't remember like hip hop being created by other folks. I don't remember that ever being taught to me. I'm fucking confused.
That's some new shit, ain't it? That's a 2024 shit.
Yeah,
That 2024
yeah,
story.
that's some new, that's some Gen Alpha generation shit. Cause niggas,
Yeah.
nah, come on, man, stop. That shit really bothers me. That like, we don't gatekeep or covet nothing. We let shit get out of our hands, and people go out here and perpetrate like it's something they created or invented, and that's the issue with all of this.
You know what I just thought of? I was like, I wonder if we do that because we'll just go and create something else. They can't create. So the only way that they can get something is we give it to them. And we give it to them because we can just go and create something else.
I'm telling you.
Just a thought. But yeah, y'all, that's all I wanted to really share because I just saw this last night. It was my first time seeing the show, and I thought that it was beautiful, and I love the message. I loved the propaganda of this show. Okay, I'm here for it absolutely all year long. So
yeah. I loved it too. Shoot, I was like, oh my goodness. I said, yes, push through. Every time I see some majorette, I'm going off. Okay.
Mm-hmm. With the band and the bike.
I said, come on,
I want to go out there and do a damn electric slide or something, a bus stop or something. Like,
we used to love a good battle with a band situation. That's our culture. Like, we used to love that stuff. That's the stuff that we grew up seeing, grew up doing. And not only that, all that shit. Shoot.
Okay. Try to act like they're entertained. Try to act like they ain't fascinated. Come on, girl.
They was enamored, okay, by that woman.
Come on.
Believe that. I'm talking about even when I over my folks' house, everybody was looking at the TV. Everybody was looking.
Everybody eyes glued.
Okay, glued. Please believe. Okay.
Yes. It was a great display of our culture. At least like musically, dance, even had some of our inventions going on, the instruments, all of that, man. It was beautiful.
Singing, everything. Like,
it was beautiful.
The patriotism behind it, and like I said, it was just 100% American. You knew it, you could see it. It was illustrated, and I think that's what we needed to see. Like, we got to remember that that's our culture. That's what we created.
Maybe this wasn't for y'all, and that's why y'all didn't like it, because y'all felt like it was for somebody else. Maybe that's what it was. Y'all knew that this was not for y'all. You got to see it clearly, and it hurt your fucking feelings. It hurt your feelings.
Man, it can be hurtful. It can be hurtful. Because what they're taught in their schools is not, even in context of it not being taught in the same schools that we may be taught in, you know what I mean? Even in that same respect, you know what I'm saying? Neither one of us in an educational system is really learning the truth about and what was really going on and what was going down on this landmass, unless you look outside of those barriers, you know what I mean? To really understand what was happening and, go and get those lectures and get that education and, understanding what was going on in your state at that time or whatever, to understand why this was happening. And it is only one explanation for it. You know who they trying to get? They've been getting us for a long time now. And the jig is up because we ain't getting duped no more.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, we got a certain kind of power behind us that y'all just don't have,
Yeah.
It's best for y'all to just enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Just sit back and just ride it out. It is what it is. You can't do nothing about it. So you may as well just enjoy it because it's going to be beautiful. Just sit back and watch it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all y'all have to do, colonizers, pale facers. All y'all foreigners that want to claim to be American, all of y'all that want to steal our identity.
Mm-hmm.
Just sit back and watch.
Yep, you gotta really do your history, man. Like, do your what the boy used to say, do your Googles. Maybe not your Googles, but it's something else. But y'all get what I'm saying. Do your homework. You know, just try to look for the truth, man. Like I said, and we all know that it start with our family. That's why I wanted to show y'all like some family trees and stuff, like prominent people. You know what I mean? Like you never know where your roots will take you to and what they may lead, and it's not always. I mean, like I would say it's a journey that could make you quite anxious sometimes, especially when you're on a journey of discovery, you know, trying to learn and trying to evolve so you could come into yourself, because learning your past is what's going to help you with your future and help you evolve even as a better person present day, right?
Yep.
So, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is important, man. It's predicated upon everything we need to do and everything we need to understand about who we are so that we can do this properly. Because we can do it properly, because more and more people are going to start to catch on. And after a while, it's going to have to be some type of explaining, some type of something. I mean, more than some explaining. But y'all catch my drift. So just, you know, we got to really, put the pedal to the metal. That's how I see it. And I just love seeing that it's coming out in this way, you know, whether they see it or not. Like, maybe later on they'll begin to understand, you know, but we just don't want it to be too late. You know, I just don't, you know, just with all the things that are on the horizon, everything that's going on, you know, I just want us to really be focused this year. Us as a community, while we on here, we handling our business and we talking about history so we could get people to understand that, you know, and just staying focused on that, because, you know, this year we can't afford too many more of that same shit. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I see a lot of people walking in their purpose.
Yeah.
Don't even know it.
Yep.
You know, a lot of people are everybody doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Period.
In my opinion. And I think that what's supposed to happen is going to happen. Nobody can do anything to jeopardize or compromise that. And yes,
the truth will always reign supreme. Yep. And you can't deny
the conversation.
Call it Indian Negroes. They need to explain that.
Bro.
Yeah, all on the record as the Negroes and mulattoes and all these people that was Indians. Like, come on, they gonna have to explain this. My bad, sis, not to cut your wisdom.
No, you good. Because like you said, we have the paperwork. Who knows where we are going to what we're going to be doing or what step we going to be on towards the end of 2025, because look how much this shit blew up in 2024.
Yeah.
I think everything that's going on in this world is about us. Everything that's going on around the world is about America.
Yep.
And who are the true Americans? We are. And if we're waking up to that fact, don't you think that affects the globe and the global economy?
Absolutely.
And other countries and other alliances that the US government has? Like, that affects every fucking thing. Yep. So if all of this stuff been happening in 2024 and we didn't got here to where this truth, this knowledge is now in everyday conversations. Almost everybody has come across this by now in some way, shape, or form. Maybe not deeply, but that's the next step for them. When I got hit with it, you know what I'm saying? It was just a little seed, but that seed ended up growing into a whole tree.
That's right.
Same for everybody else that's coming under this. Can't nobody escape it.
Nope. I couldn't, girl. I tried. girl, I'm talking about the shit on my mind every single day type stuff. Like it was like for real. I really was like asking, like, please just take this away from me. I don't want to think about this. I can't believe this. It was so many different things I was dealing with, you know what I mean? And I had to really come to terms with it and accept that, this is what I have to do. I have to figure this out and try to get an understanding of, damn, what happened in my family and history and what the fuck? Wait, what? So it's just all of that, right? All of that new discovery, finding out things about your family you didn't know, which makes you, learn to accept things about yourself and to get an understanding and to realize who you are. And I think it's so important because it puts to bed a lot of that slave bullshit when you find out, damn, my folks is owning people. Hold up.
Yeah.
All this stuff start to come to like wait a minute.
Like my folks owned the land and they were farmers, and my uncles and aunties and cousins were farm laborers. So wait a minute. Are you saying that the farm laborer is the slave? Exactly. And the farmer who owns the plantation and the house on it is the master? And his sons are his slaves, or AKA workers?
And what I just showed with the Dr. Martin Luther King tree and what the man was trying to do with the bullshit. And it clearly got the man Jacob Branham black.
Yes, man.
Trying to still make it some slave shit. Like, see, the truth gonna come out one way or the other.
I don't watch Pure Mayo do genealogy bills, and this is always the story. What you doing about Martin family? That be the same damn narrative on everybody family.
Bullshit, y'all.
Kid you not.
And that's why I caught that shit. And I said, well, maybe, I said to even just outright assume that somebody was, that it was that way without acknowledging that it was a black person that could have been owning him. That's crazy. Trying to make it seem like it had to be some white ancestor somewhere. Like you're in denial that this could be. See, and people, I'm
his
telling
uncle.
You, man, I can't take it. People will literally disregard the truth and try to say that's what the fuck we doing. Y'all disregarding it. Why is Indians being called Negroes in the first place? Who the fuck is known as a Negro? Stop playing these games.
Let's not talk about that, Sharice. Let's not talk about that. Let's skip past that. Like, we ain't just hear you say that they used to call Indians niggas. Let's skip past that. I ain't hear none of that.
The Indian is the Negro. The Negro is the Indian. I don't think I'm tired of it. Let's stop arguing about that. We from the soul. This our shit. The original. They can't take it. Okay? I don't like it.
I mean, they listen, like I said, all they really need to do is calm down and just, I don't know, file up a blank.
Is coming in,
get some of that good old Uncle Reem, that good old Uncle Nearest in your glass or something.
That's the bullying. Shoot,
just chill out and watch.
Because I don't know what you talking about in the comments.
Who in the comments?
I don't know. But I've been on this thing. Who's the bully? Who are you talking about?
Hold on. What comment you reading?
Who is this?
What their name?
Who he calling the bully? Calling somebody.
Got it, sis. I got it, sis. I got it.
Y'all talking about that live Sarah?
Who is that?
In my opinion, she throws off the intelligence conversation that people are having on the panel. I just can't stand really. That's not cute. There's nothing cute about that. I got that. Hey, girly girl. Tell your mama I said, hey.
I said, we gotta be nice, man.
Shout out to girl 72.
Hi, girly girl. Yes, who's he threatening? So anyway, back to that. I just saw bully because I don't, you know, oh God. Anyway, so back to what we saying though. Like it's coming to a head though, sis, and it is what it is. Hey, it is what it is. How many times we gonna tell y'all? It don't make no sense that a bunch of slaves did all this shit. You mean to tell me we were so dumb that we were so smart? I just don't understand how this makes sense. This shit not adding up to me. We got reverends who ain't supposed to be reading, but they somehow preachers. All these people preachers throughout the whole family line since the beginning. Listen, I ain't got time for this. Like, we've been educated, smart, and whatever else too. Everything. You know, I just don't.
Hey, listen, Joseph Johnson, your bitch ass.
Ooh.
Am I supposed to be fighting a ghost? Y'all, everybody know how OTK look. I don't hide myself. Everybody know where the fuck OTK at. Don't threaten me. Come on, come get you some. That's all you got to do. I'll be your Huckleberry. Come on, get you some.
Get some.
Play pussy and get fucking around this way right
here.
Shout out to Cream Chief Holiday, man. I ain't that type of nigga, dog. I'm a swamp nigga, dog. I do not play with little pussies. Ban again, dog. I don't play with little pussies. Get y'all bitch ass on, nigga. These women up here building. Fuck boys.
Yes, play pussy and get fat. Ooh, that's right. Oh, this shit.
Oh, that's that talk. That's that talk.
Okay. Hey, Supreme Chief. Yes, pulling up on the kid. Pulling up on the ladies in Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Alabama probably back in the YT honky ho. I ain't gonna shit. I ain't gonna do too much with Alabama. I know he probably on working hard on the railroad. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes. Hey, Mary Gal. Look at everybody in the chat. Shoot, we still rocking. It's been 6 hours and 30 minutes. Damn. I was running my mouth, y'all.
Jesus. Golly.
Believe it. Time always fly by when you having fun. I swear. And then it's like it's a good build too, because we just gotta keep this stuff in mind. All this back to Ghana shit, all that shit, scam alert. Don't do it.
Scam alert.
Do not pay. What's the do not collect $200, damn it. Don't do it.
Go to jail.
Any day. Shoot, not jail over there though. Hell no. Not jail over there.
Hell no.
I ain't playing
I
jail.
think they just murk your ass.
Okay.
Like, for real.
I should show something on that girl. Countries. Shit, I ain't playing around. No.
Home off a song.
I said, America, shit is already, shit. We got our shit over here with us over here, man. I don't got time for it somewhere else. Hell no. They playing in Africa. Fuck around and find out if you want to. Them damn guards have your ass pinned up against that.
For real. I done seen some real sick ass shit.
Yeah, man. Have your ass pinned up and built back. I'm not playing with them. I ain't about to have me like that. I'm good. You gonna be hollering, breath smelling like all it be damn. Nah, I'm not playing. I would hell nah.
Oh,
and your breath stinking all in my face. I know the Africans. Woo. Because I don't know what kind of toothpaste they use. You think they use I ain't gonna get started. I'm gonna leave them alone. I know y'all brush your teeth. I just wonder with what.
With what? But with what though? Oh,
I already can start, and I be trying my best to be nice, but it's like it's not giving what it's supposed to give. I'm not.
It look like it's fake.
Games. Look at her, y'all comment.
Oh, wait.
Girl.
Extra.
Woo, hell no. Did you hear what the lady said? Shoot, I'm telling you, young, it's different. And that's why we got, even though it's a lot of stuff going on here we don't like, man, we got the power to fix it and change it. And we got the power for our voice to be heard, I think, more now than ever before. And like I said, like I was saying last year, the same shit. I just think that when we know it, we need to articulate it, write it down. You know what I'm saying? And we need to get it to where, to the information, not to the information, to their hands that it need to be in.
Yeah.
You know, really be talking to people, having personal conversations, and, you know, making people go into it and put some resources and really doing some research and trying to, they keep talking about they gonna study it. Study that shit. Study it then. Man, study it then. Y'all keep saying study slavery, study that shit.
Oh,
fine. I mean, if they studying what we studying, they should find what we find, right?
They already know that shit. They already know what the hell going on before we did.
I'm saying, go study it and tell us. Tell us. And stop playing around.
It was just a
You gonna keep throwing that shit at them peoples like that? Tell them peoples what it really is. Tell them.
Just leading you on.
Because at this point, it's getting ridiculous. They're gonna have to tell the truth. They're gonna have to acknowledge it, because all that other shit gonna be over, and they know it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So about go, man. Yeah, go. Yeah, act like y'all going to study, man. We gotta tell these, man. We gotta tell these folks something. They gotta go back and have a meeting. Look, we gotta tell them something, man. They got the evidence right here. They got the paperwork right here. Something they go out. Hey, we not pressing hard enough. That's what I think. But you know,
it's gonna happen naturally.
Yeah, we not pressing.
We'll know when it's time to go, because we'll go. When we go, that's when it's time to go.
Yeah, we gotta get up on their ass. Shoot, and that's how I see it. I mean, respectfully though, you know what I'm saying? Just so that, you know, it is not even so much so. I think the hardest thing is they barely want to recognize this whole idea that the slavery even occurred, let alone have offered any type of apology for this so-called slavery that they are claiming happened on our people. I mean, this country that malicious that they can't apologize for something that they said happened, and give the money up if it happened. Get the fucking money up. You gave it to the Holocaust and everything else, the Japanese internment.
Yeah, they got a whole bunch of people.
They got money. Cut the shit. I want to know why the fuck, if this is something that they're saying and they put it in all our history books, I'm confused. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's bullshit, I know. But I hope y'all following me in how I'm saying this, because it's like, what the fuck? People got to start putting it together and understanding that they ain't gonna never apologize for something that ain't happened.
Or repair something that they didn't break.
Yeah. Come on. I know people don't like it, but it's the truth, because who was really the slave owners?
Who was the plantation owners? A lot of them plantations was built on mounds.
Who owned it? And owned millions of it up into the 1960s, up until all that bullshit they was doing with black land theft, or quote unquote black land theft. That's why I say it should be easy to cut the check, if you know what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, sis. It should be easy peasy, lemon squeezy. This should not be an ongoing debate. It really shouldn't. Unless motherfuckers don't want motherfuckers to know something. Because the shit belong to us anyway. Period.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy for them.
They're gonna, yeah, man.
It's gonna happen, but it's gonna be easy.
We're like, what? Wait a minute.
Do we want it to be easy for them? I don't know about you, but I got a little dark side to me. I don't know if I necessarily want it to be easy for them, because it ain't been easy for us for a long time.
Hey, crimes against humanity. That's all I'm gonna say. This is a crime against humanity. Prisoners of war. Look, allegedly, because you know this YouTube. Because I don't got time for YouTube. I'm telling you, they be
Oh,
on.
see, American Warrior. You see the stuff that you doing? Y'all finna see a whole bunch of people, some individuals, some groups doing the same thing. It's just finna be all kinds of shit on social media going on. People out in the public. Like it's man, it's finna blow the fuck up.
Yeah, we are. Do you that video you showed about the Homer Indians?
It's finna go
Those
crazy. It's
all
finna go crazy.
Throughout the United States for a long time now. People straight up perpetrating. Come on now, cut the cap. You think that fucking these people is white
as
baby,
fuck.
As fuck.
And ain't nobody said nothing about no damn pretending. Well, actually, they did say something about pretending because those are people who been officially classified as that. They're the real pretending.
Yep.
But now they're calling us that.
And they know it fucking applies. They know our origins is Indian, and it was always ignored in history or written out of our history. Our people was aware of their Indian origins. Come on now, I seen it in my genealogy. It's there on both sides. Come on, Mo, and the shit keep going back. The shit don't stop. So how we gonna do this? Because I mean, what we doing?
That's right, American Warrior. Do that warrior shit.
Yeah, because we belong there. They can't say we can't be there. They can't say we can't do none of that shit. Who says that you can't go to a Native American event?
Mm-hmm.
What they talking about?
You can say a whole group of our ass can't
challenge them on that shit. Yeah, it's time. Because I don't. You know what? I've only seen one Native American in DC, like a family. So I'm gonna say one Native American family, and they was eating at a restaurant I was working at, and they was Native. They they were $5 Indian. Damn. Okay, but of course at that time, you don't really say too much, but they just always look at me. They gave me they just kept staring at me. Like I just kept helping them, doing my job at that time. But now that I realized that I know why they was looking at me.
Boy,
real Indian. Cut the shit.
Man.
Cut the shit. That shit been that shit been prevalent. That's especially where we from on this southeastern seaboard. All this shit up here, man. They got to start playing all this shit along this line, all the way down there to Georgia, Florida, all of that, all of y'all. We peoples. It's what it is, man. Like I don't understand how. I mean, I do understand how it got lost in translation, but it's sad that when we're trying to come back into it, it's that hold of their mother Africa that's going to keep them stagnated in that thought process for a long time. Once they get out of everybody don't come from Africa, they'll be okay.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be okay.
Absolutely.
But they not.
Let's correct the narrative.
Yeah, they're not gonna be okay until that gotta happen. It gotta happen.
And it shouldn't be too much of a problem because we're not really changing their history because they always thought that they were, evolved from an ape. So we're not changing y'all history. Y'all history is still the same. We're changing ours though. Because y'all lied about our history because you didn't like your own.
Nope. And that's what's so crazy about it. We'll literally lie. Hold up. I want to play something. I'm about to pull it up. Hold up. Give me 1 sec. I got to type it in. I thought I had it in my email. Because usually... Oh, y'all hating. I saw it on here. Don't be hating, y'all.
I'm going to be right back.
All right. Let me see if I can find it now. Let me see. Maybe it's on YouTube. Anyway, We can watch her real quick while I find what I'm looking for, y'all.
The thousands we did. We came running to Ghana. People sold their homes, moved out of their apartments, sold everything. Some people packed up containers and moved over here just to get over here and realize this is not our home. Y'all call us foreigners. Ghanaians call us that. We didn't make that word up. We didn't start calling ourselves that. We don't know that that's what y'all call the white people and the Chinese because we're not around them. But we know that that's what y'all call us. I ain't never heard the word before, Toby, till I came to Ghana. Okay. Y'all invite us home. Let's talk about what y'all do to us. Starting from the before we get to the airport, we got to have a visa that we pay for to even enter our home. We pay all this money for passports and visas to get here. We get to the airport, and as soon as you see a blue passport, everybody's coming for us. Can you give me something small at the COVID place? You get to immigration. Can you give me something small? You get to baggage. Can you give me something small? A person grabbed a damn cart and put my bag on it and got mad because I gave him $5 because I only had hundreds because you come over here with hundreds to get the best, cash in rate. How about he looked at that and said, I don't want that. I said, what you mean you don't want it? I said, I want to know, what did you expect me to give you? He said, $10. I said, so you want me to give you over 100 CDs for picking up a bag, putting it in a cart? He don't know this is like my 5th time coming through the airport. I have never seen nowhere in any country or state where people have openly, it says $60 for foreigners, $30 for locals, okay? You go to Cocoon Park, and I don't remember the price. Let's say $200 for foreigners, because that's what y'all call us, $40 for locals. You go to the castle, it's $60 for foreigners, $10 for locals. I ain't never seen that. No.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Bump all that. I'm not even having that shit.
It's crazy how you going home just to be called a foreigner.
Tell you now. That ain't your home. Better get on code.
Some of you all know I'm Rodney Thornton. I grew up in this community. I know all the rivers and streams and all around here. I can take you right down here. There's a bridge here that was built in 1908 that we've forgotten about. Where the Tuskegee Airmen actually used to fly on the bridge. Yeah, it's that high. It's about 1,000 yards from here. But I learned how to swim down here in this Euphrates Creek. I can remember when I was younger than those guys of freshwater oysters of mussels, me and my cousin back there, that large. And they probably, as he said last night, they probably still in there. We just hadn't been in there. We're going to say that today we're going to have some positive lecture, informational by my great friend and brother, Kerry Davis, from the creator, executive director, all rolled up in one of African Americans Think Africa. And I just want to share, I followed Kerry almost a year before I contacted him because I was checking him out, and I'm reading the information that what he's putting out, and I'm researching too, because I always, I've been on this journey of who we are. Why are we second-class citizens? Why do we take less? Why are and I'm gonna say it because I'm not afraid of free. Because you can believe in what you want to believe in, but the truth, when you look at the facts, the truth speak for themselves. I love all people, Kerry. I do. I think that's one of my main weaknesses. If I had to say a weakness, because of my care for people. But our people, these colored people, these Negro people, these African American people, this ain't about race, it's about humanity. It's about telling the truth. Who are we? And that's why I contact you. And you know, it's one thing. Once I put my hand in it, or once I do it, I'm gonna see it through the end. And I thank you for coming. Thank you, Dr. Skewer, for coming. Thank you for Tuskegee, Bertrand, Rashad, and Patrick, and you know, a lot of people are afraid to even come out here. I feel. Because they're afraid of the information. Because sometimes it's ugly and it's real uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But we got to deal with it.
Yes.
Good friend of mine, you'll meet him. He's the director of Tuskegee University Bioethics Center.
Shout out to Tuskegee for even doing that.
One time, just shook my spirit. He said, we got to stop rapping and come to some positive dialogue. Huh? Stop, you know, you can put us in the room somewhere. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this, but you put us in the room, everybody got their own opinion. But it ain't worth nothing. We got to have one message. I don't care if you like Buddha, I don't care if you Jesus, I don't care. But we ought to love one another because it's the right thing to do.
Right.
And we got a lot of people out here who don't like people that look like me and you. So it's time for us, and I know Dr. Stewart has been doing it up there at Tuskegee University. You know, I'm a grassroots guy. I love being in the fields and the stream, talking to the people. But with that said, I thank you all for coming out. We're going to have a session at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, whatever it takes, because we're going to have to address for these young kids. We might not see it like integration. You know, my wife asked me, say, you and Carrie didn't go down to Selma? No, because it was that time. I don't have anything against it, but that was that time, and that time did not work for this time. So we got to address it. But anyway, Carrie will tell you about herself. That's Carrie Davis. We're working closely. We'll be traveling around the country, talking to anybody who want to hear. Not arguing, dialogue, coming up with some answers. Coming up with some situations and making some change. When I was a Christian preacher, my favorite thing was, if you're going in the wrong direction, change directions. So if people think we're going in the right direction, they're wrong. Very wrong. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. What I want to do today, I want to make it to the young males, because that's who I was all you guys' age at one time. So what I want to say is directly to you, because you guys live with your moms now, right? Moms. In a few years, you're going to be out there on your own in this world. And for us, if you're dumb, it's not a good place to be. So this is for you, and hopefully it give you a better way to look at yourself to see how you fit in, because this is yours. And once you see it, I think it'll help. My name is Kerry Davis. I come from a town called Los Angeles, California. And this is where I came up with African Americans in Los Angeles, because I saw what was happening. My aunt was the first female mayor of a major city in California called Compton, California, Doris Davis. When she was the mayor of that city, it was 80% black. The term African American wasn't used at the time. The term at that time was black or Negro. It was 80% black. So I grew up through there, and over the years, I watched it go from black to totally Hispanic. What happened? How come everywhere we go, we don't build nothing, just other people come through and kick you out of there like you don't count? You're gonna learn that today. Why? Now, Compton is 80% Mexican. I had a cousin who just got out of jail. He was in jail for 30 years. And he comes home and he says, what happened to all the people? What happened to all the black folks? They're dead. Dead? What you mean? Well, you wanted to sell crack to each other. You wanted to turn each other into zombies. You wanted to shoot each other so you can buy some Nikes. You want to abort every time you create a baby, you want to abort it. It's called genocide. He's in jail for 30 years. Really retarded kind of cat. like most of us are, because we don't think. We're told certain things without an explanation. Santa Claus. Here, that's an example, a perfect example. We're told about Santa Claus when we're kids. Our parents tell us this. They lie to us. But when you ask the question, well, how come Santa Claus's clothes never get dirty? In California, they put cotton on their roof and on their grass so they can simulate snow. California's a desert. It doesn't snow there. But the mental capacity that we're in will do anything to keep the charade going. When I was in school, I went to public school. And I don't know why we're still trying to pretend like that's a good thing for our children, when we know we went there and we didn't learn a thing. Down here in the Southeast is some of the worst education in the world. But we keep acting like everything's okay. And watching our children get blown away in the streets. And then doing the same thing we've been doing for the same 100 years. Jesus gonna save us. It ain't happening like that. And we should know better than that now. We're getting wiped out. Your president is about to let millions of immigrants come in here. What does that mean for us? You see the immigrants coming out. I live in a place called Birmingham, Alabama now. There's more Mexican restaurants than black restaurants. Why is that? How come black men in the South don't control none of the mining, none of the timber, none of the waterways, none of the lakes and rivers? This is what you guys are gonna have to do. When I want fish, I'm gonna have to come to you. When I want wood to build my house, where's our Home Depot? These are questions you're gonna have to start answering, because you're gonna have to be the ones doing it. Because brothers in my generation, we don't do that. We watch sports. We play games. We chase women. We like to skate through life. We're not trying to build anything. When we get together to have some communication, all we want to do is end up fighting. Because we don't want to confront what's out there in front of us. And we have a job to do, males and females. I'm not one of those cats. We are one people. And we are getting smashed. I'm in college, I'm in a community college. And I asked the teacher, taking African American studies, we're talking, and she said, you have a question. And in Los Angeles, it's a real fake city. Nothing's really real. Everything is Hollywoodish. It's how you look. It's not what kind of person you are. It's how you look. What you got? I asked the teacher one day, I'm like, just a simple question. And her answer let me know that she was lying. I said, where are all the ships that brought all these slaves over here? She put me out the class. Simple question. By that time, I had been through enough school to know that if a teacher got mad at you, she didn't know what she was talking about. So I started to dig. I started to ask brothers in the Navy. Have you in the Navy, have you ever crossed the Atlantic? Yeah, several times. Where'd you cross from? South Africa to Brazil, Brazil back to Nigeria, Nigeria back to Virginia. In your estimation, sir, is it possible for a ship carrying 400 people chained up? And when I show you the pictures, you're gonna be like, because they just tell us stuff. We don't question, they just tell us and we just accept it. When I show you these pictures, you're gonna be like, wow. Sir, is it possible for a ship carrying 400 men to cross the Atlantic Ocean? You're like, no. The waves are too rough, too much weight, it can never happen. I still didn't believe them because that's what I was inculcated with. You came from Africa, you roots. They had a story called Roots when I was your age, come out. Dumbest story ever. This is how most of us believe that we come from. He said, no, just get a picture, and I'm gonna show you this today, of somebody in the Atlantic, and you will see the waves. It's impossible. Another thing I wanted to know, if this big old venture were bringing slaves over here to America, this sounds like it's a major business. Did they take 6 months off during hurricane season? What? Did they take 6 months off? Because 6 months during the year is hurricane season. The Atlantic is rough. These are the questions that we don't ask. We're trained like dogs. This is what it is. This is what you're going to do, and do it. When we don't fit to those terms or those whatever they're telling us, now we're labeled niggas, thugs, whatever. We are in captivity right now. This is black men don't run everything. Black men have to do. They have to do what? Ask the white man if it's okay. Own your own land. That's why we're slaves today. Now, I'm going to show it to you. And then all your questions, give them to me, but I'm going to ask some questions back. And when I ask the questions back, I don't want that Negro answer. Well, just like we communicating, everything we want to know should be at our fingertips. So I'm going to share some stuff with you right now. Some of the stuff you may have seen before, some of the stuff you may have not asked questions. But if this don't, my information, I get the 13 to 14-year-old get it. These are kids, they get it. What they bring back when they get this stuff blows me away. We gotta stop lying to our kids. We gotta stop. So let's get started. Since we down here in the South, I'd like to start. Martin Luther King is really big down here. And in 1963, Martin Luther King gave us I Have a Dream speech. I'm sure you've heard it, but I would suggest that you read the whole speech because I'm just going to take it from my point of view. I came from a place called Los Angeles. All they do is give us fluff to keep us stupid. If you ever go to Los Angeles, the Negroes there are some of the biggest zombies you'll see in your life. All they're trying to do is give them camera. All they're trying to do is entertain. That's what we do, sing and dance. Martin Luther King gave a speech, I Have a Dream. In LA, when they play the speech, they only play the last verb, the last time. One day, black boys, black girls walking, holding hands, free at last, free at last. That's all we hear. The speech is 17 minutes. When you read the first part of the speech, this is what you get. And this is what I mean about us now. We're in 2015. This speech was over 50 years ago. If we have all this knowledge,
and now we're in 2025, y'all. So that would make this program here 10 years old. We gotta come on. Come on.
we have all this education, if we have all this spiritual fortitude, how come we miss stuff like this? This is what Martin Luther King said in his I Have a Dream speech. But 100 years later, the Negro still is not free. 100 years later, the life of the Negro is still sadly crippled by the manacles of segregation and the chains of discrimination. 100 years later, the Negro lives on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. 100 years later, the Negro is still languished in the corners of American society and finds himself in exile in his own land. Now, what Martin Luther King was saying, and I'm going to show you how twisted we are. When he says 100 years later, because this was the civil rights era of 1963, but we also had another civil rights. There's another civil rights 100 years prior in 1863. It was called Reconstruction. So what had happened was, and there's an old saying, you hear Malcolm X say it sometime, if you don't know your history, you don't to repeat it. So they had a civil rights era 100 years ago. This one brothers was in the Senate. See, a lot of people don't know black men were voting before white women. We've been helping in our own enslavement for a long time. But see, you get put in little positions to keep the rest of us out, and that's how a lot of us stay in our places. So you had a civil rights era 100 years before Martin Luther King. What happened? There was something called Black Friday where the stock market crashed. And if you look at those times and see how your folks was living, they was living large. Why? Because they were indigenous people. Most of them wasn't living in the cities then. They were living in places like this. That's why Tuskegee University is very important because of what that brought there. I mean, Tuskegee University used to be the biggest brick manufacturer in the Southeast. How come we don't do that now, giving these little young brothers and sisters something to do? We're supposed to have been so far. They said Tuskegee University used to supply its own electricity. How come we're not taking that technology that was back then and upgrading it now when we're doing solar panels so our young people can have something to do? Why isn't the thought in our academia like that? Why aren't we talking about that in our churches so our children can have something to do? These are the questions you guys are going to have to ask. Now, I know a lot of times you guys get upset because you act like nobody understands where you're coming from. I understand. Because just like you, we'll show you what you do when you get into things and how you just transform this place into a multi-trillion-dollar industry. Because the people that take it from you, they're greedy. They're just that's like me coming and emptying your pockets, and then you behind me saying, "Give me my stuff back." That's the black man in America today. Begging other men to do what he can do. That's why it's important that we always hate each other. That's why it's important that we Christians and Muslims and Africans bring it back on your own land. And I'm gonna show you this is your stuff.
Yeah, that's some real shit right there.
There's not gonna be no doubt.
That's some real shit right there.
I mean, Tuskegee University used to be the biggest brick manufacturer in the Southeast. How come we don't do that now, giving these little young brothers and sisters something to do? We're supposed to have been so far. They said Tuskegee University used to supply its own electricity. How come we're not taking that technology that was back then and upgrading it now when we're doing solar panels so our young people can have something to do? Why isn't the thought in our academia like that?
Shanice, can you pause it real quick?
Absolutely.
I got to get in on it.
Please.
These are the questions you guys got.
Please,
Oh my gosh. Okay. So all of the trades and industries, of course, we know, or we should know by now, were started by the American or the so-called black person. So the trade of masonry, brick making, automation, mechanics, chemistry, invention, engineering, mining, railroad construction, oil fracking,
yes,
all of that, y'all. All of these are industries that have been usurped and taken over by foreigners. So yeah, we going back to our industry. So get y'all skills up. Learn a trade, find out what you're interested in, what your calling is. Mine is agriculture. Find out what yours is. Maybe you're an engineer or an inventor. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. This man was, not playing with him. I was like, damn.
I have to ask. Now, I know a lot of times you guys get upset because you act like nobody understands where you're coming from. I understand. Because just like you, we'll show you what you do when you get into things and how you just transform this place into a multi-trillion-dollar industry. Because the people that take it from you, they're greedy. They're just that's like me coming and emptying your pockets, and then you behind me saying, "Give me my stuff back." That's the black man in America today. Begging other men to do what he can do. That's why it's important that we always hate each other. That's why it's important that we Christians and Muslims and Africans break them down on your own land. And I'm going to show you this is your study. There's not going to be no doubt about it. That was Martin Luther King. He's telling you right now, the Negro finds himself exiled in his own land. What does that mean? What does it mean? Now, they got Martin Luther King streets in every city. They have statues of him up everywhere. What does it mean when that man says the Negro finds himself in exile in his own land? It means that you didn't come over here on no ship. That's what that means. So that's Martin Luther King. Another cat that was very instrumental in your history was a cat named Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass came up with he had a speech called The in the 1800s, they was trying to send a lot of us to Africa to clear us from the land. Frederick Douglass made a speech in Folly Colonization, showing them how dumb that idea was, showing how much that would cost to do that, and why would you take the people from here and put them in a place where, in a foreign place? This is Frederick Douglass. The information's out there. Our problem is that we just don't like information. We like to be entertained. We like to sing and dance. You heard of, what's the sister name who, we were talking about Selma earlier, the sister name who wouldn't get off the bus? Rosa Parks, or, did you know, you ever heard of a lady named Sojourner Truth? Her story was the same thing, but back in the 1800s, because she wouldn't do the same thing on a train. Sojourner Truth was told to get off of a train, go in the back of the train, or wherever the black people in that day, and she said, I'm not doing it. Same thing. History repeats itself. We just don't know it because we don't question. We don't tell the truth. We always playing and lying and confusing ourselves. Alex Haley. You guys are young. When I was a kid, a TV show came out called Roots. This is how most of us, this is when the term, about 10 years later after Roots, the term African American came out. Roots was a story. This cat wrote this story. Let me tell you about Alex Haley. You guys familiar with a guy named Malcolm X? Alex Haley came on the scene. He did an autobiography on a brother named Malcolm X. Malcolm X was a thug brother who turned himself around and became an international figure. Beautiful orator, could speak to anybody. And he started to wake people up on the political implications of what were going on. He was kind of like the arch nemesis of Martin Luther King for a minute. But if you ever see a picture of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King shaking hands, that's when Martin Luther King started to change. And that's what we all got to do. We brothers, man. We should have asked the question, Alex Haley, there was a book that came out in the 60s called The Autobiography of Malcolm X. And an autobiography is a story about your life. When Alex Haley started writing that story, Malcolm X was like 35, 36 years old. What man writes a story about his life when he's 35 or 36 and he's not near the end of his life? Alex Haley was Navy intelligence. He was sent in there to break up the Nation of Islam. So, a few years later, he comes out with this story called Roots.
He's spilling tea.
It's about this man named Kunta Kinte that comes from Africa, and he builds his family and life over here. The only problem with that story is that it was plagiarized. Alex Haley stole that story from a man named Harold Porlander, who was writing about some Africans. He made the story up live, that show still comes on today. Every Christmas they play Roots. Back to back to back to back to back. Why? To disconnect you from your ancestral homeland. See, if you don't know who you are, when the foreigners come over here, you see all these Asians coming over, you see all these Arabs coming over to take all your money out of your community, that's supposed to be what you're doing. We're supposed to be trading with each other. Arabs don't buy from you. Asians don't purchase from you. Why do we take on those casinos that we're talking about? Why are we the ones still up in there giving the people our money? Where's your casinos? Huh? How come we don't have that stuff? How come brothers, you young men, how come brothers don't make cars? How come brothers don't have their own bus lines? The Montgomery boycott should have showed you a whole bunch of stuff. How come we don't take what we learned from there and update it to today and make it better for ourselves?
This man is cooking and
Roots
eating.
is a main story
Damn.
in the African American lexicon. Somebody tells us stories, we don't question it, we don't debate them, we just believe whatever they say. He was sued for $650,000 and had to publicly apologize in court. But what he did, he sent millions of us on this trip that we from Africa. Africans don't claim you. Africans don't claim you. see the
Don't
story that
play
they
in
told
here.
you, see how the Montgomery boycott should have showed you a whole bunch of stuff. How come we don't take what we learned from there and update it to today and make it better for ourselves? You're about to find out. Roots is a main story in the African American lexicon. Somebody comes tells us stories, we don't question it, we don't debate them, we just believe whatever they say. He was sued for $650,000 and had to publicly apologize in court. But what he did, he sent millions of us on this trip that we from Africa.
Yep.
Africans don't claim you. Africans don't claim you.
Say it again.
When you see the story that they told you, when you see how dumb it is, you're gonna trip. Okay. What is an African American? Anybody? What's an African American?
They was scared to answer that shit.
What's the African?
I think you were.
What does the term African mean?
Just tell me.
Let's do it different. What does the term black mean? That's been in use longer than African American. What does the term black mean? We're trained much like dogs. You tell a dog to sit. Sit. The dog eventually learns that when you say sit,
So can y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
To become pale.
Yep. To make white.
From white. To become black. To blacken. Black. Black. Pale. Wan. Livid. Black. Ink. Blacker. To isolate. To expose to the sun or to bleach. Also to lighten. To flash. What in the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Or bleach, blank, blanc, blanco, blancamiento.
Right. God.
if you tell the dog to come in and have a seat, he'll look at you like you're crazy because he's never heard that before. So we get these words and these terms that we use. We don't know what they mean. That's why when I said what does African mean? Nobody knew. That's how we're trained. Here's the term black. And check it out and see if this doesn't apply to us in this system that we live in. This is the etymology of the word black. So when you find the word, you want to find out who made the word up, what people invented that word, why did they invent it, what were they going through in their history when they invented it, what were they going through, and what did that word mean to them?
That's a great point. That's a great point. And I think a lot of people don't realize that when history is being written, a lot of times it's being written from a perspective. So when we're talking about people's perspective, we do have to take into account what they may be feeling and who they may be feeling it about. And how it's written is going to be an example of that.
Yeah, etymology is incredibly important when doing this research because words don't mean the same thing that they do today back then.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because
Things
that's
have changed.
Man, come on now.
Hey sis, fire show, keep doing what you do. I'm about to go, man. I'm tired. I work hard as a bitch, and we back out there again tomorrow. I'm about to go, man. I done fucked around and must be got sick out there today in that weather. It was kind of chilly. That temperature dropped on me. But y'all doing great. Keep doing what y'all do. I'm gonna just sit back and listen. But you can go ahead and end it whenever you get through. I'm not coming up after you, sis.
Oh Lord. All right.
Why? Why would I come after you? Why would I come after you after this great show, sis? Why would I do that? Why would I do that?
That's why I just kept going because I thought you was gonna just come up and
Nah, sis,
and just take over.
Y'all cooking. No, Latero. She about to rock out with y'all. I'm going, Latero.
Shit, I'm gonna finish it and then I'm gone though, because
okay,
you know,
yeah,
the day starts tomorrow, but
yeah, at least do it for another 27 minutes, and then that'll bring you to 8 o'clock even at least.
All right.
All right, but y'all doing
Yeah,
fucking
it's not that
awesome,
much
man.
stuff of it, yeah.
Keep it up, man. It felt good playing Arrow Gang inside the chat. Boy, remind me of back in my chat days, boy. You know, arrowing up motherfuckers. Wild ass Indian, you know, I already know. Hey, I love y'all, man. Hey, Sister Sharice, you already know. I get with you
Appreciate
later.
you, bro.
Alabama, peace to you. I know you in the honky hole somewhere. Sapphire. Hey, appreciate you. You and Sis rock well together. As
Thank
long as
you.
with the
I
rest of my
appreciate
sisters,
y'all
man,
today.
y'all got so much fire together, man, and nothing but energy comes across when y'all build together.
Yeah,
So
it sure is. It's
yeah,
fire.
Yeah,
right, right,
I enjoy myself, young, and
right.
hey, I love the information. I love what we doing, and this is what it's about. We have to put our like minds together, and we have to continue to
Right.
build on that.
Right. The common ground, just remember, it's always a common ground. And that's we been here, we ain't come here, and we ain't going no fucking where.
That's it.
Let's start there. But in case ain't nobody told y'all, man, y'all already know. OTK love y'all, man. Peace.
Love you too, bro.
Too.
Night.
All right, let's go, sis.
Let's get it.
So it's an adjective. What's an adjective?
Come on.
Isn't an adjective something used to describe a thing? What's that?
Hey, they ain't know what to accept.
So
Hold on.
off the bat, you're not even a human with this.
I think they so shell shocked by what he just said that they don't know what to do. I wish they put the camera on the kids. You hear
I
me?
think they pan on them one good time.
Oh yeah, I just want to see their face. Like, I mean, I remember seeing a little bit of this before, maybe some other little interviews with this gentleman, Curry Davis, and you know, he's honestly a respectable. You know, the content is respectable. You know what I mean? The information is, and you know, obviously he was in 2015, so he's been banging for a while. Obviously,
yeah.
So that's amazing. College students, yeah, college kids. So you know, they're still kind of kids. You know. At Tuskegee University somewhere, maybe one of the professors that spoke in the beginning, maybe one of his classes or something that he's speaking in front of. But I'm just cracking up about how, I mean, I'm sure they know the answers, but they just probably like, what the fuck? They probably just shocked. That's all. Probably just in a little shock and can't really participate.
Word, you're a thing. Property. That's how we're looked at in American society today. That's why foreigners can come over here and set up right in your community. They won't live with you. They'll come in and take all of your economic resources out of it. Why? Why?
Yeah.
Are we dumb? We don't know how to set up our own stores. We don't know how to make our own weaves. We don't know how to do feet.
Right.
Why are poor people coming from Asia? They coming from all over the world to come right here to Tuskegee, Alabama. And they getting paid. You employ them. You can't employ yourself, but you employ foreigners. How do you employ foreigners? Because you go support their businesses. Do you support your own? No. You don't do that. Why is there more Mexican restaurants in the South than black restaurants? These are questions we should be asking. Our elders don't want to talk about it. When you bring it up to them, they will tell you to get out their face. Trust me. How come we don't have a chain of restaurants around here like Cracker Barrel? So when our children got to school or they're in high school, they can have something to do. These are the questions not only you're going to have to ask, but your kids going to have to ask. Because we cannot stay in the state that we're living now. We'll be dick. You won't have grandkids. The way we're going now, the word out is genocide. To kill you out. That's why these brothers out here getting shot and killed your ages. You really don't have a problem. We don't really have a problem with it. That's why it keeps going on and on and on. Why are our children doing the things that they do now? Why are you the target? So the definition of black is pale. The definition of black and bleach is the same word. All it does means to black you out. So the term black came in when the Europeans came over and they saw the people here. And look at the word that they were using. Go read them books and stuff from the 16 and 17 and 1800s. They're talking about you. Black means just redact. Black them out. So then they blacked you out, and then they came up with names like Cherokee, Choctaw. These aren't the names that you were calling yourselves. These are the names that they start to name you so they can put you in a box so they can control you. You see, at the fifth line up, black, bleak, and bleach are all radically one word. The primary sense seems to be pale, wan, or solid. It doesn't mean what we think it means. We think black power. Black power means bleached out power. It doesn't mean what we think it means. It's just a control mechanism used to control us. That's why the Black Panther Party was a failure from the beginning. It was CIA set up from the jump, but we jumped behind it, and young men your age were wiped out. Still in jail today. And those people that led it, the Angela Davises, all of them have got professorships and book sales. One brother's even in the Congress in the United States, the brother from Chicago. It was the Black Panther Party was used to get in our communities and infiltrate them. And they did a wonderful job because we believed, we didn't know, we just believed certain things. So the term black, all the term black is used for is to erase you out, to make you think that you don't count. And when other people use it, it does that. But when we use it upon ourselves, because when I was in school, if you were called black, there was a fight. If somebody said your mama's black.
This is why I hate these arguments that go on within our community.
Acting like they don't know. Like you forgot about it.
Come on, man. Like stop arguing with us about why some people don't want to say black. Stop. It's okay, man. Stop. Just stop. We just gotta stop talking about it. I just want to rewind that back what he said one more time because come on now, fighting words. And y'all sitting over here upset at people who don't want to be looked at as that. Don't be upset at them.
The CIA set up from the jump, but we jumped behind it, and young men your age were wiped out. Still in jail today. And those people that led it, the Angela Davises, all of them have got professorships, and these aren't the names that you were calling yourselves. These are the names that they start to name you so they can put you in a box so they can control you.
Mm-hmm.
You see, at the fifth line up, black, bleak, and bleach are all radically one word. The primary sense seems to be pale, wan, or solid. It doesn't mean what we think it means. We think black power. Black power means bleached out power. It doesn't mean what we think it means. It's just a control mechanism used to control us. That's why the Black Panther Party was a failure from the beginning. It was CIA set up from the jump, but we jumped behind it, and young men your age were wiped out. Still in jail today. And those people that led it, the Angela Davises, 16 and 17 and 1800s, they're talking about you. We don't know how to make our own weaves. We don't know how to do feed.
One more time, y'all. I'm sorry. He cooking.
Why are poor people coming from Asia? They coming from all over the world. They come right here to Tuskegee, Alabama. And they getting paid. You employ them. You can't employ yourself, but you employ foreigners. How do you employ foreigners? Because you go support their businesses. Do you support your own? No. You don't do that. Why is there more Mexican restaurants in the South than black restaurants? These are questions we should be at. Our elders don't want to talk about it. When you bring it up to them, they will tell you to get out their face. Trust me. How come we don't have a chain of restaurants around here like Cracker Barrel? So when our children get out of school or they're in high school, they can have something to do. These are the questions not only you're going to have to ask, but your kids going to have to ask. Because we cannot stay in the state that we're living now. We'll be dick. You won't have grandkids.
Man.
The way we're going now, the word out is
come on. And do you think 10 years later is better?
It's better. It's getting better. I'ma look towards the future. It's getting better. It's getting better.
Girl, we gotta be real about the present. How the present looking?
It's it's
Let me ask that a different way. How to
like we getting these people out of our communities, out of our country. We're getting our industries back. We had lost them, but we getting them back. That's how I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, he was cooking like a mug.
Very much so.
Yeah, man. And that's what I said. I know we like people keep saying how it happened, how it happened. You know what I'm saying? We know, but like we just gotta keep drilling it. And that's how it happened.
Yeah.
We got usurped.
Yeah, he has a real concise way of breaking down everything that a person needs to know about this shit to get the picture.
Mm-hmm. Even that Martin Luther King quote, mwah, just fantastic how to open up with that and just let people know, hey, look, you've been exiled in your own land. What does that mean to you? Like, sit on that. They really had to marinate on that. They quiet the whole time. I'm still, I'm surprised that they ain't got no just doing nothing, Whew.
And I think them was little kids. Like, they probably don't know half of the shit that he's talking about. And their parents are gonna need to talk to them more about this.
Yeah,
and
but
I'm pretty sure they do.
University though, so they at a college level. So you at a college level, you should be critically thinking. So like he was just saying, we just take anything. Anytime somebody tell us something, we don't critically think about nothing. Just accept. Even them sitting there, they should be at least asking him a little bit more. That's all I'm saying. Maybe they just taking it in and just trying to get an understanding. But I don't know. Like they couldn't even answer what African was or none of that shit. I mean, stunned. I know they were shocked. For real, they like, what the fuck is this nigga talking about? African Americans? What?
We not African?
What? Okay, they were stuck on that probably for the rest of the time. Shoot.
Gotta tell you gotta just drop that seed and let it go.
Yeah, man.
Let that shit grow.
That thing marinate. Cause bull, when it hits you for the first time, man, you don't know what to do. For real. That shit really do shock you when you find out. Cause it's like it's that indoctrination part of you that's going away. And now it's like, oh shit. This could really be the truth.
Yeah.
And then you ain't gonna never turn back after that. But I know they probably was just a little bit shell shocked, probably. He coming at so raw with it, you know what I'm saying? Like he coming at him like a man, because he said it was for most of the young men that was in the room. So he was really trying to let them know, because it is important that our men understand, because our men are our leaders, whether they want to step into their role rightfully or not, and willingly or not, you know what I mean? And them making a change and a difference will have a heavy effect on the rest of us, period. As long as it's a collective unit. I mean, I don't know. I see it like that. I love people like Tupac, I just love that energy, that wanting better energy, and that's what we need. We need that type of energy back, that want the people to be together and want to see the people succeed and grow. And I know us here want that. So,
and I feel like understanding that once these kids see that it was their people that invented and control these industries just about 200 years ago, then I think they'll see that in themselves.
Yes.
It'll
cause
see it as a possibility for themselves.
Yeah, because to me it's sad that I mean, and I'm not gonna go too far off topic, but I will say, I used to hear young men back in the day when I was I ain't gonna say going against, but like I was spewing my views about Barack Obama when they began to change, especially around the time that he was leaving office and stuff like that. And I mean, some of the comments were outrageous. Like, he made me believe that I could be whatever and be. Do you realize that your people was already all of this?
Yep.
Running this joint. Obama, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, it's not that deep. And if it was, the situation for us wouldn't be the same way that it is now. And he long gone, and ain't nothing changed, in my opinion. I think the mindset getting better, the awakening is getting better, but like other areas, it ain't better. Let's just keep it a buck, because I see the shit. So like it's some shit, you know, a lot of shit is our fault, and a lot of shit, you know what I'm saying, is on the system that we've been dealt with the cards, and how it's treating us, and how it's treating certain people. And I see the difference. Like I said, like, you know, it's just all about experience and seeing things for yourself and knowing that there is a prejudice there. And it's almost unspoken, especially when you see that shit in real time. You're like, what the fuck? You know, and you can't blow up. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you can't blow up. That's what be so crazy about it.
Then you gonna, you know.
Yeah, they be ready to take you to jail.
That problem, right.
Oh, don't play that shit, girl. Yeah, girl. I don't do the jailhouse now. No, ma'am. I'm just playing, but for real, no jail, honey. No, ma'am. No.
How do you employ foreigners? Because you go support their businesses. Do you support your own? No, you don't do that. Why is there more Mexican restaurants in the South than Black restaurants? These are questions we should be asking. Our elders don't want to talk about it. When you bring it up to them, they will tell you to get out their face. Trust me. How come we don't have a chain of restaurants around here like Cracker Barrel? So when our children get out of school or they're in high school, they can have something to do. These are the questions not only you're going to have to ask, but your kids going to have to ask. Because we cannot stay in the state that we're living now. We'll be dick. You won't have grandkids. The way we're going now, the word out is genocide. To kill you out. That's why these brothers out here getting shot and killed your ages. You really don't have a problem. We don't really have a problem with it. That's why it keeps going on and on and on. Why are our children doing the things that they do now? Why are you the target? So the definition of Black is pale. The definition of Black and bleach is the same word. All it does means to black you out. So the term Black came in when the Europeans came over and they saw the people here. And look at the word that they were using. Go read them books and stuff from the 16 and 17 and 1800s. They're talking about you. Black means just redact. Black them out. So then they blacked you out. And then they came up with names like Cherokee, Choctaw. These aren't the names that you were calling yourselves. These are the names that they start to name you so they can put you in a box so they can control you. You see, at the fifth line up, Black, bleak, and bleach are all radically one word. The primary sense seems to be pale, wan, or sour. It doesn't mean what we think it means. We think Black power. Black power means bleached out power. It doesn't mean what we think it means. It's just a control mechanism used to control us. That's why the Black Panther Party was a failure from the beginning. The CIA set up from the jump, but we jumped behind it, and young men your age were wiped out. Still in jail today. And those people that led it, the Angela Davises, all of them have got professorships and book sales. One brother's even in the Congress in the United States, the brother from Chicago. It was the Black Panther Party was used to get in our communities and infiltrate them. And they did a wonderful job because we believed, we didn't know, we just believed certain things. So the term Black, all the term Black is used for is to erase you out, to make you think that you don't count. And when other people use it, it does that. But when we use it upon ourselves, because when I was in school, if you were called Black, there was a fight. If somebody said your mom was Black, there was a fight. Black was a term. Then, after Roots came out, the term African became important. We started using this term African American. We'll get into that in a minute. What I want to do, I want to use an analogy as we go through this. I want to use an analogy of a cheating spouse. You at home, your spouse come home smelling perfume or cologne, lipstick on his collar or her collar, however it rolls. What's the first thing that the spouse who's been at home does? What's the first thing they do? They begin to ask the other spouse questions. When the other spouse can't answer questions, that's when the spouse who's been cheated on knows that you're lying. And one of the things that we don't do, but we're going to do this today, I'm just going to ask you some simple questions. One of the things that we don't do, we don't question anything. Whatever they tell us, that's what we go with. And that's how we stay in the trouble we in, because we don't never do what's best for us. We always do what's best for other people. That's what an African American does. The African American never looks out for herself. An African American will look out for people from Thailand before they look out for themselves. And
Damn, he's thorough.
There's no money circulating in our community because all our money goes to other people, other foreigners.
And I don't see no lies.
I'm going to show you some images. These are some images that I want you to see. These are images back in the day when these, when you go to read the newspapers back in the 17 and 1800s, these are the images that they were putting out back then. Now remember, they didn't have TV back then, so they did a lot of drawing. Tell me who these people are. This picture right here is very important. Pull this up sometime. This picture is called The Reconciliation Between Britannia and Her Daughter America. If you look at the picture, you'll see these are different European countries you see they're trying to pull at America. Different French, Dutch, Portuguese, French people over there. They're trying to pull at this woman who is America. Who is that? Who does that woman look like? She don't look like she can be your mama, your aunt, your grandma. Is she an African? Why is it saying the reconciliation between Britannia, that's the Queen of England, and that's America right there? What are those feathers in her hair? What do they symbolize? You're going to see a lot of feathers. You're going to see a lot of people who look like you with feathers. Who is that? And with all this education we got, how come this isn't taught to our daughters? Look at this woman. Just look at the image. When you look at the image, look this image up and read everything that you see here. Who is that? Look at her hips. Look at her hair. Who is that? That's the symbolization of America. Your mamas, your grandmamas. That's where you come from. That woman isn't an African. The reconciliation between Britannia and her daughter America. Why are white people so hell-bent on taking the red-skinned head off the helmet, and you don't hear nothing from you? This brother right here looks just like you.
Handsome.
That's a red. Your skin is not red, but this shirt is black. Have you ever seen somebody this color? Never. How come you don't hear our mouths on that? How come white folks, the white Indians, we're gonna get into them in a minute too. Why are they saying take the red skin head down? That's offensive. This is one of the most recognizable images in the world.
Who's the real red man?
You start to go out of the country, and please do that. They're going to tell you, you're Indians from America. When you go to Europe, they know who you are. Just because you don't know who you are, other people know who you are. And all these foreigners coming over here, sitting up on top of you, they know exactly who you are. They know. Hopefully you don't know, and we don't know. We don't care. So that's why as young men, you're gonna have to learn as much as you can. Do not try to be ignorant around here at this certain. And these are what's coming up in America now, especially after this cat Obama get out of office. You cannot afford to be a dummy. And I realize that with most of the brothers you see in front of you, you cannot afford to be dumb. Learn as much as you can. Learn about who you're, and the females. The bloodline goes through the females. I know we live in a Christian society where it say it comes through the male. Males don't give birth to children. Females do. That's one of the reasons that we lose too. We look at ourselves as no man passes through this planet without first coming through his mother. These are things that should be pumped into our head. We're taught to disrespect our mothers. When you do that, you know what's coming after that, right? All these foreigners can come take your stuff. Because if you disrespect their woman, guess what they're going to do to you? They're going to kill you.
Yep.
They don't play that. We just follow you on. Keep all our women out.
Nah. A nation that respects and protects their women is a strong nation.
He's telling the truth. He is telling the truth. Now, people say they want to listen to him. I hope some of these men is ready to listen to him. Because he ain't about to sugarcoat it for y'all or nobody.
Protect and respect the women and children. That's your nation.
That was funny, though.
Dog our women out. And think you're going to have something. Well, yeah, you might. But your mama could have aborted you. It's tough for sisters in America. That's why a lot of sisters buy themselves today, because it's easier. They don't have to take care of no kids. They can just take care of themselves and get on with their life. But the females that have children, they're very special because they didn't have to do it, especially living in the conditions they're living in. Watch the Redskin help. Who is that? That's you.
Oh, that was
We're so accustomed to being black, we can't even see ourselves in the images that they show us.
Yeah, and I hope all the moms heard that.
Girl.
Okay.
I know they hearing something because they brought them children there for a reason.
Okay.
So.
All right, yeah, I ain't gonna do too much more pausing. We almost there.
We are so accustomed to being black, we can't even see ourselves in the images that they show us. Who was that? I want to blow this up because this is my favorite right here. I'll just share this with you. This piece right here is called Indian. Come on, y'all. This piece right here is called Indian Warrior Entering His Wigwam with a Scalp. Can you see that? I know it's probably not big enough.
Man, I don't like Michael Jordan ass now. Piss me off.
What's the name of it again?
Indian Warrior Entering His Wigwam with a Scalp. What are you doing? Who is that? That's an African. And again, we have nothing against Africans. They getting dogged out over there probably worse than we are here. But you have to ask the question, why are all of them fleeing over here? That's one thing about us. You don't ever really see us going out and fleeing and living in other places. Why are all these immigrants coming over here?
I hear some Curry Davis and a lot of these people work. He been on the ball.
Yes.
God, yeah.
Listen to him in 2015.
He been on the ball. I hear a lot of his shit and other shit. That's why I'm like, damn, people be
the whole drop.
What credit is due. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
He had the whole drop.
Yeah, man. And somebody took this drop, but I'll keep it cute. People did, you gotta get credit where credit is due, is all I'm saying.
Coming over here. If Africa's the major continent, if Africa's the richest continent on the planet, Why are their sons and daughters fleeing, coming to Europe and coming to America? These are some of the questions you should be asking them when you talk to them and communicating with them. Why are they leaving their country? Why are they leaving where all mankind supposedly sprang from? Why are all the children running away? When you ask those questions, the answers they give you will let you know you're not African. None of us look like Africans. Indian warrior leaving his wigwam with a scalp. Who was that brother? Now, when I show these pictures, a lot of people be like, well, their hair doesn't look like. They'll go ahead and say the picture looks like it. They can agree with the picture, but they'll say the hair, their hair. Well, our hair isn't like that. Well, where does our hair out? What is our hair is nappy. It's not nappy. Your hair is dry. Why is your hair dry? Because you don't live in your environment. You don't live in your habitat. Other people came in and built their habitats, and you went in there and put the fight around in their habitat. Where's your habitat? You can't feed yourself. You can't make your own clothes now. You used to make shoes. What you doing now? These are the industries that other people came and took from you. The cotton industry was an industry that your mothers created. White people didn't bring cotton over here. This was something that you created. Now you don't make socks now. Other people come in and sell you whatever you need because we've lost the ability to do for ourselves.
It's that Deuteronomy 28.
We love it. We brag how bad we are on making other people money. We brag that we work for the government. Here's your stuff.
That's some funny shit for real.
How come we don't build boats?
Girl, I got me a good government job.
Bitch, I just died. Oh my God. I'm sorry, y'all. Ooh, he just ate with that, okay?
Man, he's so on point. He's so on point.
He better get him.
That we work for the government. Where's your stuff? Where's your empire? How come we don't build boats? How come we don't build boats that we can put out there and fish on in these rivers and lakes?
Wow, have mercy.
These thoughts don't even enter our minds. Why? Because we're black. You're not supposed to think. And since somebody tells you not to think, you don't think. That's what we are today. This is the African American in 2015. Brothers don't make weapons. Brothers don't make tires. What are we doing as a group besides watching the game? And that's probably why a lot of people today the game is coming. I'm serious. You serious? This is the picture. Boy. One of the stories that are given to us, this is the slave trade. Check this out. They tell us that the Europeans came over here. Check this out. Spain and Portugal, the Pope told Spain and Portugal that you can go and conquer the world. And whatever you find, you split up and send the cash home. This is the story we're given about a slave trade. So Spain and Portugal go on this slave ship venture, and they're gonna go down to Africa, kidnap all the slaves, bring them across the Atlantic, and sell them to themselves over here. Okay. So I told you earlier what the guy in the Navy said about boats crossing to the Atlantic. If you've ever been to Puerto Rico or down to the Caribbean, those waves aren't playing. It couldn't happen. So people were like, well, how did they get here? Have you ever heard of a place called Newfoundland? It's up in Nova Scotia, up by Canada. Newfoundland, New Amsterdam, New York, New Jersey, Nova Scotia, which is New Scotland. All they were doing, they didn't come across the Atlantic.
Exactly. Yes, tell it.
Yep.
They came into that natural harbor that's up there in New York.
When you're United Nations
It
logo
came
is
down.
perfect. Here's America right here.
Skirted
Here's
the
Europe right
coast.
here. All they did was come
Now,
across.
if we're straight,
You ever seen that movie Titanic? How did the Titanic sink?
riding the
Break that
coast
shit
of everything.
down. Break that shit down. And then you couldn't come across. They couldn't come that. The reason why they couldn't come that way is because they was fighting with the Dutch. They were, at war with the Dutch, and they couldn't go that way anymore. So they had to find another way to get over here. That was the whole purpose of the fucking voyage, to find another way to get to the Indies to trade.
He broke this shit down.
Listen.
We might need to watch this shit
on
every week. For everybody might need this. How it happened.
Nova Scotia up by Canada, Newfoundland, New Amsterdam, New York, New Jersey, Nova Scotia, which is New Scotland. All they were doing, they didn't come across the Atlantic. That's a lie. Look at the northern part of any map, and this is the United Nations logo is the perfect. Here's America right here. Here's Europe right here. All they did was come across. If you ever seen that movie Titanic, how did the Titanic sink?
They hit the iceberg.
Hit an iceberg. The further up north you have icebergs. If you've ever seen a picture of an iceberg, the iceberg is at the tip is like that, but at the bottom it can be big as this room. The ice at the bottom of the iceberg calms the waters down. So that's how they came up through the north, Canada, New York, that way. How do you know? Because York is a place in England. That was old York. They came over here and named something New York. Jersey is a place in England. They came over here and named it New Jersey. This is our New Jersey. Then as they start going down the coast, they start naming it after the Lords, Baltimore, Virginia. They start naming it after the people back at home. They didn't come across the Atlantic. That's a lie. They came across the north, and when you look in Canada, when you start piecing it together, you'll see. When you start looking in Canada, they start getting to Canada, then they start coming down what's known as the Mississippi River. That's why you see a lot of French people up in Canada. And you have to ask yourself, well, if France is south of England, how did they get up in Canada? They just came across the north here. Came across the north, where you don't have to have the story of the Nina Pinta and Santa Maria. If you look at the story of how the first settlers came, they landed at Plymouth Rock. That's what they say. But when you start to look at the evidence and start looking at what they name things, then you'll get a better understanding of what's going on. Always look at how they name things. Because that's one thing that they...
You want to comment on that?
Yeah, that truth that they didn't land at that harbor in Charleston, but actually landed at the natural harbor that's in New York. That's in Leave the World Behind. They broke that shit down in that movie. Calloway did a build on that. Ja Bricks did a build on that.
Yes. Shout out to Ja Bricks.
Shout out to him.
Brother be cooking too. Yep. And that's what it is, man. These folks lying about everything. It's sick. But the bag is off, man. The bag is off the motherfucking face, okay? It's off our face, and we see it. We see it. We see it, baby. And the ancestors is rolling over because they happy that we finally seeing that shit.
Yeah.
That we realizing that we home, man. And that our culture don't got nothing to do with what they trying to predicate it in. I'm gonna keep saying it.
They name things, and what did it have to do with you? And a lot of pictures that you'll see of the Indians, they look the same brothers up there in Boston, look just like you. Detroit got a brother named King Detroit. Most of the places here in America are named after you. When you start seeing names like Tallahassee, and Tuskegee, those are words that the indigenous people over here were using. Not all of these words that we use are English words. That's why they call it American English. Because when they got with the people over here, the language that the people they were using over here, that's a word you'll hear a lot of people. That's an indigenous term. A lot of terms that you hear over here were indigenous people use, and they just meshed it in with the
there you go.
Over here. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
hey and hello.
I'm glad he's even the language part. He went into a lot in this little 50 minutes.
It's such a concise. Listen, he has to have been studying this and been putting this together for so long that he was able to put it in such a coherent and concise method and format. Goodness, he's the truth on that, for real.
Man, he be kicking.
We need him going around the country, like Tiro said.
Yes, we need someone that can regurgitate it and say it eloquently and put it out there so that it's understood. He's been putting it out there, obviously, you know what I mean? But like, yeah, man, he needs to be like keynote speaking all the time on this shit. There's no,
We might see something like that for real. As much as this is spreading, I think we're gonna see something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and then that's all everybody else gotta do too. Keep studying, you know what I'm saying? And everybody get up there too. Shoot, to be able to
he ain't gotta be the only one.
Yeah, to eloquently explain it the way he just did. Hey, the video out here for a reason. They got this shit in the Internet Archives. I said, "Ooh, they better go come through and have have it in there." Period.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, we need that. We need these records to be kept. You know, this is a lecture at a university, so you know, and I know a lot of those professors in there that probably was sitting in there probably was like, "What the fuck?" You know, oof.
And the Kitawa Indians down in Tuskegee.
Yeah, they people. And don't even know it. I mean, it's the same thing in DC too. A bunch of stuff named after indigenous names that always been here, terms that always been used, words that's always being used. All these places, Memphis, all of that shit. I don't know what they talking about. I really don't be knowing when they be trying to come for the language part. I be so confused.
Speak language.
Yeah, bro, what are you saying? Stop saying it. Yeah, and then I just showed y'all what a girl said, and ain't no native languages in Africa. They speak all kinds of shit over there. Bible over that motherfucker. I ain't got time for it.
Barbarians over there, baby.
Man, come on. I ain't about to play at all. Cause what?
Any questions so far?
He was cooking a whole lot. He said
named after you. You start seeing names like Tallahassee, and Tuskegee. Those are words that the indigenous people over here were using. Not all of these words that we use are English words. That's why they call it American English. Because when they got with the people over here, the language that the people they were using over here, that's a word you will hear a lot of people. That's an indigenous term.
Y'all.
A lot of terms that you hear over here were the indigenous people use, and they just meshed it in with the lexicon over here. Are there any questions so far? Yes,
Karen, go again about
they must have skipped class that day.
I know you might do that, especially about blacks and white young.
Yeah, the words we use. Okay. What's the word? What's the slang word that young people use? Nigga.
Ooh, nigga.
What's a nigga? Okay. You use the word nigga. But you've heard it used. Why is it used?
I know you say no.
Why do we call each other nigga? But if I called your mama nigga,
hear that boy.
you ain't gonna have that. Why do we use that word? Because it's a word that used that means you ain't nothing. You're not even a person. Matter of fact, that's the last word a lot of brothers heard before they were killed. It's a word that other people shows their disrespect towards you. Then we take that word and think it's going to work for us, and it doesn't. You just cast a spell on yourself. That's all words are, spells. You told you, if I told you, brother, you're a good brother, I love you, you would feel some kind of way. I love you, nigga. It was like I never said nothing. That's why we have to communicate with each other simple. I have to use no big words. This stuff is simple. This transatlantic slave trade, this is why the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen. This is something that's simple, and you can figure this out. You can figure this out for yourself. Now, this is in the Atlantic. This is a boat that's on the Atlantic Ocean. Let me give you. This is how they say you got here. Check out these waves.
Yes. I'm glad he showed this.
He know exactly what questions to answer.
Did you see the 6888 yet? Because them being on
No,
that,
I haven't.
I ain't because they was on a boat, girl, or going over the Atlantic so they could go to Europe. Man, the way that boat was, man, moving their ass from side to side, man. Hell nah, Mo. Just hell nah.
Really?
Just hell nah. See,
Because who would do that?
Girl, I couldn't imagine being on nobody's boat over that motherfucker. I don't ever want to be over it.
Flying across the floor. No.
Flying across that shit, nothing. Curry Washington Kirk's up in the plane, like, that's a lot of water. You damn right.
That's a lot of water. Ooh, that's
a lot of water. You damn right. Hell nah. I ain't got time for this shit. This, yeah, they gotta clear this up. They gotta clear this up because this is it's getting diabolical at this point, sis. They got stop. Ooh, look at the waves, man. I'm gonna get a better video. What video is this he got? 15, you know. Shit, I need to find. I'm about to find something with some weight. Listen, with the Atlantic Ocean at all.
Oh, wow.
Getting on that shit. Don't ask. Don't ask.
Don't ask.
Hell no. Hold up, y'all, because I want to hold up. I need to let that one finish. Because this is, yeah. They calling this terrifying ships in storm, terrifying monster waves. This is the Atlantic Ocean. All right, hold on. Maybe I can show some.
Boy.
Maybe it's an A. Some people were saying it's an AI, but this from 41. No, hold up. That's not no AI. All right. Let me make sure that shit ain't no AI. Yeah. Crazy how big these ships look when they're at the harbor. Then you realize how tiny they are in comparison to the ocean. All right, these may be authentic. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, I seen this one. I think this is the one I've seen. Jesus.
Yes.
Hell no.
Doing that. That shit.
And I wish I knew what time of year if this was some hurricane season shit or just normal.
Girl, look at that. They talk about they was doing this assessment.
And it's because of that thermal hydraulic conveyor belt. All that the warm water meeting the cold water. It creates violent water.
I don't know how they do. Just recording. Look at that water. Oh my God, no.
Man, I don't even know how they get used to that.
Well,
give me the benefit, please. But even in that Antarctica, that crap looked crazy. But that was the Atlantic, y'all. That's awful. So I ain't got time to fuck around and find out.
at all. All right, hold on, because he probably about to close out. Probably showing the same thing. I don't know, but hell no. Look at that. That's crazy. I know I would have been sick. Look at that. Look at them waves, Mo. Are y'all serious? They was on the wooden shit with the bullshit, y'all.
Man, you thinking that you're gonna die every 5
Man.
seconds?
That was on a yacht.
Like, is this gonna be the one?
In the yacht.
Man, come on now.
A ship with 400 people on there, riding those waves, 400 men weighing, what, 150 pounds apiece?
Probably more.
Riding them waves, crashing down. And this is how they were supposed to get back. Now, follow the story, because this is going to crack you up. So these brothers are doing that. These brothers are doing that. Check this out.
Curry Davis cousin.
I got to show you this picture, because this is how they said you came in. These are just other pictures of some of the indigenous people here. I have thousands of images. Matter of fact, I have so many images that I bet you $2 that you'll go through these images and find somebody that just like
curry bowls.
You'll find somebody that looks like somebody you know or yourself, because I've done that before too. I share these images with people, and people put it right next to their face, and it's twins. You don't do that with Africans. Africans are totally different people. They're totally different. Check this out. So you saw the wave ride, right? Okay, check this out. So this one. Let me share this word with you. Indigenous. This is a word you're going to have to learn how to do. Use. Indigenous. Anybody know what indigenous mean without looking? The so-called African American are the indigenous people of America. That's why you ever wonder why you always hear a story about China, Genghis Khan, the Great Wall of China. You hear the history of England and Europe. You hear the history of Africa and Egypt, but you never hear the history of America. Never. Before the Europeans come, you never ask that question. No, because we don't ask questions. We do what we're told to. That's what an African American is. African Americans don't question anything. They do what they're told to do.
Hey.
Kerry Davis. Okay.
Yes, y'all. So shout out to the brother Curry Davis, and I hope he's still doing his thing. They said he is. So shout out to Curry.
Still uploading on the channel.
Yeah, I need to definitely hit up his channel, because I didn't even know he had a channel. So shout out to the brother, man, and we gotta keep this type of shit going, man. And I'm glad I brought it back out. I know everybody already seen it, but like what you kind of said, it did age really well, especially right now in the light of what's going on, and all this back to Africa cap shit, and it's too much for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't like it.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm kind of not. I just find it interesting what we choose to attach ourselves to and tag on to. We could just do a better job of creating movements that would best benefit us versus just latching on to some shit. So we saw a lot of good stuff today. Shit, it's 8 hours and 18 minutes. So I think I'm good. I don't know how you feel, but this is a great build, and I am ready to, do my lady business and, take care of that, and just try to settle in for the rest of the night, because it is late. But I did enjoy everyone tonight.
Absolutely.
I rocked out for a long time with just Mito, and then Sap came up. Of course, a great compliment always, and her knowledge and everything is it's impeccable. I'm proud of you, sis, like I said, and you need your voice out there. We need more and more and more and more and more. You know what I'm saying? I always welcome it. I love it. You know, because like I'm learning shit from you too. I'm learning from everybody. You know what I'm saying? And that's what this is about. And we have to keep that in mind. Nobody's too big for nobody. You know what I'm saying? We all need to be trying to have each other's back and helping each other and making sure that whatever happens, that we have each other back in that regard. And it needs to start with us, man. And like you said, all that vitriol, all that hate, and all that rah rah rah. That's all we spend our time doing. Instead of staying on the information, instead of staying on the dialogue and staying in, you know, the perspective of how this.
Yeah, that's what I prefer. And when you gonna go live again? Because it's something that I discovered last night that I really want to show y'all and share with y'all, because it's groundbreaking. We were kind of talking about this yesterday. When it comes to the directions and orientation.
All right, we're gonna get
video. I might just post the link to a video so y'all can at least get the background. I'm gonna just post it in the chat, and the next time you go live, I'll come through and show y'all what I found.
Amazing. That'll work for me, sis. You know what I'm saying? You know, we could just get together on the back end and we'll chit chat and we'll work some things out, because there is some things on my docket too that I still gotta handle that I haven't handled yet. And I'm like, Lord, I'm trying to, you know, balance it all. I'm telling you, honey.
I know.
We're gonna get it done. And I said this year was gonna be the year where, you know, like we just gonna put the pedal to the metal with the information and really, you know, I just really want to open my mind more. I want to learn more, like I said, discover more. You know, I want the best for all of us this year in this paradigm. You know what I'm saying? I want us to be great, and I want us to get somewhere with what we're doing and what we're talking about. And we will, family. So y'all been rocking long, man. Y'all stayed for a long time. I'm not gonna even, y'all stayed. Because I know this OTK shit. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't even supposed to be up here like that. He just kind of, I don't know what happened. And I'm like I said, I'm just glad Seth came up. Shout out to Ali Bamboo. Shit, Big Dog Philly OG. Who else pulled up? It wasn't too many people who pulled up today, but I'm glad we was able to keep a nice, chill, you know, constructive,
level-headed, informational. You know, we stayed to the information, and it was great. It was great.
Yes, and I hope they could watch it back and enjoy it.
Entertainment in there.
Yes, okay. Shoot.
But yeah, y'all check out that link that I posted. That's a video. It's about an hour and a half. It's gonna teach you about the compass, directionals, the Dogon, the stars, and all of that. And I guess the next time we come that I come on here, I'm gonna show y'all what the hell I found out about these directions. It's gonna change shit.
Hell yeah. And it's time to change shit. Damn.
And I want to.
And I'm going in the chat trying to get it. Wow, I can't see it. Can you throw it back in there one more time?
I'll put it in the private chat.
Yeah. Because then I could just make a copy of it and put it up on the thing so I can have it. Hey, y'all, what's the movies we supposed to be watching again?
Gang of Roses.
It was
have y'all seen the Cherokee Kid?
No.
Y'all watch the Cherokee Kid with Sinbad. I had forgot about the Cherokee Kid and ended up watching it the other night. And watch the Cherokee Kid, y'all.
Yeah.
Watched it.
Let's see what my Fire Stick can do, boo. Okay. Get that scoop, okay? They definitely usually have all the good stuff, you know, like I can pretty much watch anything. So I want to get that Discord piece together. Hopefully we will soon, y'all. And we'll do some things and we'll start building on a more, you know, personal level and stuff like that, hopefully. And like I said, it's moves in 2025. It's no more time to be playing around. Like, it's time for us to put the pedal to the metal and hit that shit on full skirt. Like, and that's how I see it, man. We on this American Indian business and we standing on it, man. Y'all heard Curry Davis. I think that was a great way to close out so that y'all see, man, how this shit happened from top to bottom. And I know we hear it time and time again, but we never know who's new listening and somebody that's trying to get an understanding. I hope you all got it. And I hope even if you still, you know, on the fence about some things, I hope you go and look into your family and go figure out, okay, you know, what's the tea, how long they've been here in America and who they were. And, you know, you really start to do your due diligence. And I think then you'll come back out on the other side of it and you'll see things a little bit differently once you let go of the indoctrination, which we know takes time. We know what they've been teaching us since kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade. And then you go on to higher education and some of the same bullshit. But it's, you know, you gotta get to a point in your life where, okay, is this making sense or is it not? Y'all gotta get, okay, family. And I pray that everybody do, man. I'm glad I got that epiphany. That shit just hit me like a ton of bricks. It was like, wow. And I, you know, and I just knew, you know what I'm saying? I just knew within, you know, even looking at the information, but just knowing in my spirit and in my being that this is my home, man. And this is where we always been. I ain't never felt, you know what I'm saying? That shit, all that shit, they say the reasons behind why we don't feel this connection is because we don't have a connection. The fuck? What, you gonna make us create a connection through a fake identity? Through an African American identity? That's sick. That's sick to me. I mean,
they do call them monsters, you know, humans, they're monsters. So
hey, I want to show you. Hey, don't you know who Beyonce little artist is? Chloe Bailey, right? Sitting out there running around with and I'll leave it alone after this, running around with that boy from Africa. Girl, why the hell they sitting at the table? It was a bunch of African food. She just sitting back with her arms folded up. I said, "Oh, I know that shit."
So you finna date? Okay, I guess she gonna have an Indian American.
About to date him, and you don't eat none of that food. That's you don't eat. You don't. None of that is you. Sis. I mean,
it must have smelled bad because even when a food, like, I like food, so even if the food different, like, as long as it look good and smell good, I'm gonna try it. So that shit must have stunk or something.
Y'all know that damn fufu ain't, man. Got that.
And what's crazy is fufu come from here.
Huh?
We was eating fufu, like Brazilians brought fufu over there.
Man, they ain't eating that shit right because she wasn't fucking with it. I said, let me find that shit because I was like, what is going on here?
Yeah, we don't fuck with cassava too tough, you know, in North America. So
yeah, because I know that's mostly a South American thing, right?
And Caribbean.
Yeah, I've never, I've seen it, you know. Here you go, right here. I'm about to share this shit.
Burna Boy and Chloe Bailey, how to eat some
Burna Boy
Nigerian local dishes like egusi. Hey, not be smart, you know, this relationship. Burna Boy and Chloe Bailey, how to eat some Nigerian dishes. Nigerian local dishes like egusi. Hey, not be smart, you know, this relationship.
Look at her though. That crop do not look good. I'm sorry. Look at her. Is she over there arm in arm? No, ma'am. Look at this.
Wow.
Awful. I can't believe this. Yeah. Don't do it. Look, don't do it, sister.
The hell?
I ain't completely I don't know, you know, you date who you date. But I can tell she wasn't up on that food. I believe this a goddamn PR relationship or something going on.
You know how they do in Hollywood. It's all smoke and mirrors.
Y'all be mad as shit out there. Man, I don't give a damn about nobody's dirty December or none of that. It's how they shit out this joint. I want to go home. I was currently on full complaint status mode. I don't want. I'm not eating no food. Don't know. I don't know what that brown thing was with them onions on it. Hell no, I'm not playing with nobody in Africa. Girl, that plate of food had like some onions on top. I don't know.
Oh, but hey,
I'm not playing
oh Jesus.
fucking games. I'm telling you. That's why I said I'm good, man. Even if I feel like the food in Canada was nasty. Like, listen, I don't got time. Okay.
Food in Canada?
Yeah, girl, I feel like some of that shit was nasty.
Oh,
Hell,
that's basically just white people.
I don't know what was going on.
I see flavorless there.
Girl,
I see lack of seasoning.
Girl, yeah. Girl, but it's a lot of black people in Toronto, though. You know, obviously that's an indigenous place too. You know.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of us.
You know, the North is a little bit different.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
They're a little different. They hit different than us, honestly.
Yeah,
maybe because of the cold, it's a different climate. We don't grow the same thing, so we don't eat the same thing.
Yeah, they knew off top I was an American too. Off top, it wasn't no
before you started talking.
Even before I started talking, they knew we was American. They knew.
Damn.
They was like, "Where are you from in the States?" I'm like, "Damn, how you know that?" They didn't even assume I was.
Like, what's going on?
Yes, I promise you, baby. They know who we are. Make no mistake, who the original people are. I'm talking about the stairs was real. I mean, I never felt anything like that, but it happened though. But I had a good time out there nonetheless. But I just was like, I mean, I ain't seen not one rat. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't seen no rats in Canada. I said, okay, go off.
Cause it's too damn cold, probably.
No rats. Shit, I don't see none in West Virginia either. Shit. So I mean, I don't know. It's just maybe like inner city life is a lot of rats, you know. So I expected to see that in Canada.
A lot of people, I guess, you know.
But it's very clean in Canada too. I will say, you know, considering it's extremely clean. I mean, clean.
Different kind of government.
Okay. Yeah, that prime minister don't play. Shit, somebody ain't playing because that shit is clean. But I think that'll be a good trip for the Aboriginals, though. If people saying they want to go somewhere, Canada would be a good place because, for obvious reasons, because a lot of the indigenous ancestors stretched up there. You know, people don't, want to believe that, but it's true. Yeah. I took a picture in front of a big ass Black Indian in a shop. She had a big ass portrait on the wall of it, a big ass mural in Canada.
See,
and then that's when I started realizing that, and she started telling me about the indigenous history the same way that it is in America, so they understand. Well, the Black people, they know what's up. Yeah. So
wait, so our people out there know what's going on?
Oh, yes.
So the Canadian government ain't doing to them what our government doing to us?
Yes. Practically the same shit. Practically the same shit. Yes. The indigenous people aren't being recognized as being Negroes like they should be. And it's the same in Canada. So, but I found that interesting though, because, obviously I already knew that there had to be something with Canada because if it's only an hour plane ride from where I am. So I'm like, this motherfucker is close. Wait a minute. So I just started, looking into a lot of that. And yeah, man, it's what it is. I think that we got to just open up our minds. And like I said, she shocked me when she asked me about it. Like, do the Black Americans know they're indigenous? I said, we still learning. I said, we still trying to get everybody to understand it. And I told her a lot of them don't believe it because of the transatlantic slave trade. So they believe they're African. Yeah, I said, so they believe they're African. I said, it's hard for them to believe that their ancestors were already there, and then the same with Canada. Yeah. Trust and believe, like the people know, you know what I'm saying? And the people I spoke to while I was there, like I said, she shocked me. But I had to remember, you know what I'm saying? Like they knew I was American. And that's a big deal to me. Like outside of being Black or any of that shit.
Yeah, because I'm still wondering about that. Like, how did you know?
They knew, young. They knew. I mean, yeah, I was, like I said, surprised myself, and I still was shocked by the culture at the same time too. You know, you gotta go where the people at, our people. But yeah, it caught me off guard, but it was nice though, because I almost felt like, damn, all right then. The other tribes of the Avatar and shit.
I need to get on TikTok and see what, do they have TikTok in Canada?
I never tried to get on my TikTok in Canada, so I don't know. I know you probably can, but it's probably censored. Because I ain't gonna lie, like he could even post certain little shit he wanted to post. Canada stop you. They don't let you post about politics.
Oh well, shit. Then I know they ain't. Nah,
they're not that public. But talk about like the people though, like they are hip. But as far as their government, that's another level. Yeah.
I guess it's in their family oral history.
Yeah, they're hip. Like I said, I was just shocked. I couldn't fucking believe it. Okay. Even at them just knowing, asking us where we was from in the States off the rip, like without hearing us talk or nothing. So that was, I just found that very interesting. So, but people know the real ones, man, the originals. Okay. Make no mistake. But I had a great time tonight, sis. Yes. I guess let me figure out what I could close out with. I hope y'all had a great night too, family. I think Smoke Signal over there, doing the usual smoke signaling. Okay. But real quick, let's do this one first. So.
Yeah, I have.
My bad, sis. I ain't mean to do that. Like cut you off. Sorry.
I was laughing at this shit.
It's so good. Oh, damn. I break the thing. She about to say good night. I'm like, oh fuck. All right. Like, my bad. Damn. I be moving too fast sometimes. It's like already be there. Like,
I get it, girl. You been on here for 8 hours.
Girl. Straight. Look, with all the energy.
Listen.
I so and still got energy. I don't know how this happened today. Usually I am not like this. Like I would have been like tapped out and went to bed or some shit. Like I don't be playing. Y'all know me, okay? I be on this joint and not on this joint. Sleep. Y'all know what time it is. Shoot, I love y'all, but when I get tired, I don't play. Okay, like
on
it's
this bed, but not on this bed.
Yeah, and it's only because it's been snowing in the city, y'all. So I hope everybody been safe because I know it's been snowing over here. Has it been snowing down there with you guys or no?
No.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad.
That's one thing I don't think we have to worry about. Like it rarely, like the last time it snowed, it was probably 2016.
What?
And it was for a day and it was light.
Lucky asses. Man, they done canceled school 2 days in a row. Shit, tomorrow they got a 2-hour delay. I said, man, look, y'all fucking around. Shoot, I felt like they should have made sure all the streets was clear because I'm not gonna be. It's not giving slip and slide records tomorrow. Because, like, I swear to God, as soon as my car start doing some stuff, I'm going back in the house. I don't play. I'm not about to be out here dying on the road.
No, please don't do that. Hell no.
I mean, DC is a real small city, you know what I'm saying? But it's like they gotta do better with getting the streets together and shit. Like they be taking their time. Like they salted all the damn streets. I don't know why they salt them. It doesn't work. I feel like I don't know.
So the salt don't work?
I don't feel like it do. The shit still be stacked up. And then if it continue to snow, that shit gonna keep piling up. It ain't like melting right away. It's piling up first. All these kids is out there in it, including mine. All they asses is out there in that mess. Getting on my nerves. But it's kids, of course. I know they love
fun.
Yeah, I know they love the snow, but I'm over it, okay? But I do like that we do get all the weather and we can feel all the temperatures. I mean, that's interesting on this island, I will say.
Don't get me wrong.
All islands ain't
cold enough for me down here. It's cold enough for me.
Okay, what's it like? What's y'all? Hold up, because I know it's like they said it was a little hotter today. Like
It is
23
It
down.
was cold as hell last night.
Hell yeah.
It's just supposed to be a low of 25 tonight.
Oh no, okay, we about the same temperature then.
For
Yeah, it's 23 in DC right now, so it's cold here, girl. Yes. Hey, shoot, we all been up here bundled up and making sure we got our earmuffs on and we suited and booted because, you know what I'm saying, it's here now.
I be thinking about all them folks that are outside, people that squat and don't have a heat source.
Shoot, they be trying to get them in shelters in DC, or you know, they be trying to do their best. A lot of different resource programs and stuff go around, and they try to give out socks and try to, you know, force them to get themselves into some type of, you know, shelter, because a lot of times they don't be wanting to go in there. So, and I mean, I can understand why, because a shelter is a very dangerous place to be in. You know what I'm saying? You don't know who you're around. You don't know who got what. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like you got to really, like, you can't really feel safe in a place like that. You always will have to sleep with one eye open. So I do understand why a lot of them do not want to go in there. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Fuck all that.
Yeah.
And being out here in the
safer
cold.
in there than out there.
Yeah, freezing cold temperatures is crazy. You know, that's nasty work.
Freeze to death.
Yeah,
Like basically
they
trying to
do.
sleep.
Yeah, they do it, and that's why I be wanting us to stay safe. And you know, like I appreciate the organizations that go out there and get these people socks and make sure the women got their feminine products or whatever else. You know, I know that there was this uprising going on about the government in DC giving people needles and stuff for their drugs or whatever. And I said, well, if it's an alarming rate of hepatitis or whatever they're saying it is, or you know, a lot of infections is being passed through needles. I mean, I'm not saying that it's right to promote drug usage. I just think it's more so the prevention of spreading shit.
Yeah.
Not giving them clean needles to use.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, they deserve to, so they deserve to get HIV or hepatitis? Fuck no. You know what I'm saying? Like now, when they go out here and make these choices, that's one thing. But if they, you know, I mean, I said if they could do something to prevent it, even if they can't stop them from using, you know, I think
what they doing in Oregon.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there was a lot of uproar about it at first, but I think when people were able to calm down, you know, they was able to, I ain't gonna even say it was an uproar, but I just know people did, a lot of people did.
People had something to say about it. I remember.
Yeah, and then it's this thing too, because once white tea people get involved, then they want to do something about it. Mind you, black people have been on crack and drugs and shit forever.
When it doesn't affect them,
never been done. But like now they want to do something when their community
and
is.
I can respect that. I can actually respect that, because I don't think that we should be, you know, dealing with somebody else's affairs either, because we got our own affairs to worry about.
I'm telling you.
We need to learn from them how to look out for
how to look at. Yeah, there we go. Yep. And then we inadvertently, you know, benefit because obviously, you know what I'm saying, you ain't gonna be out there giving a white person a fucking needle that's next to a black person, not getting one, you know what I'm saying? So usually it just kind of tips the scales so that, you know, it benefits everybody, but at the same time, it's still not really benefiting everybody. And it shouldn't take for some shit like that. And that's why we do need to get our power back and get into that sense where we're not tolerating shit like that either. Like not from our folks, nothing like that. Some of these people need to get on that couch and detox. You know what I'm saying? And get your life together and get back in perspective before that shit take you out. No shade. Okay. They put fentanyl and shit. See, I'm you know what I'm saying? Girl. They putting all kinds of stuff and stuff. We have to all be careful out here, y'all.
Wipe y'all out.
Yeah, man. These people try to do whatever they can. You know what I'm saying? Mislabel your medication, anything. Y'all be careful, heaven forbid, but y'all just be careful. We got a bunch of people in charge of our affairs that we can't really trust in all areas of this shit. And that's why we need to be in positions. We need to be our doctors. We need to be our lawyers, all of that. And it's sad that that's not what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's sad that we're pretty much at the mercy of some shit that we shouldn't even be at the mercy of. Come on now.
And look, I know a lot of people don't rock with the Hebrew Israelite narrative, and I get why. But there is truth in it.
Definitely. It's truth.
Deuteronomy 28 is about that very thing. The fact that as a, I ain't gonna call it a curse, but that was the curse, that you would be in your own land, right? And you would be witnessing people taking over your land, taking over your economy, all your industry, and you would have to then buy everything that you need from them. And these people are your oppressors. Everything that you want and need for, you got to get from them.
Yeah, man. Curry Davis said it best. He said it best, man. He was cooking us as a people, because that shit real. And like what you call said, that video did age well, because it's clear
yes,
that we are still doing the same goddamn shit. He said this in 2015, and we still rah bullshit. I mean, damn.
I probably watched this video maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and at that time, I know I didn't understand the whole they came from the north thing. You know, I'm listening to him saying, but I'm not understanding it until I go and research it for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's a total understanding.
Agreed. And that's what I be telling people. Like, I'm not gonna come on YouTube and just start speaking out of my ass. Nah, I went and looked into this. I went and looked into my family. Like, I went and looked into everything, and I'm still looking into it. I'm looking into it with y'all, because we all learning together. Because at the end of the day, this shit affects us. Like, I can see shit from my field and like the work that I do, y'all, and like it ain't right what we dealing with. And we have to arm ourselves with the proper information in the proper way and explaining all of this shit. Like, look, this how y'all wipe this out. We not, hey, and we coming back from the dead, bitch. We not dead.
Yeah.
We not dead.
No, we got new life.
Still here. Blacked out or nothing. No. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff wiping us off the land, taking us away from it. It's crazy. I mean, it's a huge scheme. That's, and every time I think about it, it's just like, wow. You know, imagine, you know, how much better the world would be if it was like during the Reconstruction period, for example. Imagine how much better we'd be today if we were still running shit.
Ooh, the world, the whole world, girl. The whole world.
Let's talk about it. Because motherfuckers always want to act like this, you know, nah, stop playing with us. Stop playing with us. Because half of this shit wouldn't even be going down. Let's keep it real. You know, but hey, we just got to move forward. We dealing with what we dealing with now. And you know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep progressing, because knowing is the first step. Finding out is the first step. And you know, it's day by day, like you said, sis. You know, you keeping positive towards the future. Shit. And I'm gonna take a shot.
Walking in the Zion. Walk right up to the sun, hand in hand. Okay.
For real. I always say we are the gods. Erykah Badu said it best, man. If we were made in his image, then call us by our names. Call us by our names. Call us by who we are. Address us correctly.
Daughters of Zion.
Yes. Address us. But you know, it's the unlearn and relearn process, man. This is the information age. This is the time, man. Because like I was still, you know, in my mid-20s when I found all this shit out. I was going crazy. What the fuck? You know, I couldn't even believe I was turning up on my thoughts about the Democratic Party. I was turning up.
Yeah.
I mean, I lost a lot of friends and you know, I lost a lot of people behind my thoughts, man. And you know, even just coming into who we are as a people and banging on that and standing 10 toes and not letting nobody tell me nothing different, man, has caused me a lot of, you know, some issues. But I choose to stand on this, young, and I'm not gonna let nobody waver me or bully me into an African perspective, an African narrative, and try to tell me some shit that I know ain't true and ain't mathematically making any kind of sense. Okay.
I call that shit growth.
Like, leave man.
Slap all that old stuff off. Yeah, that's growth.
I'm not playing. Nobody else should be when it comes to this. Like, this is the Enlightenment period again. We back in the Enlightenment period. For Black Americans, the so-called, the ones they call in Black, the ones they call in African American, y'all better come on.
And everybody's trying to be us, all these tethers.
Yes, trying to latch on to the hip hop culture. Let's be real. I mean, I can't. That shit's sick. That shit makes me sick. And hearing people cape for that is even worse. It's like, bro, this is we really are down bad. Black Americans 0, immigrants up 1,000. Because this shit's some crazy shit. They up 1,000 by just being able to claim it. I mean, this is diabolical work. So we got work to do. That's all it is. And we going to get it done.
Yeah, we getting it done.
And
I'm just
keep getting done.
Yeah, I'm just excited and happy and thankful. And I mean, it's so many feelings and sentiments that I have, and you know, I just give gratitude and honor to those responsible for all of us doing the work that we doing. And, you know, being able to witness this thing happening for our ancestors is like, we are our ancestors and they're able kind of to get veneration and not vengeance, but
liberation, to get fucking justice for this bullshit.
Justice through us.
Yep. To put this shit back in perspective and get their land back, get their shit back that was stolen from.
That's one thing we definitely have to build on, is because we're talking about these industries that these people have taken over. Buildings sit on land, y'all. Buildings sit on land. How many buildings can you guess is sitting on some ancestral land that is in your name, in your blood? How many companies are sitting on your ancestral land? How many corporations sitting on your ancestral land?
Yep.
So we need to do a build on finding land patents, whether your land be held by the feds. You can find your shit on the Bureau of Land Management website, or if you are 13 colony Georgian, or you know, someone like somebody in any of the 13 colonies, need to be going to courthouses, record houses to find your ancestors' land records. Who's on that land? What does the chain of title say about how that land went from being owned by your family to who it's owned by now? What's the chain of title? What's the chain of title saying? We need to go and we got to build on that. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's time to smack them in the head. We ain't playing no more games. We coming with the fire. All 2025, young. Information season. This winter is cold outside. Come get this information. It ain't always gotta be a space of contention. You know what I'm saying? Let's just have a dialogue. That's what it need to be. So I guess on that note, Sap, if you want to go ahead and close out, you can, because I'm gonna go ahead and shut it on down.
Well, Sharice, it has been real as usual. I'm looking forward to, you know, the future, what we're gonna be doing. And I'm thankful to y'all for tuning in and, you know, just getting the information. I know y'all doing what y'all need to be doing, and it's just coming together, and I'm just so I love to see it. Y'all have a beautiful night.
All right, Sap, you was amazing as always, and you already know what time it is.
Thank you, sis.
We're gonna keep building, you know what I'm saying, and we're gonna keep vibing, and that's what we need to do. And like I always say at the end of all of this shit, man, I want all the ladies to come into the fold. We got some brilliant, bright, intelligent women. You know what I'm saying?
It's our time, y'all.
And we gotta if we ain't gonna do it, ain't nobody else gonna do it. Like, you know, we see what the fellas on, respectfully, you know what I'm saying? And I love my fellas, but you know, they get to the information when they get to the information, okay?
Yeah, they had to lay the groundwork.
Beat you up first.
For Mama Chief, okay? They had to lay the groundwork for Mama Chief to come through. So yeah. The Empresses is coming out.
Yep, that's it. You know what I'm saying? We need this wave to happen because we need our women to rise in this regard. Like, this ain't nothing new under the sun. We've been doing shit like this. You know what I mean? Our voice has been strong, been carrying impact, and it's time to show why. You know, so shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody that rocked all day, and not all day, but you know, rocked since like 3 o'clock because we definitely been cooking. And yeah, man, I had a good time with y'all. Wide awoke. I had some good sleep and all that. So that's why I'm good, y'all. Like, for real, I have not felt so much energy. I think every time I'm in this paradigm and when we really talking about some good shit and we really getting it done, you know what I'm saying? My energy just be there because I already see it, man, and I already feel it, and I know what it's gonna be. And as long as we stick together, man, we gonna be all right.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, man. So I keep holding y'all because I feel like every time I say I'm gonna go, I got like I got
you can't never get off the phone.
I'm telling you, like, girl, hang up. Shit, going back and forth on the IG with they ass, same thing. Bitch, we'll be going back and forth for 6 days. Test me.
6 days.
Okay. Y'all still responding to this comment? Okay, got something for you too. Boom. I don't play girl. No games. But anyway, y'all, let me go ahead. I'm gonna play a song and close this out. And y'all take care, man. And y'all be safe out here. And yeah, and to the chat too, the same thing. And y'all stay safe and play this joint. And y'all head on over there to smoke or something.
What it look like, man? Man. I feel the same way you feel about word. I just don't want much, man. I just want to take it one day at a time. That way we reach the highest point of friendship. Then whether you know how far to take this flight. Word. You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going first. Just chill, baby. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby. We can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived the good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby. We can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived the good life. Come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it's supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Say you like me is what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sydney head, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes, fantasize. I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take these flights. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends when I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you won't do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived the good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived the good life. Come on, let me show you.
Good night, y'all. Y'all be safe out here. Peace out.